There are many famous racing venues out there in the world today, but they all pale in comparison to where these drivers will be doing battle this evening. Good evening, sim racing fans, and welcome to the virtual World Center of Racing, the Daytona International Speedway. My name is Joey Atterbury, and I'm thrilled to be joined tonight in the booth by Trevor McClure, Ian Fisher, and Ryan Bauer working the controls as our producer. The camera angles tonight are provided, as always, by Dougie Beard, and we're happy you're joining us here on Maconi Entertainment tonight. Tonight's event is the 6-hour of the Sim Racers for Mental Health Group, with all the proceeds benefiting the Epilepsy Foundation. Trevor, tonight's a race that's going to be tough for these drivers. It is long enough to wear you down, but it is only 6 hours, so it's still relatively short on the endurance side of things. Why don't you tell us a little bit more about this venue and where you have plenty of real-world experience and a lot of trophies?
Yeah, I've got a little bit. The Daytona International Raceway is a 3.57-mile roval road course because we use a combination of a road course inside the oval as well as the oval itself. They opened in 1959, the road course was added in 1966, and since then it has been the marquee car race this side of France for the better part of going on 50 years. So it's a really special place. When you get into there, out of the tunnels, you just feel the gravity of the place, the history, and just the legends that have won there. We recently had a nice chat with legends like Jack Roush, who have won this thing 10 times in a row as a team owner, and guys like Mario Andretti, Parnelli Jones. I mean, the who's who of racing has shown up to race this road course during the 24-hour Rolex race. So for us to here have a quarter slice in the 6-hour this evening, as you said, is going to be tough, but it's definitely short enough that these guys won't be able to lift off the throttle, and they've got to keep in it. It's a 6-hour sprint.
6-hour sprint is going to be the name of the game, and a little bit longer than most of the sim races that we see. And out here tonight, we're going to see two classes of cars taking action. It's going to be the LMP2 and then the entire GT3 class. As we mentioned, the 6-hour race, there's going to be no fast repairs. That's a crucial one when we come to talk about just the overall flow of the race. So any damage that these cars pick up, they will have to carry, or they have to come down to pit lane and get that fixed, which of course will be a time penalty as the crew hops over the wall and fixes the car. Everybody is on an open setup out here today, and I'm sure that each one of these teams has a little bit of give and take between the drivers on what each one of them likes. And I know that practice has officially ended out there. Qualifying is going to be 10 minutes long. These are going to be some of the first cars starting to go out on the track right now and out onto an outlap. I want to bring our third commentator into the booth, Ian Fisher. Happy to have you in here tonight. And what are we going to expect out of maybe the daytime here at Daytona in comparison to overall 6 hours?
Well, thanks a lot for that, Joey. I really appreciate it. Just a second before we get started here, just awesome to be in the booth with you guys, Trevor, and you, Joey, both your real world experience here. It should be exciting all night long. But I think during the daytime here, obviously we know the track temperature is going to be a little bit higher, the ambient air temperature a little bit higher as well. These cars are going to struggle with grip a little bit early. Obviously, all these cars very high downforce. They're built to make grip. But those warm tires, especially in the warm track conditions we have as well, those are going to be early. These are going to be factors that we have to deal with early in this race if you're a driver in one of these race cars. I will say I don't think you're going to see that change all too much throughout the course of the evening. We have the 6-hour time window that we have here for this race here. But I think what you'll actually see a little bit more of, Joey, is just drivers doing their best to save tires. I don't think the track conditions are going to impact things as much as, say, a 24-hour race. We'd be making that full transition to nighttime back to day. But I will say the most important thing here tonight, Joey, is the great cause that all these drivers are racing for.
The great cause indeed. Sim Racers for Mental Health. If you guys are curious at all, you can go ahead and click the link. It's in the YouTube description. It'll take you over there. You can make a donation that is for a great cause tonight, like we were mentioning. And yeah, you know, everybody comes out and races for different reasons, and it's always great to get a big group like this. I know that we're seeing quite a few cars on the racetrack, but you gotta sometimes double or even triple the car count in terms of the people that are competing in this event, and to see it for such a great cause is always a good thing. And riding on board right now, this is the 149 of Timothy George. He's in this LMP class, a little bit more of a prototype style race car. Going to be really fast through the bus stop here. Trevor, you have a lot of experience calling these prototype cars. What are you thinking about in terms of qualifying for your driver right now? Are you worried about the grid position that they end up in, or are you more worried about the race pace that the car is going to have?
Not particularly concerned with qualifying, because 6 hours is long enough that, you know, you don't have to be on the front row to secure a win. Really the only advantage being up front is going to give you is it's going to reduce your risk of early race incidents. The race starts, of course, at the most risky time when everybody's, you know, barely warm tires, green flag is out for the first time, tensions are high. That's when carnage happens the most. So really the only advantage to qualifying here up front is to mitigate a bit of that risk. Other than that, it really doesn't matter. You can win this race from the back row as long as you mind your P's and Q's. And so my biggest concern is going to be race pace. We really don't care about qualifying. And to touch on what you guys were talking about a bit earlier, looks like our race time is right about 4:45 p.m. in May. So we are going to get a little bit into darkness at the end of the race when this matters. So a car that was junk at the beginning of the race could be the best car on track once the sun goes down and it starts to get dark.
You said it here, T-Bones. You know, car setup definitely comes into play at Daytona when you're talking about daytime versus nighttime. Can have two totally different animals on your hands. And if you ask me, that's one of the coolest parts about racing and being a racing driver, is being able to adapt to the different conditions that are going on. And not only that, but being able to change the car and round out the car so that way it's fast everywhere that you need it. Think of it a little bit like a Lego, and when you get there, it might not work the best, so you take a few parts off here, maybe add a part there, and before you know it, you just have the perfect little model for this racetrack. As times are starting to finally roll in here. We're just past halfway in qualifying, about 4.5 minutes left. The number 17, currently your provisional pole sitter, but it is extremely close, really, between the top four. I'm only seeing about 1/10 separate, really, probably about the top 5 right now. I'm curious, Trevor, when you see this close of a field, does that maybe dictate on who you want to start the race in terms of your driver lineup?
Absolutely, depending on, you know, what these guys are going with, 2 drivers, 3 drivers. I don't know that we have the same driver categorization requirements that we do in the real world with, you know, the bronze, silver, gold, and platinum rated drivers. But for me, if you're going for a 2-driver lineup, guys starting and finishing the race, because these LMP2 cars with only 75 liters capacity are pretty thirsty. So we're looking at 7, possibly 8 pit stops for these guys solely on fuel. So you've got opportunities to get them in and out of the car without really costing you any time. So, but if you're going to single stint drivers, you want to save the sharpest knife for the end when it's actually a street fight. So your fast drivers will be the ones getting in at the end if these guys are doing what they're supposed to.
Yeah, and you mentioned it, you want to have the sharpest tool in the shed at the end of the race. I always say you want to save your best racing for the last few laps, because that's when you want to be remembered at that checkered flag. Looking at the number 84 car on the screen, that's Brian Young of Firelight Esports, driving around this BMW GT3 car. Looking at the time delta difference between the prototypes and these GT3 class cars, I'm seeing about 1 minute 33 for the LMPs, And about 1 minute 44 right now is provisional pole on the GT3 side of things. That's going to come into play, especially as the traffic kind of runs into each other through the infield. It's not so much of a problem through the oval section, but through the infield it can definitely cause havoc. And Ian, I want to bring you back in here. Now that qualifying is kind of winding down, if you're a team manager out here, are you telling your driver to keep going out here? Are you trying to gather him up and do maybe a little pre-race speech for him?
I don't really think it matters. I think if you're one of these drivers that is fortunate to have a virtual crew member, I think you guys already have that conversation figured out. And you have that routine set up with your driver already. So I think at this point, it's maybe not necessarily making that decision, Joey. I think it's really just enacting your plan. I mean, all these drivers, whether it's sim racing, real life racing, everybody who's into racing grows up and they know about Daytona. So any of these virtual crew members, any of these drivers, they want to win here. So I don't think necessarily you're changing anything about your approach for preparation, because at the end of the day, this is just another race. Yes, it's a 6-hour race and you want to do well and it's for charity and everything like that. But as far as it comes down to brass tacks and racing, it's another race. You don't really change up your strategy too much. You just go out there and execute your game plan.
Yeah, this is the last car to take the final lap. That's going to do it for qualifying here for the Sim Racers for Mental Health 6-hour. And we will get our starting grid on the screen. I'm looking at it right now. That was the 84 Firelight Esports taking home that GT3 pole, but we're going to start up front with the prototypes. That is Edward Shearer of the EWRL Motorsports Yellow Team taking pole with a 133.849. Sitting alongside him on the front row is Mark Whitley of Driven Motorsports. Tyler Thomas in third of Texas Speed Slim Racing. Scott Ricard in fourth. Timothy George fifth. Max Service their sixth place. Back in seventh, looks like we have Zachary Hall. In eighth, Troy Salter. Ninth place, William Kruska. 10th, Emerson Arden. And then 11th on, I think, Trevor, you got it.
We've got Devin Adams, the second, here for Racers for Mental Health. We've got Thomas Nadeau, the number 9. Moving back, we've got Robert Smith, Team Robert Smith, and that rounds out our 13 prototype entries. Going back to our number 84, Firelight Esports of Brian Young. That is our GT pole sitter in the number 84 BMW. Philip Resch, Austin Erb, Bill Moore, and Matthew Parkhurst rounding out our 18th overall. We have Tyler Forst, Luke Burtonshaw, Harry Lawrence, Vincent Cortez. The final 3, of course, not posting time, so they will start from the back.
Not always a bad thing to not post a qualifying time here at Daytona. Trevor, we touched on it a little bit earlier. You can win the race starting from the back. That's no big deal. You just got to stay clean out here for the first couple corners and really first few laps while it can get overly aggressive. Looking at the weather right now at the virtual Daytona, a nice calm 78 degrees in the ambient temperature, but track temp is actually pretty warm at 100 degrees Fahrenheit. If that continues to rise at all, we might see some of these cars slip and slide around, but as the sun starts to set, I expect all of those temperatures to come down and the track is going to get faster and faster, and that's when that setup that we were talking about is going to come into play. All of these cars right now are gridding, taking their grid spots. Still about 45 seconds or so left for all of these competitors to join up into their cars. Trevor, you've been here in this exact position on the spotter's roof, calling the green flag. Are you talking to your driver at all right now to get him prepped, or are you just letting him do his thing warming up the car?
Oh, yeah, I'm in his ear with the button on until the radio beeps at me for a timeout. Just because it is so critical to keep them in the helmet and remind them exactly what the objective is here today. You know, for a 24-hour race, no different than a 6-hour race in the early stages, because you can lose it on lap 1 and you're packing up and you're home before the race is even over. So it's really being concerned with risk mitigation, good decisions, making the right decisions, and not taking any unnecessary risk at this stage of the race, because it's absolutely worthless. There's no value to risking it all here on turn one. And you as a driver, when you get the helmet on, you've got an MO that you're going to go out there and do it. And like most guys that do this professionally, when that visor goes down, they've got a singular focus, and that is to go out and be the best, be the fastest, pass everybody they can, and get in clean air. And that's not always the right thing to do, especially in these endurance races.
There's a lot of different varying strategies that can definitely come into play. And looking at things right now, I'm seeing we're going to have a split start out here. Up front right now, that number 17 and number 5 car, they are going to share the front row. It is the 17 on the bottom. That is the black and yellow car of Edward Shearer Jr. He was our pole sitter. And that green and black car, Driven Motorsports Mark Whitley on the outside of the front row. We're going to get this pace car going to dive down to pit road, and we're going to have all 14 of these prototype machines take the green flag. It's crucial to think about that tire warm up and to make it through these first couple corners. A slow entry, but the 17 gets a great jump, and pretty standard for these first couple cars. A little bit further back, still 2x2, but relatively calm right now here through the prototypes, through turn one. The entire field making it through the first hairpin as they've funneled their way through the S's, and away clean is the entire prototype field.
A little bit of an incident here back in the GT3 field. Joey, you got one car in the wall. I'm not entirely sure who that was there. It looks like they were able to hang on to it. From the start of your race, Brian Young and then Philip Resch, those two drivers that started 1-2 in the GT3 class, they held on to their positions in the Firelight Esports and the Colleague Racing Machine entries, respectively. It looks like if anybody had any issue there, I believe it was possibly the number 22 Fatal Motorsports Incorporated machine. Matthew Parkhurst there, I think, was the one driver that had a little bit of trouble early there, Joey. But so far, so good up in the prototype class.
Pretty calm start for a 6-hour event. Shearer leads Whitley, leads Ricard over Thomas, over George. That is the top 5 on your prototype screen. Pretty close battle here for the GT3 lead. We're going to be riding along with Philip Resch. This is the 46 car. He's in the draft of our leader. That's Brian Young in that BMW out there leading the way. And this is still the first lap out here. These cars are coming up to temperature. You got to get the tires all the way up to pressure. And I think we're going to see some of these cars be a little bit more aggressive, as it looks like we've got a potential pass for the lead. Going down into turn one, they're going to take it side by side, but the 17's going to hang on for now. The 5 is going to have to try to do an over-under. He stays actually tucked up on the back of this rear wing, keeps the momentum up. Mark Whitley applying quite a bit of pressure to our leader, Ed Shearer Jr. out there right now, Trevor.
Yeah, this is great to watch, but if I'm sitting on the box for either one of these guys, I'm telling them to calm down and remind them there's still 5 hours, 57 minutes to go in this race.
Going back towards the GT3 field here, Joey, I've been kind of paying attention to it. Sorry to kind of cut you off there, Taylor, but look at these 3 cars here for the lead in the GT3. You can take a blanket and throw them over these 3 machines here. That's the Colleague Racing entry you see there. The 46 with Philip Resch behind the wheel right now. He's giving chase to Brian Young. That 84 is still the Firelight Esports machine. And now you even throw in Harry Loris here in the 777. This is a 4-way battle for the lead in your GT3 class, Joey.
This is a great battle for the lead in the GT3 classes. They're all going to make the turn up onto the oval, and we actually have a change for position out front. New leader, that's Mark Whitley in the 5 car. He's going to get a bump draft from Edward Shearer Jr. right now. I think this 17 car isn't done leading this race, and I'm not sure if he really appreciated the move going down to the bus stop. Trevor, what do you think about this aggression so early?
Yeah, it's drafting in a Dallara P2 car is not the thing you want to do, especially this early in the race. With no fast repairs and damage on, you're going to lose a lot of downforce if you damage that splitter. So, again, that would be something would be on the radio with the guy. Hey, one car length back ain't going to kill you. in the draft. And, honestly, if I were the 17 car, I would just hang back in the draft and start saving fuel.
That is a good
There's the
point.
opportunity with yellows and everything else. We might be able to cut a stop out of this race if he can keep pace. If about 5% more fuel in the car in front of him, which is not hard at Daytona, he's in a good spot.
That's a great point, Trevor. You can always fuel save, and fuel saving maximizes when you start it early. That's when you see the most benefits out of it, not when you start it late in the fuel run. And yeah, we actually have a pretty good battle on our screen right now. The front two have kind of skipped away. Third place kind of lonely, but this battle right now for 4th, 5th, 6th place on your screen is pretty good between the prototypes. As actually, we're going to ride back on board. This is the 2nd place car, Edward Shearer Jr. To give everybody a reference, both of these two lead cars are running identical lap times. 134.61, 134.69 from these two cars as lap time. And once again, we see bump drafting out of the prototypes. Now, I know that bump drafting can definitely be a benefit, but one thing that I would be worried about with these types of cars is drawing any sort of damage on the front end or even on the back end of the cars and then having it negatively affect your pace just with an aerodynamic problem. Is looks like we've got the 73 around. That's Tyler Thomas of Texas Speed Sim Racing out there. Had a little bit of an incident there in turn 1. Not quite sure what happened there. We're going to catch a replay of this, Trevor.
Now let's see here. He looks like he just got himself in a little too deep. He had a little wiggle from the car in front, and I think he applied a bit more brake pressure than he wanted to out of reaction, and that sent him around. No ABS on these LMP2 cars, of course.
I know that we've been covering quite a bit of this LMP battle, but I want to draw our attention back to this fierce GT3 battle for the lead right now. It is still 5 cars on one screen. We've got a new leader. That's Philip Resch in the iRacing number 46 car. Leads Justin Erb right now out of the 23, but I tell you what, it's any one of these top 5 that can kind of take the advantage. And what I really love out of the GT3 class, Trevor, is look at all these different manufacturers. I'm seeing Lamborghini, I'm seeing Mercedes, I'm seeing BMW, I'm seeing Porsche. Almost every single one of these cars is a different manufacturer.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And that's kind of the beauty of GT3 racing is if the BOP is right and everybody's doing the right thing and following the regulations, everybody should be achieving the same lap time. And it creates this sort of racing that we've got here. And we see with these mix of manufacturers is the BMWs and the Mercedes. Those are the Bavarian bruisers. They've got a ton of horsepower, big front engines on them. But then you conversely have the Lamborghinis and the Porsches. Lamborghini's still got a big motor in itself, but it's quite slippery, as is the Porsche. And there's nothing more nimble in the infield than a car with a motor behind the rear axle. So that's where the Porsche really extracts its advantages on the infield. And you can see here, you've got the battle of the slippery Italian Bull and the big Bavarian bruisers with just tons of horsepower going into the start-finish line now.
It's interesting to note that you bring up the rear engine of the Porsche, and I don't have too much rear engine experience, but there's things that you can do with a Porsche that you can't do with a standard drivetrain car. But to put the shoe on the other foot, there's things that a normal car can do that a Porsche doesn't do very well either. And it's just kind of maximizing the strengths and weaknesses out of each platform that you got. And right now in this GT3 battle, that Justin Erb car, that's the Mercedes, that's the white and pink car number 23 on your screen, certainly seems to be applying quite a bit of pressure on our leader, Ian. I know that you've been watching this GT3 battle. Do you see any one of these cars as an outlier?
Not really so far, honestly. And kind of to catch you guys up to speed a little bit here on what's been going on in the GT3 field. The 84 machine of Brian Young started this race out in the lead as we see a pass there now by the E23E Motorsports machine of Justin Erb there. He's finally able to make the pass there on the iRacing machine. You saw Brian there on your screen for a little bit here as this battle continues to rage on. Oh my goodness, they're going to try to go 3 wide here into the bus stop. I don't think that's going to work, Joey.
No, very aggressive move from the now leader Harry Lawrence in the 777 Breadcrumbs Racing. Super aggressive into the bus stop, but I think he just noticed everybody checking it up and being really cautious. This is a 6-hour event, and he said, you know what? Nah, thanks. I'm going to light my hair on fire and I'm going to go through this. But hey, he came out the other end unscathed, and that's a new leader right now, and I'm actually noticing a little bit of a gap. We're going to catch a replay of this as just a super send. Watch him, T-Bones, take us through this.
He knows he's got to run on literally everybody in front and behind him, and I don't need a spotter to tell you that, but he's got the inside line, he's side by side, throws it in. The other Mercedes gave him way too much room, the Lamborghini the same, and he took a qualifying line through the bus stop and ended up yielding a 20 car length advantage at the start-finish line.
And yet they are still attached nose to tail really for the top 6 cars in GT3 to catch everybody up with LMP. We're right along with the 127 of Luke Burtonshaw out there. That's 3rd place in GT3. Nothing has changed in terms of the face of the race and prototype. Mark Whitley still leads the way in that Driven Motorsports number 5 over Ed Shearer Jr. in the number 17. They've kind of gapped it out, not too much. Scott Ricard's kind of hanging there about a 2.5 seconds back there in 3rd place, but right now, definitely the battle on the racetrack is this GT3 battle. Trevor, we're seeing another big run out of this Porsche.
Yeah, that's where the Porsche needs that slingshot to engage to do anything on the oval here. But as we saw in this year's edition of the 24-hour, those Porsches can get really racy into, through, and out of the bus stop as we see him make this pass here. He's got his lights set on Lawrence here, and I think Lawrence has calmed down, but he last lap he ended up racing quite a bit of that 20 car length gap he had by overdriving the car into turn 1, and got away with it in the bus stop that previous lap to take the lead. But that's one of those pitfalls, is you got away with it, so you try to get away with it again and get away with it again, and then all of a sudden your tires have degraded, there's not as much grip, and you end up out in the field or in the wall. And as we see here, we are back nose to tail again. Lawrence just missed his apex, drove in a little too deep, carried too much speed, couldn't get it, stuck, and left the door open. That's leaving the door open here for the E2E Motorsports Mercedes to come through on the Porsche, as well as the Lamborghini of Colleague Racing and Firelight Esports, our pole sitter. A lap ago, he was wondering what the hell happened, and now he's right back in this mix, bumper to bumper, 5 cars deep into turn 5. Oh, Lamborghini looked a little too late on the inside there. Couldn't quite get it done, and that's left the door open for our pole sitter here going into 6. Joey.
Absolutely, that Lamborghini with a late move there, but thankfully was able to check up enough. No contact made between Philip Resch and Luke Burtonshaw out there. Things calmed down just a little bit, but by calm down, I mean maybe 3/4 second between these cars. Jump back up. This is the 149 of Timothy George, this very brightly colored red and yellow car on the screen. He's currently hunting down Cedric Hunter in the Category 5 esports machine that is in front. Going to be going by this GT3 car, trying to sniff a little bit of a draft as they go down towards the bus stop here. A little bit of flash of the lights from Cedric. This is going to be a battle for the 4th place right now. Slipstream does come into effect even in these LMP cars. We're going to see if Hunter can get up underneath the car there of the 13, maybe take advantage. These cars are doing about 190, almost 200 miles an hour through the tri-oval here. Is going to get a replay of, this is 8th place Vincent Cortez. Ian, did you happen to catch this?
I did not catch it, Joey. I'm paying attention to the GT3 battle, so unfortunately I didn't see what happened there between the 2 prototypes. And it looks like here, because iRacing it doesn't want to cooperate with us right now, we're probably not going to get a look at what happened to those 2 drivers as well. Something I did want to touch on a little really quickly here, Joey, is we mentioned about the qualifying order, and you asked Trevor as well if that was going to really matter through the course of this race. Both your leaders right now in the GT3 categories, we start to see interclass traffic here kind of be a factor between the prototypes and the GT3 there on the inside. The BMW getting pinned down to the bottom here. The 17 lead will make that move and trying to make its way through the rest of the GT3 class right now. But the two leaders in the GT3 class, Joey, 7 places and 5 places made up respectively from where they started. So definitely possible here for one of these drivers that started back towards the back to make their way up towards the front. No problem.
Looks like
with all this traffic, we've got that Porsche now gained 6 positions. He's taken the lead into and through the bus stop with more traffic coming. The speed difference in these cars, about 11 seconds per lap, as Joey touched on in the pre-race, means these LMP2 cars are going to pass the GT field every 8 to 9 laps. If they're nose to tail, if there's a battle going on, as we see here with the 5 and the 17 going across the start-finish line, that's tough enough. But when they have GT car traffic to contend with, it throws a whole wrench in the works, and it can open the door and change the course of not their race, also the GT race as well, as we see 6, 7, 8 cars going 2 by 2 through turn 1 now.
Yeah, this battle up front, this is for the overall lead right now. This is Whitley and Shearer. My goodness, there hasn't been much of a gap between them at all. And if you look the last few laps, there hasn't been any gap as they've gone across start-finish, as this 17 has literally been pushing the 5 car down the straightaways. And one thing that I'm starting to notice, Trevor, is maybe some of these slower corners, look at that little bit of counter steer starting to happen. We're only 15 minutes into this race. I know that you're running fuel numbers over here and thinking about how long these LMP cars can go on a full fuel stint. I wonder how long they can go on a tire stint, and if they're going to be changing tires at every pit stop, or if they're going to leave the same set on for multiple stops. Looks like we're going to jump back here to this GT3 battle as it's stretched out a little bit, but not too much. It looks like we still have 5 GT3 cars on one screen, led by Luke Burtonshaw in this Porsche right here. We're looking out the back as a couple prototypes drive their way by. He's just got a little bit, I say a little bit, it's only 0.8 of a second over Harry Lawrence in that Breadcrumbs Racing Mercedes. I think this is going to be the name of the game all night in GT3. We might see it separate a little bit with the prototype traffic, but ultimately it's going to stay a very close battle as we have a battle for 7th on the racetrack. Trevor?
Yeah, it looks like we've had another change there. The 57 taking advantage of the 7 car overdriving turn 1, which is incredibly easy to do in these cars, especially as you touched on, the tires begin to degrade with 100-degree track temp. It doesn't take much to grease these tires over. Really only happy at a surface temperature around 150 to 170 Fahrenheit. Once you start getting higher than that, start to get concerned with the tires greasing over, and of course that results in a loss of grip all around on entry, exit, middle, braking, power down. Everything is affected by a worn, greasy tire. So if these guys are starting to experience this early in the race, they've really got to start thinking about tire pressure adjustments and everything, at least help mitigate that and make it a little more drivable as these tires start to fall off.
Tire wear is going to become a very real thing for every single one of these competitors. It's going to depend on, do you want to take those fresh sets of tires when you come down and fill up the car with gas? Because you do take time when you have to take all 4 of those tires off. We may even see some 2 tire stops out of people, but I think for the most part, the name of the game in the GT3 cars is stretch it as long as you can. 2 stints definitely. If you're feeling risky, you might even put a 3rd stint on a set of tires, but it'll be curious to see what the LMP guys do, or LMP2 cars do out front. Riding on board this GT3 battle hasn't gone anywhere. Looking at that Lamborghini, Mercedes, and BMW all on the screen. This is the battle for 3rd place. I mentioned the difference in the manufacturers. Trevor, you talked about the difference in the Porsche and how it handles. What are some other major outliers that we see between the GT3 class cars, because they're really meant to be the same?
Yeah, they're meant to be the same, but with a wide variety of manufacturers, weights, engines, engine locations, ride heights, roof heights. It's very hard to put everybody in a box where they're equal everywhere. Best thing that you can do is make a car equal over the course of a lap. And really, if a series is doing their BOP right, they make everybody such a way that they have an equal shot across the entire season. So what their task is they've got to figure out what configuration a tall, big, front-engine, twin-turbo V8 BMW can turn a same lap time at Daytona as a 4-liter flat-six naturally aspirated Porsche with a motor hanging off the ass end of it as far as it could be. And then they have to go in the middle with cars like the Acura NSX and the Lamborghini Huracan, and then other cars similar to the BMW, like your Mercedes AMG, which has a big front-engine V8. And they've got to figure out, okay, what power output, what fuel economy is that power plant getting, and then we'll adjust the size of the tank. That's one thing. Of course, a big V8 car or a V8 twin turbo like the BMW is going to consume more fuel just by virtue of the size of the engine than a Porsche, or the fact that it's got 2 hair dryers attached to the end of it to richen the mixture and everything else. So they have to adjust the size of the fuel tanks so that every car, irrespective of their fuel consumption, can go the same distance and make it equitable for everybody. So it really is an unenviable position to make all these regulations work, because you can't get it right for every track, but you can get it within 0.5%, so that the game is over the course of the season and really focusing your energies there. And the tracks where your car isn't so strong, you go, okay, I'm going to survive, and if we get a 5th place, that's what we need for the championship today. So really looking at these, but you know, it's really with this era, this current evolution of GT3, the 24-hour Daytona has historically been dominated lately by the Lamborghini Huracan. It seems to be the all-around package, but of course it was Porsche Cup this year, and that it was the big fireworks show on the final lap between the 2 Porsches into the bus stop, which was just incredible hard racing, and it just shows you what can happen when the series gets everything right with the regulations, with the rules, the way they manage the race. And I think that's hats off to IMSA. Enviable, and a job that you can't ever do perfectly in getting all of these cars to do the same thing.
A few chapters of an explanation there on the difference in BOP and how to get all of these cars around the racetrack. And if I could sum it up here in one straightaway, it's like you bring a toy to a playground, and if your toy doesn't meet the playground standards, well, guess what? You gotta bring a toy that meets the playground standards. And once you have a toy, then you can play with everybody on the racetrack, and that's exactly what these GT3 cars are doing. They're all the same kind of toy out there, and that's what makes the racing so good. And one thing I'm noticing, this battle for 3rd place in GT3 is starting to heat up, not only between Brian Young, who we're riding on board with here, but also Justin Erb right behind this car in the Mercedes. And it's the white and pink Mercedes. They both have kind of been catching this Philip Resch Lamborghini, and they just haven't been able to catch him at the right time to get around him, or they're continuing to save the fuel. But we look at that Lamborghini run a little bit wide, put 2 tires out in the grass. It's not necessarily going to hurt him in terms of a lap time, but when I'm the driver behind him, I see maybe the Lamborghini is on edge, or maybe we're pushing the driver a little bit past his comfort zone. Can I go up there and put a little bit more pressure on him, and he might make a mistake that I can just drive right on by, rather than have to go up and go side by side and make the pass? But something to note, the leader in GT3 has officially broken the draft from the 2nd place car. That's Luke Burtonshaw out there in the Porsche of the number 127. His last lap time was a 145.1. That is only a tenth off of his best. And the second place car did a 146.3. So that Porsche has certainly found something out there right now, and he's starting to put some time on the rest of the GT3 field, as it looks like the 84 is going to go underneath that Lamborghini this time, gets it slowed down all the way, will take that position away from Philip Resch. That's Brian Young going up into the third place, and next up will be that Justin Erb Mercedes. He's going to be wanting to get by that green Lamborghini in front after he just saw the BMW make that move, Trevor.
Absolutely. The Lamborghini driver is certainly showing some chinks in the armor and cracking under the pressure that's been applied to him. And of course, the 23 of Erb is going to have seen that. He had a front row seat to that pass, and he's going to say, well, it's my turn now to take this. He's got no pressure on him behind, so he can focus forward, really get this job done. He can afford to even lose a little time here, just filling the mirrors of the 46 Lamborghini and just distracting him. Like you said earlier, the easiest pass to make is when the driver in front of you just screws it up and lets you through.
The other easiest pass to make, Trevor, one that you're pretty familiar with, because not only are you a spotter, but you are a strategist as well. You call a lot of races and play a lot of fuel games. I love it when an engineer can tell me, hey, you know what, you need to save a little bit of fuel here. We're going to get you out in clean air. We're going to work this strategy out. And you always have to trust the person on the box. And if I can pass somebody in the pits, that's even easier, if you ask me.
Absolutely. When they're sitting there parked in stationary, they're a sitting duck. So that's definitely something these guys are going to want to look at. And just looking at my my fuel calculations from pre-race, these guys are looking at like, oh, we have a impact here in turn one.
Yes, we do. That looks like, I'm trying to get the car number out of that. That's a 777. That's Harry Lawrence out there. That was our second place runner, if I remember correctly. Not quite sure what happened. I know some cars were coming through. We're going to catch a replay. As always, the bearded sim racer always on top of everything out here. Watching this Mercedes go into turn one, gets down. Oh, yeah, looks like the prototype was down there. Now, I'm going to say that was a little bit of a late move out of the prototype, but also the Mercedes definitely closed the door late.
Yeah, that was a big Ricky Taylor move down into turn one. If you know my history, you understand that reference. It was a bit late, and the prototype driver really should have known who he was racing with. The big issue with turn one at Daytona there is it's huge and inviting. It's wide open. And then you get to the apex of a decreasing radius corner, and there's nowhere for you to go on the inside. That move doesn't work on a similar class car. It doesn't work on a lower class car. It was incredibly late to even try to pull that off. It was not good decision making, and unfortunately, Harry Lawrence there in the GT car, short of just completely blowing the corner, which would have been a ludicrous expectation. There was nothing that he could have done. In my opinion, that was the prototype driver's fault. We've seen that in real life. We've seen that decide the 24 hours of Daytona before. We've seen that in the Michelin pilot races, where it happens and it either gets called or it doesn't, but it does change the outcome here. And I'd be concerned at the 7.7 if they've got damage there, because there's quite a bit of momentum there going through turn one at Daytona. But for me, in my opinion, I think that's just bad decision making from the prototype driver. And right on schedule here, we have the LMP2 cars coming into pit lane for their first fuel stop.
Yeah, that was, I believe that was Ricard coming in there. He's going to be the first of the prototypes to come in, put some fresh fuel in that thing, top it all the way up, get back out on the racetrack, because we are only 30 minutes into this 6-hour race. What we've got on the screen right now is the battle for the overall lead. This is the second place car of Edward Shearer Jr. chasing down Mark Whitley out front right now in the Driven Motorsports number 5. They've worked their way through the GT3 cars a few times, and yet nothing is really separating these two leaders right now. I'm going to be curious to see if the rest of the driver lineup is going to be as close as these two have been in terms of competition, or if the driver lineup is going to separate these cars on the racetrack, because these two have really been the class of the field when we talk about the prototype so far in this race. Jumping back to our GT3 battle, this is going to be a battle now for what will be the second place, since we saw the troubles with the 777 earlier. We're riding on board with Justin Erb in fourth place, looking in front, Philip Resch following Brian Young very closely in the slipstream. I've noticed since that Lamborghini has gotten passed from the BMW, he hasn't made a move to try to get back around the BMW. He's closed it up quite a few times, but once he gets there, he seems to lift off the gas, maybe do a little bit of fuel save, but I tell you what, he still looks to be on edges. We're going to get a couple prototypes have to make their way carefully through this GT3 battle, not to get too involved, but we do see it separate just a little bit from Brian Young.
Absolutely. That prototype there kind of took the apex away from the Lamborghini, and of course he a different rolling and exit speed than expected, and different than the BMW, but here now the BMW has to contend with that same prototype. So there could be an advantage the Lamborghini has in 6 as he gets passed by a P2 car into the brake zone. Yeah, you're right. I think, and I still hold true, I think that Lamborghini is a little on edge with its tires, and it's making its gap up on the straights in the draft where tire grip really doesn't matter. But I think he's just kind of biding his time and saving the car and not trying to make a silly move with less than ideal tires underneath of him.
And the battle continues to be bump drafting out front. Shearer Jr. is not letting Whitley go away at all. These cars have separated by up to a second and a half at times as they go through the traffic and the different ebb and flow of this 6-hour race, but I tell you what, it has not been an uncommon sight to see that 17 literally pushing the 5 car through the tri-oval, and I'm pretty surprised that neither one of these cars have gotten damage. Gotta give the shout out to Shearer, because that means he's not making a very hard impact with our leader when he does go up there and bump draft. But if you ask me, if I'm watching that from the pit box, or Trevor, if I'm even seeing it from the spotter stand, I gotta be a little bit nervous, because each time that car hits and does give a bump, there's a chance that it could grab, and these cars, when they grab, it tends to throw them off of the racetrack.
Yeah, they are not all designed for impact, other than the fact that they are designed to protect the driver and break away components in the event of an impact, which would be my concern. And you know, as you said, if I'm on the box or I'm on the stand and I'm seeing that bump draft, all I'm seeing is wasted fuel. It's completely uncalled for to be bump drafting in a prototype car. I would just back out of the throttle 5, 6, 7, 10% and save that fuel and just hold station. Or surprise him into the brake zone and try to take the lead, but I don't see any advantage other than unnecessary risk in bump drafting in a prototype.
I have to agree with you, especially when it comes to the strategy side of things. I was talking about this Lamborghini maybe lifting off the gas once he's gotten behind Brian Young, and that typically means a little bit of fuel save. If I was in that prototype position of the 17 car, I would be doing exactly what you were mentioning, T-Bones, is just lift off of the gas and start to save that fuel. It'll make your pit stop shorter because you're going to have to take less fuel when you come down pit road. And riding on board right now, we're still seeing this Lamborghini get tucked up under the back wing of that BMW, save a little bit of fuel by lifting off of the gas, and then, ooh, looks like we do have a car off track in front of them. I don't think that was a car for position, a little bit further down in the GT3 order. Doesn't change the running up front at all, and I'm still seeing this Porsche of Burtonshaw start to really gap it out over this battle for second place. And looking at the lap times, Luke Burtonshaw actually had a problem this last lap, as we're going to get a replay here, Trevor.
I'm not sure what happened, but he definitely had nearly a 7-second lead, which has now been halved. So,
Yeah,
once
like...
we
looks like that Mercedes there on screen just got in a little bit too deep, but thankfully saw that battle of GT3 cars. And Trevor, before we get back to that point of our leader, sportsmanship and awareness is very important, and he saw that lead battle. He decided not to enter the racetrack unsafely, and that was a great decision.
Absolutely. That's one thing I try to instill. As a strategist or a spotter, you never want to see your car lap down or not in a position to win or get a result you've wanted. But if you do find yourself in that position, to me, you have absolutely no choice but to remove yourself from the race that you're not part of. And unfortunately, even in the pro ranks, you see that people disregard that quite frequently. But it's really good to see that that driver in the Mercedes said, hey, this isn't going to affect me. I'm going to check out, let these guys by, and not get in their way. That's grade A, fantastic sportsmanship.
Not only great sportsmanship, but it's the give and take. Especially in a 6-hour race, those competitors are going to notice that. They're going to take note of that name. And actually, we're going to see a change for the lead right here. Looks like Whitley said, you know what? I've had enough of you pushing me around. 17, just go ahead, go right on by on the low side. And that promotes Ed Shearer Jr. back out to the front, the number 17 of the EWRL Motorsports yellow team, currently leading the way. And Trevor, if I'm calling strategy for that 5 car, or even if I'm driving that 5 car, I like this because now I get to save fuel. But I think this is the more important thing. Both of them are going to be hitting pit road right here. We're going to see both of them come down, slow their cars all the way down. They're going to have to travel all the way down pit road here, but so important not to overshoot your box right here. And we're going to see if either one of these cars goes up on the jacks to take tires or if it'll be fuel only.
Well, the thing that I would be concerned about, as you see, they are staying on all fours, so no tires, or maybe it's just the fuel portion only. I'm used to IMSA rules where we're men and we can do everything all at once. But what I'd like to touch on is what you spoke about earlier, is with this fuel saving, and with these cars, they've been within a quarter of a second of each other, and I'm not sure what the gap was when they came onto pit road, but you could have saved a quarter of a second more fuel in terms of your refueling time. You're going to leave first. You're going to leave in the lead. That's the easiest pass that you can make. So for me, the 17 came in first and they left first, but they could have had a much bigger gap there, or if they were in second, they could have jumped to the lead there simply by saving a bit of fuel.
Oh, no,
we have a big wreck into one.
Yeah, that's the 84. That's Brian Young. Unfortunately, was going side by side with the Lamborghini. And if you ask me, that is a tire bundle inside the race car. I don't think it's supposed to be there. That is going to be an unfortunate tow for that BMW. We're going to get a replay here. This is the side-by-side battle between Brian Young and Philip Resch. I don't think I saw any contact. Yeah, just a little loose from that BMW, and unfortunately, iRacing magnets, electromagnets, hooked that BMW into the wall.
Tell you what, I've seen a lot of wrecks, and I've repaired a lot of really bad race cars. Wouldn't know where to begin trying to fix that one after that incident.
Looks like from our expert eye in the sky, he might have got the left rear in the grass, which would have caused that little bit of a spin. Unfortunately, that inside tire wall reached out and grabbed him, and he's going to have to take that tow to pit lane, get the car fixed up, and get back out on the racetrack. But Trevor, in a 6-hour race, there's plenty of time to get back out there. You know, attrition can grab somebody else like it just grabbed them.
Absolutely. I mean, certainly, even with the tire bale replacing my engine under the hood, I still wouldn't give up. I would get the thing back out there and really just turn some more laps. Looks like we have another car off at the bus stop as well. No contact, no incident, but absolutely, things can happen. Practice was really messy with these guys. There's a lot of close races. We're having single car spins here, 40 minutes into the race. So anything can happen. I would just get it fixed and get it back out there.
Definitely. And endurance racing, that's kind of the name of the game. It is a team sport, and big slide out of our leader there, Shearer Jr., as he's getting those tires warmed back up to temperature. riding on board this number 23 machine, this Mercedes. Pretty amusing paint, if you ask me. But he continues to hunt down this green Lamborghini there of Philip Resch. This is now the battle for second place overall in GT3. That Porsche of Luke Burtonshaw continues to lay down some blistering laps out front, has gapped it out to over 7 seconds currently on this Lamborghini versus Mercedes battle. And behind this, it's still Harry Lawrence there in the Breadcomes Racing 777. We saw him have a little bit of issues earlier, but he's got that machine back pointed the right way and doing laps out on the racetrack. Trevor, something that we haven't really touched on is kind of just this weather and the different weather that we're going to see. And something to note, it looks like the sky is starting to fall pretty quickly out there as we're going to actually jump back up. We're going to touch on that in here in just a minute. We've got a battle for the lead right now. This is Whitley back out in front. This is the 5 car that got back around the 17 at some point. I'm not exactly sure where that happened, but Mark Whitley in the Driven Motorsports car back to the lead in front of the 17 where he was before the pit stop. Looks like we are going to get a replay of this pass here. Riding on board with Whitley in this green machine, gets a great draft going down through the tri-oval here. Wow, that slipstream really comes into effect in these LMP machines and takes it up around the outside. Late breaks it down into turn 1. Textbook pass for the lead, and honestly, pretty aggressive defense out of that 17 car. He tried to get tucked up right back up under Whitley, and you still see him battling it out for the lead, but interesting ebb and flow for that LMP battle. Jumping back to this Mercedes, it's pretty interesting. Saw another prototype stopped on track out there. That looks to be the number 20 car. Robert Smith in the Teams Robert Racing. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but Trevor, I want to toss it over to you. We talked about the weather at the start of the race, and the sun is actually falling at 2 times the speed. The admins, the organizers of this session, have sped up the time here in the virtual world, so the sun is officially falling. It is still daytime, but that's going to affect the temperatures out there on the racetrack, and these cars are starting to get faster.
Absolutely, yeah. Cool air, no direct sunlight. That makes a happy race car and a happy motor, and that's really what you need here at Daytona. Just to touch back quickly on the car 20 of Robert Smith, he had a loop-de-loo into turn 1, side wall with his front left, moving slowly and working his way into the pits now. But absolutely, with the track temp drastically changing, and this is something we have to deal with. Conditions are so varied, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. You know, you might be able to make a slight wing adjustment, as you can on these Delaras, which of course the Cadillac DPI is based on. But you're really just toying with tire pressures, and you're kind of you're weighing the positives and negatives of going fast at night and being slow in the daytime when it's the end of the race, or you just take your lumps at night as the track is cool and make sure you've got a rocket ship there for the final hours of the race. Obviously, this race will end at night, so their focus is going to be on making sure the car is fast at night, and that could change the dynamic of this race. Although in P2 right now, we've got a 14-second gap from P2 to P3 roughly, and that's only going to continue to open as their pace stays frenetic, as the 5 and the 17 continue battling for the lead with nothing more than a piece of paper between them.
We did see a change for position there in the second place in GT3. Herb got around Resch in that Lamborghini. That makes that Mercedes up to second place. Riding along board with the 17, he continues to not let the 5 of Whitley get out of his sight. Looks like they're dealing with a slower LMP car that they're going to have to work their way around. And, you know, not only is it traffic with GT3 cars, it's also your own class that you can get caught up in. as well on the racetrack. And one thing that I do want to mention, we mentioned it once already, the entire reason why we are here tonight is the Sim Racers for Mental Health. And if you guys are curious at all, or if you're even interested in donating, check out the link in the YouTube description. It's also available in the Twitch chat. All you have to do to donate is go ahead and click on that link. It'll take you exactly where you need to go, and you too can make a donation out here for a great cause tonight. This lead battle continues to bump draft down through the tri-oval right now when Trevor, we talked about it before in the first stint. Why do you think the 17 chooses not to fuel save and instead chooses to bump draft the number 5?
I think he's just a little too excited. I think that's probably the nicest way to put it. But yeah, if it's me calling his race, I'm going to tell him stay one car length behind, save fuel, save fuel, save fuel, save fuel. And that goes back to what we discussed. The easiest pass to make is that pit lane, and that's the easiest way to do it. It's for me, and I'm beating a dead horse here, and I sound like a broken record, but I would not be making contact with a carbon tub, carbon bodied car on the tri-oval at Daytona. I wouldn't make contact with a carbon tubbed, carbon bodied car with anything for that matter. But
now I will give
it fuel.
Yeah, I will give it to him. The damage model in the simulator is not exactly how it is in real life. So they're not knocking off little winglets and bits like they would in real life. It's kind of more two blocks rubbing up against each other. However, if there's damage, if they hit hard enough, iRacing can definitely put damage on the car, and that's when you're going to see it negatively affect the car, and we're going to see lap time start to degrade out of them. Well, just to let everybody know, this GT3 battle, it hasn't gone anywhere, and I don't think that's to surprise anybody. But one thing that I've noticed is that this Lamborghini is picking its battles. That is Philip Resch out there in the 46 Colleague Racing machine. He necessarily hasn't had the pace to stand on his own with some of these other GT3 competitors, but he's picked his battles. He'll let a car go by, and then he'll draft up behind him and use them as the carrot to chase, and that's also helping him conserve fuel, which we're talking about how this LMP battle isn't doing. I think if you're going to talk about strategy, this Philip Resch car is actually doing a very good job, and he's keeping himself in that podium contention when we look at the overall landscape of the GT3 battle. And not taking away anything, though, our leader out front, Luke Burtonshaw, continues to lay down laps that are almost half a second to a full second faster than the second and third place GT3 cars. That is him there in the Porsche on the screen. He started there in the 8th place position in GT3, but he quickly worked his way up to the lead and hasn't let go of it ever since. I've been watching his lap times, pretty consistent 45s, 46s out of this car as he continues to make his way around some of these LMP battles. And one thing to note, Trevor, even as a GT3 car, you have to worry about some of these LMP cars as they come up and pass you in some danger areas.
Absolutely. I mean, coexistence is the name of the game at Daytona, especially across this multi-class racing. Even more so when you have 5 different classes out there, as we do some years. But yeah, absolutely. And you know, just because a driver is in a faster car does not mean that they are a faster driver than you. As we see, one prototype that Luke just got by there at turn 3. Easily just drove around him on the tri-oval, and we'll see how they interact here in the bus stop. But yeah, as you said, it's really precarious for Luke, because now he's not only got to pay attention to who the fast prototype drivers are, but who the prototype drivers who could potentially be hazards and potentially not even know that he's there. So he's got to drive almost as though he's invisible here to keep himself safe and make sure he stays clean.
Now, I did talk up the Porsche and the great job that he is doing out front. He's currently built up a 10-plus second gap to the second place car, but I have noticed one or two mistakes out of him, so he is not invulnerable out there. You just got to keep running the race, and attrition can definitely come into effect. We're riding on board. This is the 73 machine of Tyler Thomas. Going to round up out of turn 6 up onto the banking. This is the battle for 6th place on the screen between the prototypes. Tyler Thomas in that Texas Speed Sim Racing blue team, chasing down the Misfit Motorsports of Scott Ricard up there. That is the number 05 in 6th place. It's getting to be a little bit form of a repetition, a rhythm out there. We've crossed 50 minutes, coming up on 1 hour here on the Sim Racers for Mental Health 6-hour event at Daytona. Trevor, we mentioned the different drivers that are going to be involved in this. What are you thinking in terms of stint length when it comes to your pit stops and when you want to yank a driver out and put a new guy in?
Well, hopefully, if these guys are, if everything's going right, they're basing their stint lengths off of consumption. Now, for reference, our leaders were able to go 23 laps on a tank of fuel, which is about as predicted pre-race. GT3 cars still have yet to make their first stop. We're getting very, very close. They should be running down about sub 7 liters in the tank for that Porsche here. So he's maybe got a lap or two left before we see him come down pit road for his first stop. And of course, with GT3 being well balanced, all the rest of his competitors will follow suit here shortly. The interesting thing I want to see is if these GT cars do what the LMP2 leaders do and not take tires.
Yeah, we saw the Lamborghini of Resch make his way around the Mercedes there, takes the second place back in that GT3 battle. Also saw the Mercedes throw a little bit of a block going into turn 1 on that prototype machine. We mentioned the give and take between the classes, and sometimes when you're in a GT3 car, you can't afford to let an LMP car slip up the inside or put you in a vulnerable space, especially when you're battling it out for a position and you want to stay attached to that battle like Justin Erb is trying to do. He's trying to stay attached to that green Lamborghini as we have 3 more prototypes lining up behind this, but Trevor, something I didn't expect to see right now. We've got a yellow flag on the racetrack.
This makes things interesting for the GT guys, as well as the P2.
This is
gonna have some strategy implications, and certainly if you are third or back in P2 or you're second or back in GT, you're gonna need to find every advantage that you can here. And for me, just looking at it quickly, I think some of these P2 cars that aren't the lead pair are gonna think about coming down pit road and extending their stint.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting wrench in the strategy call here, and we're going to get back to the action, but before we let everybody go, we want to let you all know thank you to this sponsor tonight, Maconi Entertainment. If you're curious about getting any of your own things broadcasted, go over to MaconiSetupShop.com and click on that Maconi Entertainment tab, and you can find out more information about that. And as always, if you're interested in making a donation tonight, make sure to click the link in the YouTube chat. It's also in the Twitch chat down there, and you can make a donation at the Sim Racers for Mental Health. It's going to a great cause, and when we come back, we'll have more green flag action.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that Maconi Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, Five Flag Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at Maconi Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, Maconi Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to MaconiSetupShop.com and learn why Maconi Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Welcome back here to the Sim Racers for Mental Health. 6 hours at Daytona International Speedway. We are just shy of 1 hour into this event right now, and we've seen plenty of action between the LMP cars and the GT3 machines out on track. We've seen green flag pit stops. We've seen a few accidents. But the first thing tonight is this is our first yellow flag of the evening. It'll be curious to see which cars come down pit road, take fresh tires, fill it up with fuel, because I think some of these cars are desperate for a full tank of fuel right now, Trevor.
Absolutely. All of your GT cars should be coming in now. They're all desperately low unless they've already made a stop. And as I said before with the P2 cars, they're hovering at about 40% of their tank consumed, so they're sitting almost half a tank. Would be a good opportunity for some of these guys like the Texas Speed Sim Racing Blue to come in and just basically take a free stop, because two cars that are behind them, they'd get around them nice and easy, but it looks like everybody here is coming onto pit lane.
Definitely looks like the entire field right now is going to come down to pit road, which makes hitting your marks in your box even more important, because if you miss them, that means cars are going to be going by you on pit road, and you're going to have to fight tooth and nail on the racetrack to make those positions up. Looks like, the 17 stopped a little bit short there in his box, had to creep up. That's going to cost him maybe a second or two on this pit stop. We'll see if he gets leapfrogged by any of those prototype cars behind him, because under this yellow flag, that means all of them did catch back up. That delta that they had made up is now gone. Trevor, the number 5 car did not take any tires, but look, the entire LMP field, other than him, all up on the jacks right now, getting a fresh set of rubber.
Yeah, they've got to be sweating now, wondering if they've made the right decision or second guessed themselves. I've certainly done that before in my career. At the same time, if you really go back and look at Mark Whitley's lap time, he's running consistently 3 to 4 tenths off of his best time of the race when the tires were fresh. So I don't think his tires are much of a factor. It was the same with Fluke and his Porsche, the leader in GT. He was running within a tenth of his fastest lap, which he set on lap 9 or so, when he was running those guys down and running away with the lead. So I don't think that tire wear is nearly the concern that it is in real life as it is in iRacing.
Yeah, you can definitely stretch these tires quite a bit here in this simulator, and you definitely see the GT3 cars taking advantage of it. We still have the lights on the pace car currently, and another event that's going to be coming up for another great cause here on Maconi Entertainment is the Movember event that's going to be coming up, I believe, on the 26th here. We got it on the screen. If you're interested in another great cause and a great event, just like we're here tonight, check out this Movember Saturday for the boys. It's going to be racing those trucks at Daytona. If you're curious, just go ahead, hold your phone up to the screen right now, scan that QR code, and it'll take you directly over to the events page where you can learn out more about this event. Always a great time on Maconi Entertainment, and it's an even better time when you're going for a good cause in the real world. So we're looking forward to calling all the action on that one as well. These cars are still going to have probably about another 5 minutes under the yellow flag because the lights are still on. It takes about 4 minutes or so for a pace car lap here at Daytona. And Trevor, let's talk about different driver pairings in the race car. I'm looking down the order right now and trying to see if anybody has gone ahead and swapped drivers. And I am seeing a few new names out there, such as in the 46 Colleague Racing. That's our leader in GT3. That's Timothy Groff out there now taking over that car. Justin Erb still stays in that Mercedes and Luke Burtonshaw in that Porsche, but something else to note, Trevor. Shake up in the GT3. Our leader, Luke Burtonshaw, now third place in class.
I think once we refresh here, after we settle in, he's going to be much worse than that. He's only just now leaving pit exit. A very, very lengthy stop. I'm unsure why, but yeah, pretty tragic, to be honest. I don't know if he had some damage and neglected to the auto repair off or what happened, but very lengthy stop as we see the field going through Speedway 4, and he's only making his way to turn 5.
Yeah, that's pretty cool out there, but it's just kind of unfortunate sometimes that the mistakes happen out there on the racetrack. And just want to let everybody know one more time, if you're interested in donation at all, there's some amazing donations that are currently rolling in. Still over $100. Looks like we're almost up to $125 raised tonight alone here at this Sim Racers for Mental Health event. Gotta love that. And keep clicking that link. Everybody who's out there watching right now, I'm sure you could spare even $1. Any donation helps, whether it's $1, $5, $10, or even more if you're generous. Anything counts out there right now. So go ahead, find that link in the YouTube description, in the Twitch chat, click it, and go ahead and donate to a good cause. Currently, under 5 hours to go now. We're officially over 1 hour into this race. That's 1/6 of the way through, Trevor. Still plenty of racing left. Give me a little bit of preview of what we're going to see here on this restart.
Well, I think with our top two being separated now by the number 11 of Devin Adams, I think we're going to see a different dynamic out front. Edward Shearer is really praying these brand new tires on the 17 are going to be the difference maker. As Mark Whitley in the 5 is, he's got clean air. He's going to have the one that gets the jump on the start, and he's absolutely going to need it wearing that old rubber. Like I said, I think there's it's kind of anybody's game out here now. We've hit the reset button. The entire top 10 of LMP2 is on the lead lap. They're nose to tail now. And with a bit of a shakeup in the GT3 field, I think we're going to see the same fireworks. But I do expect Luke Burtonshaw, once he gets caught up to the pack here, to just start picking off cars one by one, just like he did in the early stages of the race. And I think he'll get himself back to the P1 position. His Porsche was very, very strong and had pace that no one else in GT could keep up with. He's making good decisions out there, not taking risks, and just getting the job done. So I think we'll see that 127 Porsche right up front again soon enough.
Looks like we're going to extend this caution flag one more lap, and while we've got another few minutes to talk here, I just want to go ahead and plug Maconi Competizone one more time. They are really the ones that are doing the broadcast here, and Maconi Entertainment, if you're curious about getting your own sim racing broadcasted, head on over to MaconiSetupShop.com. Up in the upper page there's a Maconi Entertainment tab. Go ahead and click that tab. You can fill out your information there and get your own league and sim racing events here broadcasted on the screen for you all to watch. And if you ask me, Trevor, this is actually some of the most fun that I've ever had in sim racing. We come from the real world of racing, and sure, that's pretty stressful out there, but I love this virtual world and being able to call all the action. This is some of the most fun I've had in the sim experience.
Absolutely, and this is for me professionally. This is my wheelhouse. This is my bread and butter. It's how I make my living. Is calling these races or spotting. Uh, it really makes me happy, and really this is a bit of practice for me here in a couple of months when I take on the 24 Hours of Daytona with my LMP3 team, AWA out of Canada. So I really do enjoy it. There's a lot of things that cross over. In terms of the things that I'm doing here just to keep myself educated on what's going on with pit stops and strategies as they may play out, running it just like I would if it were my own car out there. And I really enjoy it, and it's good that we can get together and do this for such a good cause. My mother is epileptic, so this cause really hits home for me personally. But anytime I can go racing, I'm a happy guy, whether it's in person or in the virtual world. So yeah, I'm just happy as can be, and I want to see how this thing plays out, man.
Everyone, you are hearing it here on this Maconi Entertainment channel. Not only is professional strategist and real-world spotter Trevor McClure here calling the event, but he's actually using this as practice, freshen up on what he's going to go do at Daytona in January. And if you're interested in getting into the real world of racing, you can do it here via the virtual world. You see a real world professional right here using this race to dust up on his skills, use it as practice to get ready for the real thing in January. And we always think about, well, we use the simulator as a driving simulator, but you can use it as exactly that: strategy, fuel. All of it can be encompassed here on the iRacing platform, which is pretty cool. And looks like, Trevor, we are going to finally get this green flag, and we're finally going to go back to racing here. The pace car lights are off on this Porsche, leads the field through the bus stop under this slower condition one more time. Looks like we got the entire field now gathered up, which is going to make for a pretty busy restart. And I'm also noticing that it looks like we've got the LMP field separated from the GT3 field, just like they do in real life with the IMSA program, with the class split. I'm pretty impressed right now, and I'll go ahead and have you keep an eye on that GT3 battle for us as the pace car is going to round out of turn 4. Another thing to note for everybody watching, check out those shadows that are starting to appear on the screen. Nearly all of these cars have the headlights turned on and the sun is officially starting to set. Look at those grandstands out there right now. Standing room only as the number 5 of Mark Whitley jumps on the gas as soon as the pace car dives down to pit road. Huge advantage out front in the field as we're looking at Shearer Jr. trying to make his way around Devin Adams right there. Actually going to have a little bit of contact. Shearer's going to go around and off into the grass.
Oh man, that's unfortunate. We have another car off there at turn 2 as the GT cars start to come around Shearer. Looks like we've got the 73 Thomas. He's not having the best of days, our Texan representative here. A big traffic going into turn 3 here with the prototypes that found themselves in bad places going through the GT field trying to survive here. Really interesting stuff. Looks like we're otherwise clean through here. As predicted, Luke Burtonshaw has found himself moved up to second. A car spun there at 5 right in front of him. But we've got Justin Erb in the 23 Mercedes has taken the lead in GT. He's not going to be happy that 127 Porsche is only about 20 car lengths behind him and has a pace superiority of about 0.6 of a second per lap based on last stint.
Looks like the prototypes are going to take it too wide through the bus stop here. Nice pass by the 05 there. That is Scott Ricard of the Misfit Motorsports. He was going around Timothy George there in the D-Line Racing Team Red. But look at this slipstream come into effect. We're seeing Timothy George come right back up the back end. And then that's also the 69 of Emerson Arden. They're going to go 3 wide through the tri-oval across the start finish. Who's going to be latest on the brake 6 here going into turn 1. That's going to be the 149 machine of Timothy George, but he goes too wide, goes off in the grass. That's going to let the blue and white car back through, and my goodness, talk about some chaos on the restart, Trevor.
3 wide to 2 wide to 2 wide into turn 1. It was a pretty gnarly exchange. You can do 3 wide on the tri-oval pretty easy, but once you start getting into 1 in the brake zone, it's not so good. So we see here, Burtonshaw taking his rightful place, according to him, in the lead, gets around the 23 of Arib, and is finding himself pushing forward with Herb now with 2 P2 cars right on his bumper.
It didn't take Burtonshaw very long to find his way back up to that familiar lead position in the GT3 battle. But you're right, that's Justin Herb in the Mercedes now that's following him. We've seen the Mercedes be pretty fast out there, but mainly battling it out for the 2nd and 3rd place position. Now that he's tucked up under the back of the Porsche, we'll see if the Mercedes can hang out with the back of Burtonshaw there, as it looks like we're going to get a replay here of a couple prototypes going off. This is Shearer, and if you look, he had a second spin off to the left side there, but that allowed Burtonshaw to really capitalize down the inside while everyone else was running wide. That's how Burtonshaw got up behind the back of that Mercedes, and it was only a matter of another lap or so before he got the lead out there. And right now he continues to lay down fast lap. But Trevor, I want to talk about that disaster of a restart that Shearer had out there. He finds him all the way back, himself back in 9th place right now, but a full 20 plus seconds off with a lead.
I think that would be the least of my concerns with that car. It was nosed into unprotected guardrail there. 2 and 3, so there's got to be some damage on the nose of that car. And of course, these things are designed to be the shape that they are, to cut through the air most efficiently. So if he's got nose damage, he's going to lose speed where it matters the most on the speedway section of the track. So it's going to be interesting to see what his lap times transpire here in the next couple of laps, and see what his pace is looking like, and see if it's affected by that little contact he had.
Well, it looks like the LMP2 here in iRacing is modeled a little bit after a tank, because I do not see any damage on that number 17 car, at least on the front end. You might have a little bit of fender damage on the side that I didn't pick up, but jump back up here. This is Timothy George. This is that chaotic battle here between these 4 LMP cars on screen. This is George, Arden, Adams, and Ricard. 4 LMP cars battling out for position as they go down the tri-oval through the short chute here at Daytona to complete another lap. Just over an hour that we've logged here in this 6-hour event so far, and still tooth and nail racing for this LMP class.
Yeah, you love to see it, and that's one of the positive effects of yellow flags that bunch the fields together and split the fields, is we hit the reset button. Now we're back to square one in terms of the action, and it just doesn't die down. To see this 4-way battle here is incredible, and to see really we focused on so much in the first hour is the top 2 battle, to that just deteriorate and go away. Now we're fed this 4-way battle, and if you look a little further up the track, there's a 2-way battle in front of them between Slater and Cortez for P3. So to watch this close racing here.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Cortez is closing in on Slater as well. Looking like we're riding on board here. This is the battle for 4th place. These cars are working their way through the bus stop again, and we mentioned rhythm. When a 6-hour race, I know as a driver, the yellow flags can definitely break things up, but now that we're getting back into the rhythm of a green flag run, we're going to see some of these cars start to have a little bit more pace, or some of them start to fall back a little bit. And one other thing that we're mentioning is we're going to get a pass here on track. The 05 is going to look to the high side. See if he's going to go aggressive on the brakes. These two cars are going to battle it out for a position. 57 has the advantage of having the low line right now. He's going to get the acceleration off of the corner, but it's still the 0-5 of Scott Ricard there trying to make a move down into the first hairpin. He's got the nose tucked up underneath. He'll get the drive off of the corner, but Trevor, this is going to leave him on the outside into the fast kink.
Absolutely, and you can't go too wide in the kink, so he sensibly lets up just to fight another day and finds himself right back on the bumper of the 57, going through 5 now. 57's clear by 1 and holding to the 05. The 05 knows if he gets a good run out of here, it's going to be his show going into the bus stop, but it looks like 57's not one to give up. He had a really nice exit there, but he's going to befall the draft he's giving the 05. We're closing up, clear 5. Now 4, 3, 2, clear into the bus stop for the 57 car, but only by 2 now. So Ricard is really licking his lips here. He understands now at this stage of the lap where he's stronger, and hopefully he takes advantage here in this next lap and gives us a nice show.
It was awesome to hear a little bit of insider spotter talk right there. For everybody listening, you heard Trevor call it 5, 4, 3, and what he's calling right now is he's talking to his driver in the ear saying, you know what, he's 5 car lengths back, he's 4 car lengths back, he's 3 car lengths back, and what that allows is the driver doesn't have to look in his mirrors. He doesn't have to know where that car is because he's got a buddy on his shoulder looking out for him saying he's 5 car lengths back, and you can have that visual picture in your brain without actually having to take your eyes off of the road and hitting your own marks. That's what's so crucial about having a spotter. It's just like having eyes in the back of your head. You get to drive out the windshield and the spotter gets to watch your back out there on the racetrack. Jumping back to Joshua Lawrence back here, this is the 777 car. This is another Mercedes hunting down that green Lamborghini of Timothy Groff. Now this is the battle for 3rd place in GT3. This is the Colleague Racing car. We saw him up in the battles for 2nd and 3rd place, and he continues to hold that track position. But Trevor, now it's a different driver in here, so we're seeing a little bit of a different lap time, but once again, the car is still at the front.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. As he goes a little wide into 1, the one disadvantage he has at this stage is he's the only new driver among the cars he's racing. As he and 7, little too deep. Oh, the 777 might have dodged a bullet there. Really light touch on the tire wall, and if that Mercedes is built anything like the Dallara is in the iRacing model, be just fine. Cut to the 3-way battle now here into 1. Oh man, they're really racing each other hard but fair. No contact, too wide through 1. It's really hard to pull off as we're on board with Troy Slater here deep into the International Horseshoe. Man, this is good to watch. You can't get a piece of paper between these 3 cars.
This is the EWRL Motorsports purple team of Troy Salter there that we were riding on board with. Stuck in the middle of the sandwich is Scott Ricard and Vincent Cortez leading in this red and black car between these 3 LMP machines out there on the racetrack. Trevor, you mentioned it can't slip a piece of paper between these 3 cars as that Mercedes goes wide there in turn 6. Actually going to open the door here. We're going to see Salter try to get the slipstream up under Ricard. He's going down the back straight now. They're going to be coming out of NASCAR turn 2. Still quite a straightaways, but something to know, when you're that 3rd car in line, you're getting mega top end. He is going to take it side-by-side into the bus stop. Aggressive move from Salter, but that gets him around Ricard there out of the 05 machine. And also, most importantly, he continues that momentum up behind Cortez now, stays in that slipstream. I don't think he's going to be quite close enough to make a move going down into turn 1, but he hasn't lost touch of that battle, which is the most important part when you're trying to work your way through the field. When you break that draft at Daytona, it can seem like forever by the time you get crawled back up to it, but he actually runs really wide there in turn 1. That's going to provide the run. They're going to take it 3 wide through the S's because the GT3 car is there in the way. And look at this, Trevor. I think this is one of the best parts of spec racing. All these cars are identical, and that shows in the racing on the racetrack.
Absolutely, and that Lamborghini was our P4 in GT. Groff, one of the front runners we've seen there. Really close racing here. The 05 and the 7 are still going at it, and I think if they continue to do so, Cortez is going to find himself with a little bit of a cushion because he's able to just focus on his line, not race, not block, not have to break the draft. They'll be able to pull away from these guys a little bit if they mind their P's and Q's, but versus that, Salter and Ricard can really work together and just slingshot off of each other and claw that advantage right back and get themselves in the bumper of the Cortez again. This is really good stuff.
Bump, bump, bump. That is Scott Ricard on the back of Troy Salter there. He says, come on, let's work together and try to catch back up to Vincent Cortez. That red machine that you see on the banking just a little bit ahead of these two cars. And that would be the battle for third place in LMP. To let everybody know, we actually are starting to get a little bit of a race on our hands for the lead position out here on the racetrack. Looks like Cedric Hunter in the 13. We haven't mentioned this name yet at all on the broadcast. Driving the Category 5 esports machine, has slowly but surely hunted down Mark Whitley out of the lead. We're used to seeing Shearer up here in this position, but Trevor, a new player has entered the mix for the race lead.
Yeah, that's really good to see, and you know, it's actually striking a bit of a chord for me because the 5 car is the number that I last won the Daytona 24-hour with. The 13 is the current number of my LMP3 car in WeatherTech, so it's really cool to see, you know, some of my old car numbers that I fancy so much, kind of at the top of the charts where I'm used to seeing them both. So really fun stuff here. But yeah, Cedric Hunter, a new driver in that car and new player here for our lead, and it looks like he's got really decent pace. I'm interested to see though if Whitley is just kind of hanging back and maybe saving his equipment and saying, okay, I can sacrifice a little track position for this. You know, I can save some fuel, I can save my tires. I'm not really concerned with Cedric, but I think he should be concerned because Cedric's got like 10 consecutive laps in the 34s since we've gone back to green here. So he's really hard charged and he's flashing the headlights for some lap traffic, and he's made it clear he's coming for that 5 car.
He's definitely on a mission right now as they're working their way through some GT3 cars. See a car there without the front end. Trevor, you were on the team that I was racing with the 24-hour one of the... Oh, looks like, yeah, that car is going to make a spin and be parked on the middle of the racetrack. Not a good place to be, especially coming out of the first hairpin. He needs to get that car into gear, get it out of the racetrack. There he goes. He'll get it turned around in the grass, but he is in a safe area now. The racetrack is clear and racing can resume. What I was going to mention is some of the most interesting cars. Looks like we got another car out on track there. Some of the interesting cars out on the racetrack. Do you remember that convertible BMW M6 out there racing around at night on the Daytona banks?
Oh, I do, and my good friend Ryan Lewis was the one driving it. At the time, the roof flew off, so he is quite cool for the remainder of his stints at Daytona that year, but venture to guess it wasn't quite the same car in a straight line as it once was.
No, I think the aerodynamic package was changed quite a bit after that one. Looks like this is, I believe, one of the battles on the racetrack. I think this is for 10th place right now. We're watching Tyler Thomas on screen in that 73 car hunt down Devin Adams in that white and green, but I want to jump up front. We've got a new leader right now. The 5, Cedric Hunter, has gotten around Mark Whitley, but Mark Whitley says no, he's going to over-under around turn 1. Cedric's going to poke the nose down here into the first hairpin. Not quite close enough to make the lunge. This battle rages on up at the front of the field. one thing has remained the same. The number 5 Driven Motorsports LMP car has been the leader for the majority of this race. He has not given it up easily, and if a car has gotten around him, he has shown that he has got the pace to stay with them, as the 13 car of Cedric Hunter continues to try to find a way around Whitley, and he'll have a good opportunity because it looks like he's in a great position for a slipstream here on the high banks, Trevor.
Yeah, it's no different than a NASCAR race here. Being close to first place, being in second, coming around the banking, coming to the start line is the best place to be, because you're going to get the advantage of the slipstream. You're going to be able to slingshot around, and it'll be difficult for the car you've just passed to respond. One very big difference, though, is we have the bus stop, and that can make or break either car's run. And as we see here, the 5 car really strong through the bus stop, and that's enabled him to open a bigger gap that he can survive that slipstream going into turn 1. And the best the 13 can do is maybe get a nose in the corner as he looks to the high line. Really hard to make that work as he files back into second place here, clear by 2 for the 5 car and 1. He'll be safe here into 3 unless there's a big lunge, and I suspect we're still too early in the race for that. He'll show him a nose, show him a fender, but no big dives here. Nose to tail between the 5 and the 13. The car numbers have changed, but the story remains the same. The top 2 are in it to win it, and they are separated by less than 0.2 of a second.
You're right. You know, the car numbers have changed just a little bit, but the racing still remains the same. We're used to seeing bump drafting out of Shearer earlier, pushing Whitley along, but this time it is Cedric Hunter in that black and red machine, just trying to find a way around Whitley right now. He's capitalized on the slipstream a few times, but it's been going down into turn 1. Looks like he's going to have a great run, a great head of steam headed down here into the bus stop. He's going to think wisely of it, lift off the gas, maybe save a little bit of fuel, want to get the run out of the bus stop here. This is when we've really seen Cedric Hunter capitalize on the racetrack. Trevor, there's different downforce settings that these cars can be running, especially with this open setup. One thing I'm noticing out of this 13 car, he doesn't get the run out of the bus stop, but look at the head of steam he's got going through the tri-oval right here, as Whitley's actually going to go to the high side. He's going to give the inside to Cedric Hunter. They're going to go side by side, late on the brakes as the 13. Whitley says, I wasn't expecting you to make a move there. They got a GT3 car in the way through the S's. This is going to single file them out. Whitley 2 in the grass there. He's going to give up the lead, but I think we're going to see Whitley in that green car come back up and not let Cedric Hunter go. But talk about a great move, really late on the brakes into 1.
Yeah, I think that was a surprise move that maybe caught both of them. I think the 13 Hunter was like, oh, I think I could probably do this lap. As we've seen, into the bus stop and into 1 in previous laps, he's got up to him and then thought better of it and stayed in line. And that's kind of an easy way to lull your competitors to a false sense of safety by doing the same thing, not capitalizing on the run that you have for 5 or 10 laps and then catch them asleep at the wheel, going into a big dive into 1 or into the bus stop like he did there. But as we've seen prior, the 5 car has been really strong into, through, and out of the bus stop. And that will pay dividends here on the back end as you see the 5 car close right up to him out of the bus stop, even having to take a different line, transitioning onto the banking because of his superior momentum out of there. So as we see here, the gap is closing. The 13 very strong in the straightaway, but the 5 car with that superior exit speed, he's already that much closer to his top speed. So he's got less to overcome. And as we see, he just drives right around the outside here. They go too wide, but as long as he doesn't overdrive into turn 1 here, clean, easy pass. And I think that's a statement there by the 5 car to say, Hunter, you were good. I'm better. Make sure that it doesn't matter if I'm behind you or in front of you going into the bus stop on the last lap. I'm going to get you by the stripe.
Something that Whitley has definitely put his foot down on this race, that whenever he has had a competitor for that lead, he does not relinquish it, no matter how many times the positions change around. Whitley always comes back and says, you know what, I want to be in control in the front of this race. And I know that that's always a great thing, especially when you're calling the strategy, or even on the roof, when you have a driver that's really confident in the car, not only with how it feels, but where he can race on the racetrack. It's always nice to have. And something that else to notice, that battle up front, Cedric Hunter, I think, was running a little bit of a lower downforce setting than Whitley. But we're going to jump back. This is Troy Salter in the black and purple machine here. This is continuing the battle for fourth place. Cortez right in front of him in the red machine. Less than a quarter of a second separate these two, just like our lead battle. And we're going to see the run out of the bus stop here. This is Salter in that black and purple car, going to have the benefit of the slipstream, see if he's got that wing angle that he can capitalize on the run of steam through the short chute. Going down to the tri-oval, we're going to see a move out to the outside. He's going to carry the momentum there. Who's going to be latest on the brakes? But Salter is going to clear him by turn one. Not even a race or an effort here, but that's okay because there's still 4.5 hours left remaining here, Trevor.
Yeah, we're just getting warmed up. This is good stuff. This, I think, really is going to set the tone for the next 4.5 hours. We've still got this close racing here in the top class, an hour and a half in. It doesn't show signs of stopping as the number 13 goes back around the 5 car. Nice late move down the inside into 5. And we'll see how the 5 responds. He looks like he's had a response to everything everyone's thrown at him so far today. And we'll see how this plays out, but we have a new leader. I believe it's going to be short-lived and temporary, but the battle at the front continues to rage on. Looking back at our GT category, it's not as tight as it is with our P cars. The 127 of Luke Burtonshaw has a 19-second lead over P2, Nadeau in the 9, and Herb in the 23. One interesting thing to note is our 46, our bull up front of Groff, is now scored as 1 lap down, so they must have had an issue.
Daytona can reach out and bite you in many ways, whether that's the track, whether that's fatigue, whether that's other cars that you're racing against, as we still have side-by-side battle. Looks like Whitley's going to take it around the outside in turn 1 right here, around the outside of Hunter, but they're still side-by-side through the S's, going into the first hairpin. One heck of a battle. Trevor, something I've noticed here, Whitley was really dominating in the first half of the race, but the sun continues to set. And when these track temperatures come down, it tends to favor cars with a lower downforce setting because they have the temperature comes down. And my goodness, this is side by side through the entire infield through turn 5. Hunter's going to give it up, let Whitley go single file through turn 6, back up onto the oval here, but once again, the 13's going to capitalize on the slipstream going down towards the bus stop, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him go too wide again here. I know that we're having just a few issues on the screen, but I'm going to keep you guys up to date. Whitley's going to block it, go defensive into the bus stop. Hunter's going to think better of it. He's going to try to get the run coming out of the bus stop, back up onto the oval. This is where we've seen the 13 car have the most advantage over Whitley, Trevor. It's in the draft.
Absolutely. I mean, that's an easy place to have that advantage, especially at Daytona here, but even more so if he has a lower downforce and by virtue of that, a lower drag setting as we see him drive around the 5 car here. One thing important to note, and we've seen this in real life races and races that we've called together on iRacing, is there's been a clear car that has crossed the finish line first. And that's what matters at the end of the race. So we'll see how this transpires, because you do make a good point. With the night falling, the air is going to get cooler and more dense. And that's organically going to increase everyone's downforce, but it's also going to increase the drag. So the advantage that the 5 car has enjoyed so far with a higher downforce setting and being able to really attack the infield and attack the bus stop the way he has might not be such an advantage, and that might drag the 13 car ahead of him in terms of mechanical and aerodynamic superiority in these closing stages of the race when it finally goes tonight. So we'll see how this plays out. It'll be really interesting to see, but so far up to this stage in the race, the 5 car of Mark Whitley has had an answer for everything everyone's thrown at him, and he's seldom crossed the finish line second.
That was a great explanation there of exactly what I was talking about with the difference in the high downforce and low downforce. Now, we are purely speculating up here on who is running those downforce levels. I wish I had those setup sheets in front of us to see that data. Jumping back to the 149 car, this is Timothy George. He's going to get a great run on this black and red car in front of him. He is going to go ahead and swoop away that 6th place position from Vincent Cortez. That was the car that made the mistake in the bus stop, and Timothy George in that very brightly colored car right around. But oh my goodness, this is the 13. This is Cedric Hunter. This is one of the cars that was battling out for the lead, having a problem in turn 1. I don't know if there was contact involved. They had been battling very hard in turn 1. We're going to get a replay here. Looks like Whitley is going to be drafting up. Got a GT3 car in the way. Ooh, looks to be a little bit of some contact between the GT3 cars. Sends our leader around, and Trevor, I'm not sure if there was some avoidance there. I think the GT car actually moved up the racetrack a little bit. I'm not sure if he thought it was 3 wide. I think he thought it was just 2 wide going into turn 1.
Yeah, it looked like the GT3 car just had no idea that they were 3 wide, and that's hard to tell. I mean, it could even been so close it was net coded. I'd like to see that one again in slow-mo to be able to issue some blame here, and that was really rough for the 13 Hunter. But good news for him is it didn't set him back all that much, and he's not in the weeds because of it. He can certainly claw himself back, and he's actually a bit closer now to our usual suspect in the top 2 of number 17, Edward Shearer Jr., who's moved his way up from 11th to 5th. He's been on a mission. His lap times mid-34s all day long. He's running super consistent, and he's running angry. He's trying to get back to that lead. And you can really see here as we have the 13 car, it looks like, in the pits on scoring.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to mention. That's the 13. Cedric Hunter had some left rear damage on his prototype machine. He immediately took it down to pit road, says, you know what, give me a fresh set of tires, get me fixed up right now, and then let me get back out onto the racetrack. We're going to see if that pays off in terms of putting them on an alternate strategy with the full fuel stints that these rest of the cars have been running. But on screen right now, that's the 57 of Vincent Cortez, followed closely by Timothy George. Cortez has been a little bit scrappy in some of these corners, and it's really led to George being very aggressive. As you see, once again, he pokes the nose down into turn 6. Oh, and it looks like he's going to get the run, promote George up in that position, but what's that going to do? That's going to allow Cortez now this slipstream going down into the bus stop. We see a GT3 car coming up. They're going to have to go down underneath here. Is Cortez going to make a late move? No, he thinks better of it. Follow George through the bus stop, try to get a better run out, try to capitalize on that slipstream like we've seen all night down the straightaway into the tri-oval.
One thing we can talk about here, as these guys are nose to tail, as we've seen so many times in this race, is one of our close battles not too long ago between the 05 and the 7 have promoted them to 2nd and 3rd place overall. And that's just wild to see as we see these guys here. The 57 into 1 takes position back from the 149 of George, but George is not having any of it, and he's not ready to give that position up just yet as they hit some traffic here going into the International Horseshoe. That is our GT pole sitter who has had some bad luck befallen on them 6 laps down to their leaders. They go through the kink, really dicey move there, but that's what you have to do with Cortez, is get through there and pin your opponent behind a slower GT car at the kink. Because even with the superiority these P2 cars have over the GT cars, you still can't go too wide through the kink.
Now that there's just a little bit of arm's distance here between Cortez and George, I want to once again remind everybody why we are here tonight. This is the Sim Racers for Mental Health 6-hour at Daytona International Speedway. If you're curious about donating to such a great cause, you can find the link in the YouTube description. Also, if you're watching on Twitch, go ahead and scroll up in that Twitch chat. You can find the link, go ahead and click on it, and you can make a donation yourself. Doesn't matter how small or large the donation is, anything counts out here, and this is why we're all gathered here tonight, is to donate to a great cause and race towards it. And then I also want to give a shout out to Maconi Entertainment, the broadcasters of tonight's event. If you're curious about getting your own iRacing action broadcasted here on the big screen and having a commentary booth, head on over to www.maconisetupshop.com and click on that Maconi Entertainment tab and fill out the information. And I know that Jeff Maconi will be anxiously awaiting all of those inquiries to get more action on this channel here. We love all of this sim racing that we get to call and broadcast out here for you all. And we still have this LMP battle. This is Timothy George, and one thing that I want to notice about this red and yellow scheme, you don't see red and yellow too much, especially with yellow wheels. Talk about a spotter's dream right here. You can't miss this car.
Yeah, it's great. You can see it from space, so it's going to be very hard to lose it. And what we do, nighttime, and of course everybody does this, so you have to get creative with your schemes and your colors, is we'll put external LED lights somewhere on the car. Some will be in the nose, some will be the roof, and actually you can see, again, as I touched on earlier, the Dallara LMP2 car is the basis for the Cadillac DPI, which I worked with for a number of years with Action Express, and of course that was our 1-2 at the 2017 Daytona 24-hour spotting. Dallara actually has spotter lights built into the roof just over the LMP2 windshield banner. You can see them here. The 149 is running red. What that doesn't show you is they are extremely high intensity, and you can see them from anywhere, and that's incredibly helpful. But some of the lighting schemes, you have LED lights down the shark fin, you'd have patterns, you'd have it in a circle around the onboard camera, or the mock onboard camera we're occasionally required to run. So we just get really creative with those marker lights, so it's really easy to identify. You go, okay, I've got the blue line that's going through Speedway 3 now, and you can really pick your car up pretty quickly, pretty easily. But yeah, having a really bright paint scheme, yellow especially, as my number 13 LMP3 car is definitely a spotter's dream. Anything that's day glow, bright, you can see it from the roof, is perfect for those of us that are trying to look out for you.
Looking at the action on screen, we're riding on board. This is the number 149 of Timothy George as he hounds the back of Vincent Cortez. These two got separated a little bit with GT3 traffic, but Timothy George continues to claw his way back to the back of this 57 machine. This shows me that maybe Timothy's got a little bit of a faster car underneath him, or maybe he's just hitting his marks a little bit cleaner than what Vincent Cortez is out front. And something else I'm noticing here, Cortez looks to be diving down to pit lane. This is going to be one of these cars, one of the first takers of the prototype field that's going to be coming down to pit road. This is right about that fuel window. Now, what Timothy George has to do, yes, it is, as we see actually our leaders here on pit road, they're all going to be coming up and taking a full tank of fuel. But to jump back to that Timothy George car, if he wants to make the overcut work, he might have been able to save a little bit of fuel, which lets him go one extra lap out there. If he can put in a flyer, he might be able to leapfrog Vincent Cortez just in the pits alone.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not a big ask to save a lap's worth of fuel if you start at the beginning of your stint. We see the number 5 here, Mark Whitley, is taking tires apparently because he was the first prototype in class, so he was the first one to be on the scene. But we already have Robert, let's see, Troy Salter, Edward Shearer Jr., Vincent Cortez have come out ahead of our leader, Mark Whiteley. As we said, we have Cortez. He does the classic carry too much speed through the pit lane exit and tag the concrete wall. Before we had the RFID requirements for Michelin, somebody did that at least once a year during the race. Unfortunately for Cortez, he drew the short straw and put himself on the wall today. But interesting dynamic here with our leader being the only one apparently taking tires and finding himself in 4th place, and that 17-second lead over Edward Shearer Jr., his nemesis from the first hour, being evaporated, and actually he finds himself now behind him. Edward Shearer should be scored as our virtual P2 leader once everybody shakes out their pit stops.
I think that might just be benefit of maybe saving a little bit of fuel off of the mistake on that first lap here, because he will as well have to come down pit road for that pit stop. And Trevor, you called it. Vincent Cortez did hit the wall coming out of pit road, which at Daytona is easy to do. I haven't done it myself, but one of our friends that we know quite well, Dion von Moltke, had one of the most epic crashes with that pit wall ever seen there as he was coming out of pit road. And it's easier to do than what you think out there. Looks like Vincent Cortez right now has a battle on his hands, while Mark Whitley's just going to draft right on by. These LMP cars are in the middle of a pit stop cycle, and want to take note, Trevor, it's gone from sunset to official nighttime. It's not going to get any brighter anymore. This is officially when it starts to get dark out there, and certain cars start to come alive and certain cars start to fall off out there. We're seeing Mark Whitley start to get hounded by Vincent Cortez. He is not letting go of that back of the green and black machine. And then that's Timothy George in that bright red and yellow car with a huge snowplow taking out all of the cones on the way to turn 5.
Yeah, man, he had a big moment coming out of the kink and getting into 5. He just gathered it back up and almost had a big moment exiting 5. Of course, that left the door open for the 5 car and the 57 of Cortez to just drive right on through. That's really unfortunate, but he could have made that so much worse. That could have been day done. He got himself in the wall, because usually when you dump tires there on the kink, as we're seeing the onboard replay, you end up nose first into the wall driver's left. And when they do it big, because the kink is super fast and it's flat in these cars. But really dodged a bullet there for George to keep himself at least in the game here. So we go to Cortez, who's got a nice little draft, good exit over the 5 car, our usual suspect up front. And he's found his old friend 2.5 seconds up the road. We'll see what the 5 car does here. He's in a bit of odd territory. I don't think he's been outside of 1st or 2nd place at all this race, with the exception of this lap.
No, that is a little bit of an unfamiliar territory for Mark Whitley. He continues in the car for a 3rd stint. Talk about a little bit of an Ironman performance, and the 57 just totally blows the brake marker. That's Vincent Cortez trying to deal with a GT3 car in front of him, and I just think he lost sense of where he was on the racetrack, and thankfully did not collect anybody in front of him. We're going to ride along here with the 57 machine. That's Mark Whitley in front of him. We're going to see this GT3 car come across through the S's. He's just going to get confused on where his brake marker is, and I think he just missed the brake marker, but wow, that was a close one, Trevor.
Absolutely, and to his credit, there is no visual brake marker for the International Horseshoe. There's really nothing you can go off of. It's like, oh, there's a quarter worker stand, there's a Sunoco sign, there's absolutely nothing. There's blue guardrail, and that's about it. There's no discerning marks. So it's really a hard place to get your head around, especially if offline trying to pass slower traffic. And like you said, he was very lucky not to collect that 777 Mercedes there, and that's something we see all too frequently, our prototypes just overcooking it into the International Horseshoe and washing out wide and taking a GT car with them to the tire wall. So really thankfully that didn't happen here.
catch everybody up, nothing has really changed in GT3. The Porsche of Luke Burtonshaw continues to lead the way over the Mercedes of Justin Erb, over the 777 of Joshua Lawrence over there. Quite a bit of a gap separating all of these GT3 cars. And when I say quite a bit of a gap, I'm talking 30 seconds between first and second and third place between each one of these cars right now. So this is the time in the race where each driver just has to put their head down, and while it might be boring, these are some of the most crucial laps of the race where you just have to hit your pace and hit your rhythm. Jump back up to the 6th place battle. This is Kyle Bowling that we are riding on board with. Trevor, with those LMP pit stops, I'm noticing quite a few new names in some of these cars, and we're seeing a few of them work their way towards the front.
Absolutely. We've got Kyle Bowling here. Tyler Thomas still is of our Iron Men from the start of the race, but Kyle Bowling's got some fresh eyes here and could be an advantage now that we're starting to work about 2 hours into the race, 1/3 distance. Some of these guys might starting to get tired, and we'll see how that plays out. But Bowling's doing a really nice job reeling Thomas in, so it'll be an interesting one to watch here as he gets within a second now.
Not only do we have the ebb and flow of the speeds of the race cars and also the ever-changing weather conditions, but when you start to put different drivers into the various machines, that's another thing you have to keep track of out there on the racetrack. And it's an ever-changing circus right now, and we're going to see it happen every pit stop, probably from here on out. It usually is a little bit calm in the first stop, but really from the second on out, the entire field starts to throw in their various different strategies, and we'll have different drivers throughout the cars all night. Riding on board with this number 17 Edward Shearer Jr. out there, he was up front earlier in the race. He's made his way back to second place currently, less than a second out of the lead, hunting down Troy Salter up there. That's the car that you just barely see. You can kind of see the purple and the headlights through some of these corners, but 17, a nice comeback drive after having that disaster restart and a problem out of the leader. He got wicked loose coming out of the bus stop and just barely hung on to that thing. I'm going to give it to Troy there. He kept it out of the wall, and that was the most important thing he could do, because he could have thrown away the race alone right there. We're going to ride on board here. Coming through the bus stop, this all happens probably through the middle. Starts to skate a little wide, gets in the grass there, and oh man, doesn't look like much of a counter steer, but let me tell you, when you're doing that at 100 miles an hour in this little go-kart with wings, everything comes at you really, really fast out there, and quick hands out of the number 7 of Troy Salter to keep it on the racetrack.
Yeah, that was pretty magnificent. And like you said, it just pushed at the third apex, and that sends you straight into the grass. Corrected a lot, but not enough, and just dumped that left side wheel into the grass, and that's what sent him around. And like you said, the quick hands is what saved him and kept him in second place. But we have the EWRL Motorsports yellow and purple now, P1 and P2, so it looks like we've got a nice little team effort locking out the front 2 spots.
Something else I noticed, the number 13 Category 5 esports car of Cedric Hunter is back on the racetrack, but he is shown 1 lap down. I'm not sure if pitting and fixing that damage was the right call to do in the heat of the moment. Trevor, you've worked with me plenty on the radio. I am quite animated. However, I've got the push to talk button in real life. Usually in the sim racing, when something happens, you hear it right away because these guys are not on the push to talk. And if you were talking to this number 13 car and you had that incident happen, would you have taken a minute to assess the damage and see the lap time difference before you would have called them into pit road?
Oh, certainly. I mean, there's, in the real world, we have a cadence of crisis evaluation. Okay, first is we've spun, we've hit something, whatever. Does the car roll? Yes or no? Yes. Does the car roll straight? Yes. And the car rolls straight fast? Yes. And then you begin to assess from there. And that's another crucial thing that a very good spotter at Daytona can help is we got a spin coming out of the International Horseshoe, car 73, right in front of is that the 05, I believe? Yep, that was Bowling that dodged the bullet there of Thomas getting loose again there in the International Horseshoe. Looks like he's back underway, no contact, no damage, but like I said, a spotter can really, as we get a replay here, we ride on board with Tyler Thomas. Let's see what happens. Maybe just too exuberant on power down. He gets off that curbing.
Yeah, he got out wide, and coming from a driver's perspective, that first horseshoe there at Daytona, you can run out wide, but if you go out too wide, you're actually out onto the access road out there, and you lose a little bit of camber, and from there it spits you out into the grass, which I think is exactly what happened, and from there it's just loose and around it goes.
Right, and one thing that a lot of people don't consider is some of these curbs, like the bus stop, they're meant to just be absolutely murdered by everything. So every car can take them, but you have higher curbs or curbs that go off camber on the edge onto an access road or transition like it does there at 3. It's a pretty big surface difference there, and it can actually high center the car or drag on the floor. Places that we go where you can touch GT cars on the curbs everywhere, you can murder them, and there's other places, a prototype on those same curbs, they just can't touch them, they can't use them at all. Watkins Glen's a very good example of that, like turn 1 on the exit curbing of Watkins Glen. GT cars can take those all the time, but if you put more than the 2 left side wheels on it, you'll high center the car and you'll just go for a ride and you'll end up in a wall either on the left or the right hand side of the track. So really interesting there. I think that's what happened to him, is he tagged that curb transition to the service lane, took away some grip, and got his tires on a dirty service lane and took away even more grip, and around he went.
It's all track knowledge, isn't it? You're used to thinking, well, how do I drive Daytona Roval? And you're used to learning the racing line. But that's not always what happens in a race. You get pushed off track, you get pushed offline. You have to learn to be able to adapt, and you're used to knowing the brake markers and the apexes and where you put the power down. But one thing that people don't think about is what happens when you do get in trouble. You have to know where those limits of the racetrack are, even if it's not a normal part that you drive on regularly. Hopping back here, this is the GT3 battle, if you want to call it. This is the second place car of Justin Erb in this Mercedes. He's been in the car the entire first half of the race here. We're coming up on 2 hours here in this Sim Racers for Mental Health 6-hour event. Pretty big gaps here in GT3. I'm looking at Luke Burtonshaw, our leader in the Porsche, has about maybe 30 seconds or so over that Justin Erb Mercedes. Luke has just been out there putting on a clinic, and with the weather getting colder and colder and colder, this Porsche is continuing to get faster and faster and faster. His last lap time, 1:44.6, compared to his fastest lap time at a 1:44.4. He has got the wick turned up, and he is leaving the rest of this GT3 field in the dust. Compare that to the second place runner, 1:45.1 out of Justin Erb. So it looks like he's putting about a half second per lap on the second place car. And then back to Timothy Groff on the screen. Looks like this Lamborghini has been in a few incidents, Trevor. You can see all the way through the front end of this thing.
Yeah, that engine cover, I guess the frunk cover is what it would be. Those come off quite easily. However, those are aero tunnels for the radiator excavation, so that's going to really take a lot of downforce off the front of this car. So it's probably not turning anywhere nearly as well as it was through turn 1, through the bus stop especially, and it's certainly going to be a bit more draggy down those straights. So I think the 46 car here is just in survival mode, and that could be enough to get him a podium tonight, as it is in the real world, you know. I don't think anybody has anything for the 127 here as he just continues to open this gap up and up and up. But there's only 3 cars on the lead lap here, so any mistakes, any errors, any misfortunes from another car or two, and this Lamborghini might find itself with a trophy, which will heal the wounds that it's suffered so far a little bit.
Well, we are coming up on 2 hours here completed in this Sim Racers for Mental Health 6-hour race at Daytona International Speedway. That is Mark Whitley on screen going around the number 7 of Salter there. That is going to be a bump draft down the back straightaway here. You know, I was going to brake here, but this is a great battle right now as Salter continues to provide that bump draft to Whitley. And, you know, if I'm Whitley, I'll gladly take it as long as it doesn't damage the back end of my car. But like I said, 2 hours complete here in this 6-hour race. I want to thank Maconi Entertainment so far for providing us all of this broadcasting coverage. If you're interested in getting your own show involved here on the big screen, go ahead and head on over to MaconiSetupShop.com. Click on that Maconi Entertainment tab, and you too can fill out that information and have your own events broadcasted here. Also want to give a shout out to the Sim Racers for Mental Health donation. If you're interested in donating tonight, go ahead and click the link in the YouTube description. Go ahead, follow that Twitch chat. There's a link in there, and you too can donate. Doesn't matter how big, how small, it's all going to a great cause tonight. That's why we are all gathered here. Lastly but not least, we also have this Movember event coming up here in just a few days on the 26th. If you're interested in another great iRacing event for a fantastic cause, pull out your phone, scan that QR code on your screen right now. It'll take you to the event page. You can learn more about it. Going to be racing trucks at Daytona for 100 laps, and all of the donations go to support that Movember cause. And like I said, always a great time when we get together and go racing virtually. Even better when it's for something positive out in the real world. And we're going to take a quick commercial break and be right back with more action.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that Maconi Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, Five Flag Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at Maconi Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, Maconi Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to MaconiSetupShop.com and learn why Maconi Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories. Welcome back. We are now live. We are approaching the halfway mark. 2 hours down, 4 hours to go, and a lot can change in the remaining hours of this race. A lot of you guys probably watching out there have run 24-hour races, 5-hour or 6-hour races like this one, all different lengths, and you know really the most important time can be that last 5 minutes, and in the entire span of the race, one mistake can ruin it for everyone on your team, for the drivers on track in your car and other cars. Even worse, someone else can make a mistake and you get wrapped up in it. So these drivers right now have been taking it easy, nice and calm, nobody doing anything too crazy. And Joey, I think we only saw 2 LMP2s bump drafting, so I'd say that's a win so far.
You know, I'd say 2 LMPs bump drafting is too many, but that's just my opinion.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? But they somehow, some way managed to keep it all together. The GT3s as well have spread out, but looks like Vector Sim Racing, Luke Burtonshaw, and E23E Motorsports, the Hatsune Miku car, are now back on the same lap as each other, about, I'd say, 30 seconds separating the two, as the 127 team is exiting the infield. E23E Motorsports that we're riding on board with, Justin Erb, is now entering the first horseshoe. So some gap to make up, but they were at one point an entire lap apart, so I think it's possible. Up towards the front, though, it is a 4.5 second lead for EWRL Motorsports Yellow. Edward Scherer Jr. is doing a great job keeping the car in one piece, keeping good pace, and he's got his teammate behind him in third as the car behind overshoots the entry. Behind him, Driven Motorsports, the number 5. We've seen them strong. Mark Whitley has been very strong so far this race. And right behind him, though, the 5 car is the 7. Troy Salter has really been pushing it. He's made a couple small mistakes, bobbles a little bit on the entry of the corner right there, keeps it all together somehow, some way, still looking quick. He's looking for second place, starting to sort of fall off that pace there, though, of his teammate in the lead.
You've got to be careful to keep those little mistakes from getting in your head and turning into big mistakes, because that's what really takes you out of these long races.
Absolutely, and it's so easy as a driver where you make one mistake and you're sitting there kicking yourself going, I can't believe I just did that. What was I thinking? How could I possibly let something like that happen? And the next thing you know, you make another mistake, and then you're going, oh my gosh, I've just made 2. What's going on? Why am I messing up so often? Then you make 3 and 4 and 5, and it's so easy to just let it snowball, especially when you're running well, as it's very easy to do here as well. Throughout all the different difficult portions of the track, as we just had a very close call for the leader, and something like that is perfect for the 7 car behind. He wants to see his teammate do well, but selfishly, I bet Troy Salter does want to get up front and get around the Driven Motorsports car of Mark Whitley as well.
That's right. It's easy to look at an 8-second lead or a 5-second lead 2 hours into a race and think, oh, I've got so much ground to make up, but it's surprising how quickly that can just disappear through 1, 2, as we see a car spin in front of the 7.
Close call there, and those are sort of the scarier moments when you're driving and then all of a sudden a slower class car in front of you spins out and there's just nothing you can do, and you're just sort of hoping and praying that they hold their brakes or get out of the way or basically don't impede your race. One of the big things here at Daytona, as we get a replay of it, looks like the Kaulig Racing team of Timothy Groff gets in very hot on corner entry into turn number 1 there, holding on to it until he's not. The back end goes around, keeps it in place off track, and then gets it backed up and then rolling again. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, Jeff, what do you know about GT cars spinning in the turns at Daytona Road Course?
Oh gosh, you mean like it took us both out of the Rolex 24 last year, the 2022 race. Yeah, I can tell you from experience, it was me behind the wheel and Joey up on the box spotting for me at the time, and he said, I will never forget this as long as I'm on iRacing. It was about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. All right, I'm gonna step away for a minute. You feeling good in the car? Right then and there, car in front of us, a GT3, we were in the LMP2s, GT3 spins out, stands on the gas and tries to gun it across the track. We run into him, and all I said was, no, I don't. I don't feel good on the track right now. So it's very frustrating, and that was at about hour 16 of the race. So these drivers aren't going to be going for that long, but it can happen at any time, and just one of those mistakes can really, really mess you up.
Right, and even without mistakes, it looks like we're seeing the 5 start to close in little by little on the 17 in the lead.
Yeah, the 17 in the lead has been running consistently about half a second slower than the 5 car behind him. Mark Whitley is really, I don't know if he's hustling, but if he's not trying to make these passes and gain time, then he is doing a great job just riding, because he is gaining on the leader at 1:34, 473 that last time by, and it's the temps cool off. That was the fastest lap for him so far of the race. And as the temps cool off and it starts to get into the nighttime here, the track temp goes down and these cars get quicker and quicker and quicker. And once this 5 car gets into the draft of the 17, when he's within about a second of him, 5, 8, 10 miles an hour, depending on where he catches them, and that draft will be a huge advantage for Mark Whitley.
Draft can definitely make up a difference, but it's incredible how fast these cars get when the sun goes down, and they're not going to get slower by the time the race ends.
No, they most certainly are not, and that last lap, a 134-155 for Mark Whitley. He immediately crushes that by another 3/10. He is absolutely moving right now. He wants that lead back. Right there, you see in front of him, that is the E23 Motorsports car of the 23 right now. It's Justin Erb behind the wheel, moves to the side, lets Mark Whitley by, and that's exactly what you're supposed to do as a GT3 driver, and I can guarantee that Mark Whitley's very happy that he didn't catch him at a corner entry and have to slow down too much.
Just like that, the gap.
Very frustrating feeling, and it's just a pit in your stomach of what am I going to do to get away from this guy? How am I possibly going to hold the lead?
It's a matter of how hard are you willing to dig, because every little bit extra you dig is a little bit closer to the line that you don't want to step over and ruin the race for your team.
And that's the big thing as well. And right now, EWRL Motorsport Purple, the 7 team, has come down pit road. Looks like they are taking tires. So, Trevor, you might be more up to date than I am on the tire strategy so far for this race. How many stints are these guys going on their tires before they're changing them out? I know I've gone up to 4, sometimes even 5 stints on a set of tires.
Yeah, I mean, iRacing's tire model works a lot differently than real life, but what we've seen so far in the race is these P2 guys typically going 2 stints on a set of tires. Nobody's really pushed the issue with pace, so there's not a good read on it, but I suspect, you know, the 5 cars closing laps of his 2-stint tires, lap times really weren't that far off, so I think he could have made a gamble to triple them, but a stop under yellow, and everybody took tires, so it kind of made sense to do the same and follow suit. But I think a double's easy, a triple's probably easy as well. I think if you quadruple the stint, you're gonna find some degradation and some lap time loss. But that's also the interesting thing, because the tire change takes so long in real life and in iRacing, especially in iRacing though. And so you kind of have to weigh the cost benefit of changing your tires, because if it takes 40 seconds to do a tire change and your stints are only 26 laps, well, you can afford to lose over a second a lap on old tire pace and still come out ahead of somebody who just took new tires and are having to claw that 40-second deficit back up. So really start trying to still gather data on that to see what the thing is, but nobody's going past a double stint just yet.
Do you think now that it's fully nighttime and the track has cooled down, speeds are picking up, that we might see a triple stint or quadruple stint even?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the time when we, in the real life, when we do the 24-hour Daytona, we have a tire allocation where we're only allowed a certain number of sets of tires for the entire week. So we only get 30 sets for LMP2, for example, for all of the practices, qualifying, and the full 24-hour race. So you can either sort of choke down how much practice you're doing on new tires, or you can expect to double stint tires through the night and maybe use up a little bit more rubber in practice to kind of find your edge, find some speed in the engineering department. And that's when we do it, is we double stint our tires at night, because the tire deg is significantly less, obviously from the temperatures and the track temp really helping those things out, as that poor Lamborghini finds itself off track, offline, and spun around again. They've just not had a great night, and that's one of our early front runners in GT. But still only 2 laps down, so they might find themselves in a good position later if their luck transfers to one of their competitors. But Yeah, absolutely. I would expect now the sensible thing to do would be to take at least an extra stint deep on your tires than what you did during the daylight.
That Lamborghini, if we can get a replay of it, actually did a full flip, then backed it onto the track. That's where we came across him, and then he got it rolling again. Timothy Groff, I hope for his sake he's not racing in VR, because he went up and over, as we're getting a replay here now, goes into the corner. It's very hard to make it in a GT3, excuse me, especially with all that damage that he has. Just slides out a hair into the tire barrier, goes up, over, lands it on all four, throws it in reverse, and gets right back onto the track. So I'm interested to see how this strategy works out here. And I think we're seeing right now the leader, Edward Chera Jr., start to really leg it and get moving. He sees the 5 right behind him with that great rear view camera. That is a lot closer than you want him to be. You don't want to be able to basically read the sponsors on the front here, especially when you've got 3 GT3s right in front of you. That's going to severely slow him down. I would be very surprised if the 5 does not lead this next lap here.
And not only that, but one of those GT3s is the GT leader.
Oh, and he's going to defend.
Oh, he is very likely to defend as he's trying to put another GT car a lap down.
And there's not really much that you can do when you're a GT3 car, when those leaders are coming. You sort of have to, out of respect, hold your line, not do anything crazy, like, I don't know, maybe go side by side into the bus stop as the LMP2 leaders choose to do just that. Slipping, sliding, and there goes the 17.
No!
Heavy contact racing for the lead. One goes around the 17.
Yeah, that was very close. I think he just caught that curbing just wrong, and it slides that car around. Now, that is far, far from the end of the night for the 17. He can absolutely rebound and recover, but new leader, the number 5 of Mark Whitley, he picked up the pace and was absolutely flying. As right there, you see the 17 just catches that curbing with the right side tires, grass on the left side, and those are 2 things you do not want to hit. You combine them, that car's going around. Props to him for not overreacting, not panicking, getting the car pointed back straight. Only lost 12 seconds, which sounds like a lot, but it could have been a whole lot worse.
It could have been so much worse, and props to the rest of the field for not getting into him. I know he was off the track, but it's easy to get distracted when you see a car spinning in front of you. But it just goes to show with the 5 how it's all about the moves you're willing to make, and he was willing to make that move to get the confidence to be out front. And it didn't go as clean as he may have planned, but it paid off.
Right, he got by, made the move, no damage on his car, which is definitely what he wanted in the end. So Mark Whitley now back to the lead, and he's got a great opportunity to expand it here. All he has to do, hit his marks, don't do anything crazy, and pretty much just wait until the next time to pit. Wait until you've reached your fuel window, come down, do whatever the crew chief says. Don't, no need to fight him on it. At this point, you've got the lead. You know you're the quickest car out there. You've shown it. You got a long night ahead of you, and if you're strong at the beginning of the night, you're probably going to be strong at the end of it, so that leaves you feeling pretty darn confident for the next 3 hours and 41 minutes. But, and a big but, that can all go wrong with just one small mistake. One tiny, tiny mistake. You miss your braking zone by a hair, you dip the left sides in the grass, you do anything that pushes the line a bit too far, and you will pay for it and throw away 6 hours of work.
That's right, and to speak to your point on the pit window, they should be coming up on it very soon here in the next 2 laps or so for these P2 cars.
Looks like the last time he was on pit road was lap 60, and he's on lap 82 right now for the leader. That's the number 5 of Mark Whitley. It's been a while, but memory serves me that it's about 22 to 23 laps. Does that sound correct, Trevor?
That's correct. The first stint was all green and 23 laps for the 5 and the 17.
So now he's just got to make sure he doesn't speed on pit road, doesn't make any crazy mistakes. if you are a teammate of the 5, of Mark Whitley, you are celebrating because he did exactly what his job was to do. Go out there, keep the car in one piece, don't make any enemies, but also make sure that you make up ground and gain some positions, as right now, Mark Whitley hits pit road for his stop.
You know, it's easy to say you're going to stay out front when you grab the lead, but pit cycles come and pit cycles go, and you got to come in and get your fuel and keep on moving. Keep your head in the game.
And I like this call by the 17. You know you do have pace. You know you are quick. You lost the lead because of a mistake you made. That's the mindset that the driver has right now. You made a mistake, you lost the lead. Now you have to go earn it back. Push the car. Don't try and beat them on strategy because it's a 50-50 shot of if it works or if it doesn't. If you're going to beat them, you're going to go out there and you're going to outdrive them. As right now, looks like a driver swap for the number 17. Reese Schaefer now gets behind the wheel, and Mark Whitley stays behind the wheel of the 5. So now, another great aspect of endurance racing like this, he's now squaring up against a different driver. Does Reese Schaefer have more pace? Is he going to take a couple laps to get used to the car? We don't know, and Mark doesn't know. So if I'm him, I'm a bit nervous. You knew you were quicker than the 17. You ran him down, you caught him, you passed him. How do you stack up to Reese, though? You have no idea.
Yeah, I love this call, Jeff. When you have an incident on the track, the last thing you want to do is keep it in your head and keep turning laps and run the opportunity of having another big mistake. Get another fresh driver in the car. Let the fast guy sit for a minute, collect his thoughts, and come back stronger, fresher later.
Absolutely. And another thing with that as well, you now have a fresh driver in there. Mark's been in there. He's turned every single lap in this race so far. So he is on his lap 83. Reese Schaefer there in the number 17 is just climbing in and getting moving. This is now his first laps in the car. He's fresh. He's been keeping track. He's motivated. He just watched his teammate make that mistake, and now he's got to make it up in there. He is hungry. So he is going to be driving like heck to try and get up to that leader and prove himself. I'm very excited to watch this happen. Let's see what Reese Schaefer has here for the number 5, who probably will cycle out to the lead unless the 149 has made the call of the century. But looks like they are going to be due for a pit stop here this next lap. They are one lap behind, ahead, however you want to look at it, of the 5 and the 17. Last pitted on 61.
I think it's going to choke down if they stay out more than another lap. But to counterpoint, Reese might be fresh, but now he's got 24-second gap. The fastest car, the fastest driver this race has seen to date. And the 5 car doesn't show any signs of slowing down. So Schaefer's fresh, but he's got a hell of a mountain to climb to go against Whitley there. The delta on pit lane was a difference of 23 seconds stationary between the 5 and the 17. So likely the 5 car took only 2 tires, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe no tires at all. Maybe they're doing the multi-stint like we discussed earlier, but big gap here as we see the 05 hitting pit lane. That's our 4th place runner.
He's actually run it out of gas, it looks like, so that is a costly mistake. But if you're going to make that mistake now. You can make up this time that you're losing. You've tried it, you've experimented, you see it, but you see only 300 RPM. That engine is not carrying that car down the track, but he does make it to his stall now.
As a strategist, if he ran out on pit lane, I would say we did not run out of gas, but we found the limit.
We now know pretty darn well how much fuel we can possibly cram into this thing. And at that point, you can also tell your driver, drive it like you just did in that last run, but for a lap, just, don't downshift one less gear, right? Save us a tiny, tiny little bit of fuel, and we'll be perfect to the end. But we'll see how that all pans out, as right now the 149, the leader, has hit pit road. He's refueling, getting all set up for one more run here. Looks like that car's in the air, so the 149 is taking new tires of Michael Deasala. I believe that's how it's pronounced. But Mark Whitley cycles back to the lead, and he's looking to put another another LMP2 and a GT3 a lap down.
Mark Whitley does have the lead, but he does also have older tires. So it'll be interesting to see if that makes a difference in the pace between him and the 17. It looks like they're closing slowly upon each other as laps turn by.
It does, but the amount of time lost on pit road, he would have to run over a second a lap quicker, and I just don't see Mark Whitley losing that much pace. I would be surprised if he did. I could be wrong, but he would have to run over a second a lap quicker to even be back to even with where he was before. 2 seconds a lap to catch up to him. I don't know if that's really possible.
Yeah, I mean, Mark Whitley was living in the mid-34s before he came to pit road, and I suspect once he's gets some more timed laps under him, he's going to be right back there. It might be high 34s. That would mean that Reese Schaefer is going to have to reset fast lap of the race to the tune of 0.3 of a second every single lap for an entire stint. Claw back the 38-second gap he's got in front of him to the number 5 car. So it's pretty insurmountable at this point. I think he's hoping that the 5 car has an issue, or their next stop, should they do a driver change, they also take tires and put themselves in the same position that they were in the previous stop, and when they come in for fuel, they don't take tires, and all of a sudden that 38 seconds evaporates quite quickly when you're in lane that much less than the next guy. So it'll be interesting to see how these play out, but again, if there's a time to double, triple, quadruple stint even these tires, and your car is as superior as the 5 car has been so far this race, I think that's the time you take it. Like you said earlier, you're talking about over a second per lap consistently for an entire stint to even get close to outweighing not taking a set of tires. So we'll see how it goes. Obviously, there's going to be more tire changes with 3.5 hours left to go, but we'll see how they cycle through. But I think if Whitley can maintain a 38-second gap here or keep it very close to that, he's going to be in a really nice spot the next time he has to take tires.
It's also worth noting, Whitley's been in the car for the first 2.5 hours of this race. 3 more drivers have to hop in that driver's seat before this thing ends. And,
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
There are some drivers that are soloing this race, and for someone to be crazy enough to run 6 hours straight, props to him. And if he wins it running it solo, man, that is a spanking on the field. So I don't think that he has any... Oh, he does have other drivers in there, so we will see. But there is no penalty for fair share in this event.
So they've got 3 other drivers on deck to drive this car. That means who knows if this pace is going to continue.
I guess we'll see. I'm surprised they've left him in the car. His teammates Joseph McWhorter, Jonathan Smith, and Danny Lawson have left him in the car for 2.5 hours, but I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it,
That's exactly right. I mean, there's only, at the moment, there's only 8 or so P2 cars on the lead lap. A number of them, I think, are under threat here to be lapped during this stint if Whitley keeps his blazing pace up. So it could be a very good strategy call by the 5 car. Let's just leave this guy in because he's faster than all of us, and let him get an insurmountable gap, even maybe a lap lead over some of these guys, and see where it goes. And we'll just go out and single stint and have fun. It's not the way I would do it, but it's certainly a strategy call. It's a possibility, and to date, it seems to be working. And just looking at the lap times now, Schaefer's in the 36.2s to Whitley's 35.5s in traffic. So Reese doesn't appear at this stage to have an answer for Mark Whitley, and that gap is now up to 40 seconds.
He is pulling away, and we've just received confirmation here that the 5 car is a 2-driver team. So I imagine that swap is coming probably on the next pit stop. but it won't be Mark Whitley driving the entire 6 hours. He does have a teammate who's going to jump in as he's working his way around right now. Some GT3 traffic. A bit further back, you have Reese Schaefer working his way through. We are taking a look right now at EWRL Motorsport Red. That is Tyler Markle behind the wheel, and he is trying to gain on his teammate here in the orange car, EWRL Motorsport Orange, driven by Landon Ciardulo. Trying to gain on each other, but I think they're going to play nice if they are both teammates.
And not only are they trying to battle each other, they're also sitting only 10 seconds ahead of the 5 car in the lead. So they're fighting to stay on the lead lap for this race.
As they go side by side into turn 1, then think better of it as Tyler in the red car decides, I'm going to back off, just be safe, better safe than sorry. Doesn't want to do anything, let alone to a teammate. Maybe he'll have an opportunity coming up shortly, but like you mentioned, they are just a couple seconds ahead of Mark Whitley in the 5, so they need to start hustling if they don't want to go a lap down.
And them being teammates, it's a perfect opportunity for them to work together. While racing another car in close proximity can slow you down. If you're smart about it and you use each other's draft, slingshot, trade the lead, you can actually elevate both of your speeds up. And that's really their hope here to stay on the lead lap, is to work together, use each other's draft, be smart, and hopefully they can keep the 5 car at bay just a little bit longer.
We will have to see how it ends up working out here. Everyone, you are watching the Sim Racers for Mental Health 6-hour charity event for the Epilepsy Foundation. You can use the hashtag StreamForEpilepsy2022 on social media to show your support. Or if you are able, use the link in the chat, streamlabscharity.com/@SR4MH/StreamForEpilepsy-2022. And if you're able to, donate money towards the goal. So far, $123.80 raised of a $500 goal. What's really cool is that we can take something like sim racing that we enjoy as a hobby, take it and do good in the real world. There's a lot of great charity events this time of year all over iRacing for all different groups. It's fantastic to see it, and the Epilepsy Foundation does a lot of great work. So if you're able to, click that link in chat and donate, help them reach their goal of $500 raised. We appreciate every single one of you that has donated. We've got a great race going on here on Maconi Entertainment. Right now you see the Hatsune Miku car of the E23 Motorsports. Justin Erb still behind the wheel. He is running some good laps, good solid laps behind the number 127 of Vector Sim Racing, driven by Luke Burtonshaw. Luke has been pulling, but E23 Motorsports Justin Erb is the closest to striking on the GT3 class.
That's right, he's the closest to striking, but he's still a half a lap or so behind the leader of the GT3s.
And that's very tough when you're behind the wheel and you know that the next driver for position is way far out in front and the next driver behind is a lap behind you. So you're just sort of there riding and you can't see that carrot in front of you that you need to chase. You can't see that goal because he's so far out in front, but you know you just have to keep hitting your marks, keep doing what you're doing, and keep the car in one piece, because like we've said so many times this past 35 minutes that we've been on air, anything can change at any time.
That's right. All it takes is one LMP2 dumping a couple of wheels at the exit of the bus stop right in front of you, and all of a sudden Porsche's race is over, and now it's anybody's game. So, like you said, the Mercedes has to just hit its marks, not take any risk. There's no sense in pushing. Can't beat them on pace, so there's no sense in trying to go get it. And you're under no threat from behind, so you're just in what we call the rocking chair. You're just sitting there, hanging out, not making mistakes, and not taking any risks. Just 3.5 hours of good decisions from here on out.
And so when you have that scenario in real life, how how much is the driver saying, no, I can push the car, I need to go get more, I can do it, and they're being held back by the team? Or is it more of a driver's mindset of, I'm in this position, I can't go get him in front of me, I've got no pressure from behind, I'm just going to ride?
Well, that's what guys like me are there for, because of course a driver is just going to want to go and get what they can get and everything else, and they think they're the best, and they very well might be, but they might not have the best car underneath them at the time, especially in a race like the 24-hour Daytona, where the track position or the track conditions change so wildly on a good day, that your car might be just awful at night, but it's the best car on track in the early mornings or in the closing stages of the early afternoon. So you really have to manage the driver and say, hey, do not risk the car at all. Like, I would rather you be a second a lap slower than to go toss it off and potentially throw it into a wall in that position. So for them, if it were me, I would flat out tell the driver, you have not displayed the ability to have the pace to catch that car. We're going to sit here because I'm not going to let you throw away a second place finish for some diminishing returns or something that is unlikely to pan out. So there are days where you can't win. You just don't have the car, you don't have the package. Maybe you got the downforce settings wrong, and you're not the best guy out there, and that happens to everybody, even the best in the business. So you've got to really be pragmatic about what you've got and objective about what your capability is. That's even as recent for me personally as Petit Le Mans. Like, we knew we didn't have the pace of the Riley car and didn't have the pace of the Sean Creech car. So it's like, well, today in my pre-race strategy meeting, it's like, dude, we're going for third place today because we have a third place car and a third place effort. There's no sense in trying to risk everything and throw it away to try to get something that we can only achieve if those two cars have a bad day. And if we do what we're supposed to, we put ourselves in the best position to capitalize on that bad day. So you really have to be objective and understand where your position is. And right now for the Mercedes of Herb, we got a second place car. We're in second. We're under no threat. We're not going to throw anything away here, and we just got to hope that something bad happens or they make a missed strategy call and we can capitalize. That's the other side to that coin is, yeah, we got a second place car, but guys like me are going to be a mad scientist on the box going, okay, how can we win this race from here? Because that's really our only shot if our car is not up to first place pace on that particular day.
We don't have our cameras on right now, but I'm willing to bet that Joey Masevich was sitting there just nodding his head and thinking about all the times that he's been up on the box for me, and I've been like, I can push this car, I can go get it, trust me, I'm going to go out there and get it, and then he has to reel me back in and say, no, hang on, be smarter than that. So it's very easy behind the wheel of the car, and I've done the same for Joey before when I've been up on the box for him, but I feel like I'm more guilty of it. But it's very easy when you're behind the wheel of the car to go, no, I can dig. I need to keep pushing right now. If I just sit back and relax, we're going to lose this race, and I don't want to lose.
That's right. It's so incredibly easy to get caught up in the game of knowing that on a good lap, on a good day, you've got the pace for another half a second, another 3/4 second per lap. But if that 3/4 second turns into a spin, turns into wall contact, turns into damage, that easily is not worth the reward, and you just have to play the race you're in.
And that applies to more than just endurance racing as well. It carries over to the ovals as well. Now, it couldn't have been Joey and I racing together earlier today in a C Open truck race, and we had about a 10-minute discussion of, wow, we both went out, burnt our stuff right off because we got, greedy. We got huge eyes, went out and were running ahead of everyone else, and we're absolutely flying, drove from, 6th, 7th place all the way up to 2nd and 3rd, and then we just got chewed up and spit out because we burnt our stuff right off. So it's all forms of racing where you have to be smart, you have to manage and not get greedy, and that's the big thing.
And not get distracted. We just saw the LMP car go for a dive bomb move on the Miku Mobile, And it's wasted a little bit of time just overshooting his corner, taking a little bit of extra time around the outside, blowing it up.
Right now, 2 more LMP2 drivers. There's a 3-wide incident up at the front for the leader, Mark Whitley. He moves all the way to the top of the track and gets far out of the way as he puts 2 more LMP2s a lap down. That is the number 9 of Thomas Nadeau, who is, I believe, soloing this race. And then Tyler Markle as well is battling to stay stay on the lead lap, but now goes 1 lap down. And he is doing everything he can, but just does not have that pace. But maybe that traffic ahead of the number 5 will give an opportunity for something to happen. Although it's very doubtful, as the number 57 has sort of fallen off of the teammate that he was trying to keep up with. The number 69, driven by Landon Ciardulo, who gets around a GT3 right there. Lots of clean passes being made for Mark Whitley, and that's the big thing when you are not necessarily even the lead LMP2, but a quick LMP2 who could be leading at the end, could be fast, and could come out of this with a win. You have to make clean passes on the slower class cars, and sometimes it is very frustrating being behind them. You are 20, 30, 40, 50 miles an hour quicker than them, depending on where you are on the track. You have later braking zones, you have more downforce, you've got a better everything, but you still have to get around them cleanly, and you're just basically relying on them to keep it clean, keep their car in the same line that they're in. But it's very easy as an LMP2 to get distracted, to make a mistake, to misjudge what they're going to do, and throw it all away.
In this type of racing, it's not only about keeping up with what your car's been doing through the race, keeping up with what your teammates have been doing, keeping up with how the track's been developing, but it's also about the social aspect of you're on this track with all of these other drivers, all of these other teams, all trying to do the best they can. And if you ruffle some feathers like the 5 has with the 17, as we saw, bump drafting down the straightaway, let them know he's there. That might come back to get you later in the race. And it's all about keeping aware of who's on your good side, who's maybe going to try to make things difficult for you as you're moving your way through the field.
It's very easy to make those mistakes, and you kind of got to hope that other people don't hold grudges, and you yourself have to not hold a grudge. Right now, we are about... let's see, we're about halfway through a tire run now for Mark Whitley. Not tire run, excuse me. Fuel run for the leader, Mark Whitley. Last pitted on lap 83. Now lap 96, coming to 97. We're expecting about 22, 23 laps per tank of fuel, as he is now approaching another LMP2 to put them down. Another lap, or to put them down for their first lap down. That will be up to 4th place that the leader has lapped. Up ahead, you see that bobble though by Evan Lambert in the number 11. That battle was not for position, but Haberli Telemak gets around in the number 73. He's riding in 4th place, and he's now on fire. His butt's on fire as he's trying not to go a lap down, but he's the next one in line to do so.
And I don't think this orange car is going to make it easy for the 5. He knows what happened to the yellow car going through the bus stop earlier in the race. And I'm sure there's team communication letting him know, hey, this guy's been making it difficult for us. Let's make it a little more difficult for him.
You were talking just a minute ago about things coming back to bite you, and the 5 made a very bold move into the corner. The number 17 defended low. He looked like he was going to let him go on the entry of the bus stop, decided he was going to make it there. The number 5 here decides, I'm not going to make that move twice. Sits and rides behind. He's going to get a big draft on exit here. Gets a really great run out of the bus stop. That's probably, I would say, the hardest set of turns on the track is the backstretch bus stop, because it's When you hit it right, it's perfect. But when it's not exactly the way you want it, it gets really tough. But now the number 5, the leader, clears the number 69. But the 69 could dive bomb on corner entry, thinks better of it, and stays out wide. Now up to 5th place has been lapped. 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st are the only ones remaining on the lead lap for the LMP2s.
And that's really a textbook way to make that move. You make that pass when there's no opportunity for the other car to get a leg up on you in the next turn, where you can get up, get around, close the door, and be in your own space by the time there's any chance that they can swipe back at you.
Absolutely, and now he is pulling away. He's got about 8 car lengths. He's taking it nice and easy. Looking a bit further back, though, some of these other GT3s could be getting closer to each other. A 1:44.445 for Luke Burtonshaw. He is the leader of the GT3s. And Justin Erb in the number 23 ran a 1:45.746. So that gap is starting to get wider and wider and wider. But anything could happen. And both of those cars still have a lap over 3rd place in class for the GT3s. That's Harry Lawrence riding 3rd. "99 laps are about to be completed by Mark Whitley. That team is just 2 drivers. And so far, they have not made a swap. Mark Whitley has been in the car for 2 hours, 46 minutes. And I'm willing to bet he's starting to get tired, but he could still be wide awake, wired, moving forward here with that lead. There's nothing more exciting than being in the lead. Reese Schaefer in 2nd place for EWRL Motorsports Yellow in the 17 has now found the pace. He's running about the same lap times overall as the number 5. He's losing a little bit of ground over the course of this run, but he was about a second and a half off. Now he's running 1:34. His last lap, a 1:34.792. For the leader, Mark Whitley, it was a 1:34.819. But a 45-second gap is very, very difficult to overcome here. We'll see if the 17 is able to do it as he works his way around. A lap car of Philip Resch for Colleague Racing. Looks like they've made a driver swap. That 46. The car has seen better days, but it's still out there. It's still pumping, and they are doing everything they can. They are sitting P5 in class. Philip Resch, as he now yields to Kyle Bowling in the number 05, sitting 7th for the LMP2s. Shout out to that Colleague Racing car, though. It went up and over, did a full flip, landed on all 4 wheels, and they never batted an eye. They kept going.
Speaking of never batting an eye, that Misfit Motorsports Kyle Bowling machine looks like it had a little bit of an incident back at the bus stop about a lap ago. Let's see if we can go back and find that.
We will have to take a look, see what we can find there. But that 05 of Kyle Bowling, sitting P7 in classes. We have a replay coming up here. Entering into the bus stop, looks low on a GT3, makes it into the braking zone, cuts one way, slides loose.
He just misjudges how tightly he took that first left into the bus stop, over torques it back to the right, and just loses the rear end.
And that's so easy to do. It is so easy to do here as he gets around, makes that pass, dives it in, and then it just bobbles loose. Thankfully slides off the track and not into the way of the Colleague Racing number 46. But I guarantee you, if he was napping at all, that woke him up. Both drivers there, the 05 and the 46.
That wakes up everybody in the zip code. You see a car go around and you think, I've been at this for so long, that could have just as easily been me.
Absolutely. It's a scare and it wakes you up, but we'll see if anyone takes heed of the warning and starts backing off at all. Speaking of drivers that aren't backing off, Mark Whitley has now completed 100 consecutive laps, and he's now in the lead. He's got 45 seconds over the number 17. EWRL Motorsports has, I believe, 4 cars out on track: yellow, orange, red, and pink. Yep, those are actually, they have 5, excuse me, because they also have EWRL Motorsports Purple, which was the number 7 car, and was running, I believe, in 3rd, but is now 9 laps down. So something happened with that car and cost them a lot of time on pit road getting it repaired. So that is very unfortunate and opens the door here for the number 149 to possibly steal a podium finish, running only a minute 7 behind the leader of Mark Whitley in the number 5.
That's right, the D-Line Racing guys have found themselves in 3rd place from an unknown issue from the 73, the Texas Speed Sim Racing Blue of Telemark. He had really good, really consistent laps, and then all of a sudden he had a 37, which was about 3 seconds off of his pace, and then he found himself in a lengthy pit stop. So it also leaves the 149 last car on the lead lap. So we're now up to only 3 cars in LMP2 on the lead lap here, and with the pace difference between the 149 and the 5, that number is looking to shrink to 2 in the next 20 to 25 laps.
That is absolutely incredible, but over the course of 6 hours, the strong will prevail. Water sort of finds its level, and the drivers that are the quickest will be out front and running fast laps. So right now, you just saw the number 69 of Landon Ciardulo go 1 lap down to the leader of Mark Whitley a couple laps to go, and he's just sort of sitting there riding.
We should be about 7 laps away from the pit window for the LMP2 cars, so we'll keep a keen eye on whether this 5 car keeps the tires that it's on in triples, or if they take a set of rubber and give the 17 car a little chance to catch up.
What's nice for the number 69 car here for Landon is, even though he's been lapped, now he has the advantage of sitting in the draft and watching the line of the leader, Mark Whitley. He can draft behind him. He won't really have enough to pass him, I don't think, just based on raw pace alone, but he can hang right there, run very similar lap times, and just hang around and keep some speed in the car.
That's right. If he was my driver, I'd tell him to get the pencil out and go to school.
Learn it. Yeah, that's exactly it. Learn as much as you can. You have a golden opportunity to see what's making this leader fast and see what you can do better. Find out as much information as you can.
And you can see that here reflected directly in the lap times. This EWRL Motorsports orange car was turning mid 135s, low 136s, tucked up behind the 5, and he's been turning sub 35s every lap since. So it's good for their pace. It's something he can learn from, and we'll see how this affects things going forward. Oh boy.
Remember the earlier conversation about getting around the lap cars cleanly? Right there, that was Mark Whitley expecting that GT3 of Jade Burr to stay on the bottom, stay in his line. Jade Burr started to drift up a little bit. Mark Whitley responded by going all the way to the top of the track. And then Jade Burr sort of continued on. He was trying to give the bottom lane to the leader, and just a bit of a miscommunication, misjudgment there, and it almost ended in disaster. So we've got a replay of it here. Actually, not of that particular incident as that wraps up, but the leaders now going into turn 1, probably a bit rattled. If you're Mark Whitley, you're saying, okay, I've done I've done my 103 laps, guys. Let's maybe think about this here. I've done my service. Let's swap out.
I disagree. I think if he was anything like the Brazilian and Portuguese drivers I've dealt with, would be yelling new expletives that I've never heard onto the radio and telling us to go find their crew. Because that was a silly move. I mean, the GT cars have that understanding that they just need to stay low because they're slow on the banking. Really no reason for him to be up there, especially without any sort of drafting partner. You're just widening the radius and increasing the distance you have to travel by not staying tight to the apron. So I don't know what the GT car was thinking. Maybe he's starting to get drowsy behind the wheel, but that's definitely not what you want to see.
Stay low, stay high. Doesn't matter to me as long as you stay in A lane when there's faster cars approaching.
Yeah, that seems like a common conversation that's had on iRacing, because Trevor, you have the luxury of dealing with professional drivers with real cars on the line, and they've invested their time and money and years of their lives practicing and training, and they are the best in the world. The great thing about iRacing is that anyone can get on it and race. The downside of iRacing is that anyone can get on and race. So people have all these different ideas of what they are supposed to do, and they all have good intentions and are trying to get out of the way, or I'm going to hold my line and stay low when the leader wants them to move out of the way, etc., etc. But it's the job of the GT3 car to hold their line. They don't get to run their line, they hold their line, and those are two very different things, and sometimes that misconception can cause some major issues.
Right. Well, firstly, I would say it's not a luxury dealing with professional drivers. It's really just like a big daycare. And secondly, too, I mean, there's, as you touched on, there's etiquette that needs to be understood, and you're exactly right. The GT driver, their job and their responsibility when getting past is to hold their line. Well, the GT line, or X for Daytona, whenever we go there with IMSA and multi-class racing, is you make love to that apron line. You're down as low as you can, because again, that's the fastest way around when you're by yourself, because you're decreasing that radius. And in a GT car, you don't have the absolute VMAX, the maximum speed, to make use of running a higher line like the prototypes do. I mean, I think there's like a 35 mile an hour difference or something at the end of the straightaways between the GT and DP cars, as we see our leader, the number 5 pit here. Let's keep a keen eye on what he does, as we have our GT leader in the pits as well.
That was that was a very close call from Mark Whitley there on pit entry. He very nearly sped, but like you mentioned, Luke Burtonshaw now on pit road as well.
Absolutely, and it looks like Whitley is keeping on the ground. Let's wait here until the refueling portion is done to see if he goes up on jacks.
I can tell you from experience, this time sitting on pit road feels like forever. You just want to go, but it takes so long to fill the darn car up, and you just have to sit and wait. No new tires for the leader. He is going to run another stint on them.
And this is really the time of the day to get as much out of your tires as you can. Put that extra stint on. If you've got the pace in the driver, you've got the pace in the car, it may be worth rolling the dice and just keeping it going.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the last 10 laps that he did, the exception of avoiding the GT car in the banking, 34.4, 34.8, 34.8, 34.7, 34.9, 34.7, 34.9, 34.6. So he is running not only consistent, but faster than everybody else on these now days old, it seems like, tires. So I think that was, we'll see if this pays off, but this is the move I would make, knowing the superiority in the pace and the lack of noticeable tire degradation and pace, because it basically just erased any possibility of the 17 car getting back the the 36 to 40 seconds it takes for a tire change. They know they can maintain this pace and they can continue to open that gap and not give the competition anything. It's a really smart move.
Looks like it absolutely was a very good move. Right now, we are ending our little portion of the coverage here. Myself, Jeff Maconi, and Joey Masevich up in the booth. We are going to pass it off to Joey Atterbury and Trevor McClure to round out the rest of the night. Halfway down for these drivers, but we right now are raising money with this race for the Epilepsy Foundation. The last that I saw, which I believe is still the most up-to-date number, is $123.80 raised for the Epilepsy Foundation, which is amazing so far. A goal of $500. It's very cool that we are able to take sim racing and make a real-world impact with it. We are now at $133.80. Thank you all for the additional donations. If you are able to donate and choose to do so, thank you so much. It really does help. Being able to take virtual racing, make a real-world impact, and help charity is something that should not be taken for granted. It's very special that we are able to do. We are going to throw it to a short commercial break here. Thank you for tuning in for the first half of the race, and we still have 3 hours of racing to go before we crown a victor.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that Maconi Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, Five Flag Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at Maconi Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, Maconi Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to MaconiSetupShop.com and learn why Maconi Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Welcome back, everyone, to the action. This is the Sim Racers for Mental Health 6 hours at Daytona International Speedway. We've just passed the halfway mark in this event. You're listening to it all here on Maconi Entertainment. Myself, Joey Atterbury, and Trevor McClure are going to be taking you guys all the way to the checkered flag from here on out. Trevor, you've got a ton of real-world experience, and now that we've passed the halfway of this 6-hour mark, kind of put it in perspective. If you just passed the 12-hour point of a 24-hour race, it's kind of downhill from here, but it's still a long way left.
Well, one of my favorite things to say at the racetrack is there's still plenty of time for everything to go wrong. That's exactly where we are here. There's no false sense of security at the halfway point. You know, it's like, okay, we've done that. Now we have to do it again with fatigued equipment and fatigued personnel and fatigued pit crew and fatigued drivers. So really the second half, while it might seem easier, it's actually much harder because you're now fighting all of the wounds and the wear and the tear the first half put on you in the second half, and that's really when the decision making and the risk assessment and the lack of mistakes matter so much more.
You're right. The lack of mistakes need to happen. Very few, if any at all, because as you're in the back half of this race, just the time is working against you. You don't have the time to rebound back. You're not only fighting the competition, but you are officially fighting the clock to the checkered flag. And one thing that I want to give everybody an opportunity to, because I know there's quite a few of you out here watching and listening here to the broadcast. Trevor McClure is a professional real-world strategist. He is also a real-world spotter. Can flex his muscle with plenty of Daytona 24 wins, Sebring wins, Petite wins, Watkins Glen 6-hour, whether it's on the box or in the spotter stand, I want to give you, everybody who's out there watching, if you're curious and have a question to ask Trevor, go ahead and put it in the chat there, and we'll certainly feed it to him here in the broadcast. It's always great to get real world perspective here when we're watching the virtual world on the screen. And Trevor, talk to me a little bit about this last hour here. It seems like the number 5 car of Mark Whitley is still in the car. That's a name that I remember from the beginning half, and he's put almost 45 seconds on second place here, and it looks like everybody has just started a new tire stint. Or maybe not a new tire stint, but a new fuel stint.
Well, 5 car of Whitley, you're right. That is the same driver, Mark Whitley, who started the race. Same with the 127 of Luke Burtonshaw, 23 of Herb, and the 777 of Lawrence. Those guys started the race, and they are still in it at the halfway mark. Yeah, there's a lot of pit stop cycles that just happened before you hop back on, but interestingly enough, Whitley is on his 3rd stint on his tires and is still the fastest car on track. He's just out there cruising, and since you've been gone, really the name of this last hour has been just the 5 breaking free of literally everyone else and asserting its dominance. Prior to the pit stop cycle, there were only the top 3 overall left on the lead lap. It looks like 3rd and 4th have got it back, but only temporarily. They're within 10 and 15 seconds, respectively, of going another lap down, and certainly running slower than the star of the show right now, Mark Whitley. But that's been it. Nothing has really changed in the GT ranks. The top 3, top 4 remain the same. The one thing you did miss was the poor Lamborghini, number 46, did an end-over-end front flip in turn 5, landed on all 4s, put it in gear, drove away, and they find themselves 7 laps down. However, they are running 4th place in GT, which is incredibly impressive. Those have really been the hallmarks of the hour that you were gone.
Looking at this Lamborghini, Trevor, it reminds me of a little bit. You remember when we were working together at Barber, and I think at the end of the Barber race, there was a Camaro with no door, a Mustang with no door, and multiple cars missing either bumpers or fenders out of that.
Yeah, that was the only time I've ever got to knock a window out during a pit stop for
That's
legality
right.
purposes.
That is right.
Yeah, no, that was a wild one, man, and that was back in the day, in the Grand M days, where it was a little more Wild West, and they really didn't care a lot about body work and things hanging off. And yeah, we ran that race no driver's door the entire time because that wreck happened lap 1. There was one team with a bunch of psychopaths and Mustangs that obviously shouldn't have been out there.
That one wreck, it was.
And that was that. We have some pretty gnarly photos from that crash. A lot of cars airborne. Lap 1, turn 1 at Barber. Just great memories. We wrecked a lot of stuff at Barber, and most of it wasn't our team's fault.
We did wreck a lot of stuff at Barber, you're right. And actually, getting here on the YouTube chat, Trevor, we do have a question coming in. Mad Dog Gamer, he wants to know, hey, Trevor, what's your favorite race you do in IMSA?
Oh. It depends, because I have the luxury of having a position where I can work for multiple teams over an IMSA weekend, and even sometimes during the same race. For a number of years, I spotted a TCR car and a GS car during the Michelin Pilot races simultaneously, and I also called the strategy for the TCR car while doing all of that. And at a place like Daytona, where you can see the whole track, it's pretty difficult to do, and I think I'm the only psychopath on the planet that would try to pull that off. That said, I have won the 4-hour Michelin Pilot race at Daytona in TCR while spotting for 2 cars in separate classes. So I can do a lot of different races, and a lot of them have different meanings for me. The 24-hour Daytona is an easy one because it's the crown jewel of what we have in North America. It's an incredible race. I've had the absolute luck of having just amazing teams that I've worked for over the years. I mean, geez, I had a 7-year streak of podium finishes at Daytona for the 24-hour, and that was solely because of the amazing teams and people I had just ability to work with, which was great. So I love the 24-hour. I love it because I've won it from the pit lane, I've won it from the roof. Now I'm on the box calling strategy for AWA and LMP3, and I would really love to win it from a third position. So that's really a goal of mine. Sebring's special because there's so much history around that place, even though half the track is falling apart from being World War II era concrete, but it's still that's kind of the beauty of it. You know, I love some tracks that I hate, like Lime Rock. I hate Lime Rock, but I love it there because I helped. I was spotting for FAF Motorsports when they won their first IMSA race in GTD with Dennis Olsen and Zach Robichon, and I actually. I met my wife and the mother of my children at Lime Rock. She herself was a professional race car driver that raced against Joey many years ago. So it's just like spotting. I mean, there's different places on different tracks that we go to on what car we're running, and it's kind of the same thing for me. I mean, I love TCR races at the Bull Ring, even though I despise that track. And at the same time, I love Daytona when running GS cars and TCR cars because I have so much history there and have wins there and everything else. And you know, VIR for me is near and dear to my heart because that's my home track. I grew up very, very close to Virginia International Raceway and spent so much time there as I was coming up. In fact, I started my motorsport career doing flagging at Turn 8 in the uphill S's as my first gig ever in motorsport, which is very cool. So it's a very difficult question for me to answer. I'm going to go with the easy, low-hanging fruit of the 24-hour Daytona and Sebring, but I mean, I love any IMSA race where I've got a car that's got a shot to win.
Anytime you have a shot to win, it definitely makes the experience better at the racetrack. And you mentioned so much variety there between the different types of racing, and you really only covered IMSA, but for everyone wondering, you don't just all of a sudden end up on the spotter's stand or on the strategy box of an IMSA team. And Trevor, we've worked together from test days to NASA club racing with spec Miatas and coaching cars and coaching even just customer BMW E36s out there to the VIR 13-hour, all the way up to everyone knows that the Daytona 24 hours, which is the pinnacle of them all. And you've climbed the ranks through it all, and yeah, you don't just all of a sudden end up there, and you've done every job under the sun. We talked about it earlier. You can't just kind of clone you because you've literally done it all, from tires to fuel to over the wall to spotter stand to strategy. And I think the only thing that you haven't done is hold the steering wheel, although you put you behind the golf cart or a Taylor Dunn, and you're one of the fastest in the paddock, I'd say.
That's right. That's right. That's right. I'm really, really good with a golf cart. Really good at getting kicked out of venues for driving too fast in a golf cart. No, that's about it, right? That's kind of how I introduce myself to some people. As I say, I've done every job at the racetrack, but drive the trucks to get the cars there, drive the cars to get them on the grid.
And also, you know, we talk a lot about professionals and being so serious out there. One of my favorite memories with you, Trevor, is having some golf cart fun at VIR 13-hour. I think if I remember correctly, there was a golf cart on the roof of a hauler in the morning.
Yeah, that was about the 5th time I almost got fired that year. But yeah, you know, there was a pro driver name to be unreleased, but he's on the broadcast with me, and it challenged me to a golf cart parking contest at VIR. a NASA weekend, and those are non-pro weekends for us that do this on a pro level. Are nearly a paid vacation because the pressure's off. You've got customers that are just out there for fun. There's no points to be had. We're really just making sure that they have a good time. So the pressure's off, and everything's a little more lax. And I got a text with a picture of a golf cart parked in a precarious spot and said, "Your move." So I happen to be an official with NASA Mid-Atlantic. If anybody's out there, whoop whoop, miss you guys. And I was at the bar with all the officials, and I got about 10 guys together and said, "Hey, we're going to go win this. I need you to come with me." And we got the golf cart on top of our hauler in the paddock, and that was it. I took it to 11 and won.
Yes, you did win that one. And to get a little bit more back onto topic on the screen here, nothing has changed in terms of the running order. Mark Whitley in the number 5 car for Driven Motorsports continues to lead the way. I'm looking at the lap times, and I'm actually pretty impressed really with the top 5. They're all running lap times that are similar to our leader. Now, the only change is where some of these cars run into GT3 traffic, and there might be a little bit of outlier on pace there, but ultimately the 5 car has great track position over the rest of the field. The 17 car still is on the lead lap. He can still hang in it, and if Whitley has any problems on the racetrack, the 17 can certainly be there to pounce. And Trevor, talking from experience, you know that sometimes even just being on the lead lap can put you in a position to still win.
Yep, that's really the name of the game in IMSA, with the way that the caution periods work and the way that they separate the classes, not dissimilar to what we did when we had our caution earlier. If you can hang on to that lead lap and a caution comes out, puts you right back in the game. All of a sudden, the 91-second deficit that the 149 has now to the 5 disappears, and that 91 seconds now becomes 9/10 of a second, and then you go back racing again. As we see here, the 149's only got about a 7 to 10 car length gap back to the 5 car, and as I predicted with the boys on the broadcast here while you were away, is it was going to take about 25 to 30 laps for there to only be 2 cars left on the lead lap in P2, and we're right about that mark here. And the 5 car is just so strong, it's only a matter of time before the 149 befalls. But we also, it looks like we have the 57 off at 1. Little classic overcook of the brakes, it looks like. No harm, no foul, though. Thankfully, with that sea of asphalt they've installed out there, it's very difficult to hit something. But we had the 77. Only just missed him there on entry.
Great job of avoidance there by the 77. That's Max Service currently in that black and pink machine. It just looked like maybe even a little bit too much rear brake in that car in front of him, and that what's forced him around. Also getting in too deep will certainly do that, and squeezing the brake a little bit too hard can upset that car. We've been watching that 77 on screen. He, like I said, that's Max Service in the car. He's being followed right now by that red and yellow car earlier. Once again, a spotter's dream to see that one out on the racetrack. Easy to identify no matter where it is.
Yeah, that one's easy to see, and he can do with some external lights like we talked about earlier, but yeah, that one's definitely a hard one to lose. Almost looks like the classic DHL livery from the old Penske LMP2 Spiders and numerous other DTM cars and everything. It's almost the same lines and everything. Little brighter yellow, I think, though.
It is a little bit brighter yellow. I always liked those cars, and what we're watching right here is actually the leader on screen in that green and black car, followed closely by Michael De La Sala in that 149, and the 149 is currently trying to get his lap back to get back on the lead lap. So this is actually a pretty crucial battle, Trevor. If you're on the radio with Whitley, are you telling him to stay aggressive and keep this car pinned down? Or what if Michael De La Sala has a little bit more pace than what your car has right now? What is your advice?
I would certainly look at the previous laps, and obviously Whitley got up to him quite quickly. He went from that 91-second gap to now being in front of him, which is 5 or 6 seconds difference in track position over 2 or 3 laps. So looking at that, I would objectively go, okay, well, we're at least 1.5 seconds per lap faster, so I wouldn't put too much pressure on Whitley to try to drive away, because I think that's organically going to happen. I wouldn't want to force him into a mistake by overly exciting him. I would just let him know, sort of innocuously, like, hey, just get yourself a gap so that if the car behind you makes a mistake, you're not collected in it. That's really the big concern that I would have is removing the risk of being taken out inadvertently by a competitor from behind when sitting in such a great spot in the lead.
That is a good point, and you guys asked for it. Riding on board, this is Thomas Nadeau. Now, the bearded sim racer Ryan Bauer behind the scenes, he's a little bit like a wedding DJ right now, that if you have a request, go ahead and put it in the chat here and we'll get them on the screen. We'll get your track played out. And right now it is Thomas Nadeau in that number 9 car. He's sitting in the 10th place position. He's working lap number 112, about 8 laps down currently. A little bit just kind of clawing back and staying in this race right now. We're going to see what his last lap time is here as he comes across the stripe, a 139.5. Not sure if that car just has a little bit of damage from earlier, but he's lacking a little pace, maybe just getting up to speed out there, but always welcome and still hanging on here to a top 10 spot.
Absolutely, and I love the car number. I've got some history with the 9 car in both prototype and ET and even TCR racing. So like my 5 at the lead and the number 13 and 7. 9 is a car that a car number I've dealt with professionally and is near and dear to my heart, as Thomas Nadeau looks to put the GT leader another lap down. Nice and easy, respectful. Oh, he had a little spin there. Little spin. And that could have been disaster for the 127.
It's so easy to squeeze on the throttle a little bit too much. A lot of people refer to it as, think of an egg under the throttle, and if you hit that throttle too hard, you're going to crack that egg, and when you crack that egg, that's when you get wheel spin, and around you go. Back up to the front here, this is the number 149 we're riding along board with right now, chasing down our leader. He's trying to get around our leader, Mark Whitley, to get back on the lead lap. Only 2 cars in this LMP 2-car class on the lead lap right now, trying to make it a third. Michael De La Sala definitely applying the pressure, but Trevor, both of these cars certainly look pretty loose on throttle through the slow stuff.
Yeah, and looking at the last couple of laps since Whitley's got around him, pace has dropped consistently out of the 34s for really the first time this race. He's had a couple of traffic laps in the 35s, but he's had no traffic the last few laps and he's running 35. So this could be a case of his tires finally catching up to him, but also on the backside of that, not taking tires allowed him to maintain that massive gap over the 41 or the 17, excuse me. And I still think at this stage that was the right choice, because that gap is still at 49 seconds and they're running similar lap times. So even though Mark Whitley's performance is suffering, he didn't give anything to his competition, and he's able to run the same times, if not slightly better than the 17. So at the end of the day, it's a net positive for him to not take these tires. That's just the sidebar effect, is keeping the 149 in the hunt to keep himself on the lead lap, which is the battle we're seeing here.
Especially if they're past the halfway point now, which we are. He hasn't taken a set of tires. That means he's only going to take one set of tires in this race. Most likely those cars behind him are going to also take another set of tires at some point before the checkered flag here, which really then just puts him on an even strategy when it comes to pit stop time, which is crucial to keeping your track position. And yeah, stretching this first tire stint as long as he has is quite impressive, especially with the lap times that he is throwing down out there. Now, when he does come and put those new tires on, it will be a little bit of an extended stop, so we might see the 149 get that lap back, at least for a little bit, and put 3 cars back on this lead lap battle here in LMP. But if I remember correctly, it's about 22 or 23 laps here that these cars can run on a full tank of gas, at least under a green flag condition, and it looks like they're about to end lap 16 right now, start to work 17 on this stint right now. So cars are starting to get a little bit lighter. The track temperature is continuing to fall as, you know, we get colder and colder throughout this night, and maybe we'll see a little bit of an extended fuel game. Trevor, talk to me about how that weather can actually extend maybe a lap on these fuel stints.
Yeah, if these guys go into a fuel save mode fairly early, really only have to save 45% fuel per lap, which sounds like a lot, but if you have a drafting buddy, it's quite easy. You can save 4 to 5% of fuel per lap and not really have a huge deficit in pace. It can actually add another lap, and that can extend over the course of a race, just like compounding interest can. But just like compounding interest, you've got to start doing it early instead of late. If you try to save fuel late in a stint, you're just sacrificing time, because you're not going to save a significant amount of fuel to make any impact on your fuel strategy. So with these guys working lap 123 now, they should be approaching about the 17 to 18 liters left in the tank mark. That gives them about 6 more laps until the fuel stop. And interestingly enough, the top 8 LMP2 cars did not take tires last stint. And outside of the 5 car, if I'm not mistaken, nobody has gone more than a double stint on tires. Although if anyone were to triple, the nighttime is the time to do it.
You're right, the nighttime is the time to do it when those temperatures are cooler here in the sim. That means the tire life is prolonged out there. You can just stretch them that last little bit further. Still got the camera on this 149 car, this yellow and red machine of Michael De La Sala right now. He is the first car 1 lap down to our leader, racing that D-Line Racing red machine. I'd love to go ahead and ride on board really with any of these cars, because first of all, Trevor, I miss driving a race car. It takes me back into these times that it's so much fun to be out there racing with your competitor, but it also gives a feel for the setup that these drivers have underneath them. Now, these LMP2 cars should be pretty planted here coming up through the bus stop, and if it's not, I would start to worry a little bit as this car looks pretty hooked up through there, is able to ride the curbs, jump out through there, get a great exit. Where the weak part is actually the more slow corners, where it's mechanical grip, where these cars are really trimmed out on the aerodynamics, not helping them at all. And maybe you can speak to that these big go-karts are actually better in the fast stuff compared to the slow stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a trait that's inherent to prototype cars that are light and aero heavy. They do lack outright mechanical grip, even compared to some of the GT cars. We found out the hard way in 2017 at Long Beach with Action Express, the first year of the LMP2 based DPIs. a lot of the really slow speed corners, the GT cars actually had a higher minimum speed through the corner than we were capable of, even though we're a prototype that's multi-seconds per lap faster. We actually got collected by a Mercedes because they had the confidence and more minimum speed to go through, and of course impacted us. And we can go back to bad decision making on a prototype's part, racing, or a GT car's part racing a prototype. But we actually had to change a lot of the phrasing that we used and had to look out for GT cars in slower corners. So it's not a surprise to me that the slow speed stuff on the infield are really starting to hurt these prototype cars, especially as tire wear becomes a factor, because they just, as mighty as they are and as impressive and as fast as they are, they really do lack the mechanical grip. They need the aero pieces, they need the wing, they need the airflow to really show their strength.
It's just interesting how the development of the race car has come along through the decades, and this is the machines that were out here racing and how they work. And I consider myself a student of speed, and I love learning every facet of racing, no matter what it is. And working 3.5 hours right now, and I want to give a shout out to the reason why we are all gathered here and doing this 6-hour event, and it's for a great cause. Sim racers for mental health out here raising money, and I've got an update. We are well over $150 raised tonight. Always awesome to see. If you are curious about making a donation, go ahead and check out the chat here on YouTube, on Twitch, wherever you're catching this Maconi Entertainment show, and there will be a link. All you have to do is click and follow that link, and it will take you to the page that you too can donate. We're trying to hit a goal of a few $100s here tonight, and you guys can help us no matter how big or small that donation is. And like I said, this event is brought to you tonight by Maconi Entertainment. If you're interested in getting any of your events broadcasted here on the big screen, head on over to MaconiSetupShop.com. Click on that Maconi Entertainment tab, and you can fill out that form and get your information over to Jeff. He's always anxious to hear about all the different sim racing going on and how he can help everybody get the action on the screen here. And also want to give a shout out to this Movember event coming up here on the 26th. They're going to be doing another good event for another great cause. If you're interested in this Movember event, go ahead and take out your phone, scan that QR code that you see on the screen, and it'll take you over to learn more about this. But all of the donations are going to go to support the Movember cause, and we're going to be racing 100 laps in the Daytona truck. So if that sounds fun to you, come join us on the 26th. That's just a few days away next week, and help for that great Movember cause. Saturday for the boys there on November 26th. Getting back to the action on your screen, Mark Whitley continues to lead the way, about a 45-46 second gap over second place of Reese Schaefer. Driven Motorsports out front, EWRL Motorsports Yellow in second place, followed by D-Line Racing in third right now. It has literally been the story of Mark Whitley this entire race, as he has done every single lap in the car. Pretty impressive, if you ask me. And something we're going to have to watch out for is, I think he's going to be running out of fuel here in the next couple laps. He's got 21 laps on this stint, make it 22 laps. So I would expect him probably to be hitting pit road this time. If he was able to stretch it, maybe next time. Looks like he's going to have to work around that Mercedes of Justin Erb out there. That is the 23 car. Another name that I recognize from earlier, still in it. That GT3 car is currently second in position in class. Still a lap down to our GT3 leader. But things are starting to just kind of settle down right now. And we're going to have a race maybe a little bit later. But honestly, if Mark Whitley continues this pace, It's going to spell trouble for the rest of the field. I think, though, what I'm looking forward to most is going to see if he's going to take tires here this pit stop. And I think if he does, the rest of the LMP field is going to breathe a sigh of relief because he has not taken that delta that everybody else has. And so the pit stop cycles are a little bit bejumbled. He's got this big 45-second gap. We're going to see that gap. Oh, really close call right there with that lapped car. I'm not sure what GT car that was, but our leader really had to check up and do accident avoidance.
Yeah, that is Keith Ayers in that car, and it is severely hurt. That's the number 3 KAI entry. They were multiple laps down, and
Here comes the leader, Trevor.
Lane, right on time, as you predicted. I suspect he's going to take tires here. That last stint was the worst average pace he's had the entire race. He took those lumps just to prevent 17 car from getting a 23-second advantage of him doing a tire change, but I suspect now he absolutely has to take tires, and it looks like we have a driver change as well.
Looks like Mark Whitley is finally going to get himself a chicken sandwich there at the pit stop. That place actually makes a pretty nice sauce, if you ask me, Trevor. Wipe down those headlights, put in the new driver, which is going to be Joseph McWhirter, who looks like he'll probably close it out for the final 2.5 hours. And this right here is going to set off the dominoes of the green flag pit stops for the prototypes.
They're all right on time, and they're all on sequence, which is a bit disconcerting for my strategic mind, because I'm always looking for the outlier. Like, who is off sequence and who could just come out of nowhere and surprise everybody as the 5 car leaves pit lane, or fresh rubber and a new driver. This is a big unknown for us because we have no idea the pace, skill, or decision-making of McWhirter here as we ride on board. But time will tell here in the next few laps. We'll have a good read. Is he as good as Mark Whiteley? Is he better? I don't know how possible that is, but we'll find out here. And so will the competition.
This is the variable in changing the drivers. How quickly can the new driver get up to speed? But he's got a fresh set of shoes underneath him, so it's just like hopping in the car for practice. He doesn't have to worry about being out there on used tires. And Trevor, you said you were looking for the outlier, and I'm on timing and scoring right now, and the only outlier that I really see is Michael De La Sala, currently our second place runner in the number 149 car. He's working lap number 21 on his fuel stint right now, so he might stretch it another 1, potentially 2 laps on this tire stint. And while he's not going to overtake for the lead, it might be enough to leapfrog around our leader, which might just be getting up to speed and get his lap back.
That's true. Very true. Just looking at the 149's pace, he's not pulling those magic Schumacher laps that he has to make that overcut, undercut work. 136 last time by as he goes through the bus stop. He's had no traffic, so he's really got to pick it up if they have any hope of pulling that off. Interesting thing is, though, both the 5 and the 17 took tires. The 149 could take a bit of a gamble and just take fuel, take about 30 seconds less on the pit stop. That would jump them into second place. Then that would then put them in the position of, okay, can I hold second place with old tires?
I think that if you're going to roll the dice, let's roll the dice right now. Can you make that big gap and make that big jump? And if you can, fantastic. You might get bailed out by others' misfortunes. You never know what can happen in a race. But if you see an opportunity, I highly suggest taking it, because you never know what can be on the other side. And if you just follow the leader, that's all you're going to do in the race, is follow the leader and hope for a break. But when you go on these alternate strategies, you got to roll the dice sometimes. Gonna ride on board the number 13. This is Zachary Hall right here. A battle for 6th place overall on the racetrack. Hunting down Landon Ciardulo right there in front of us. That's the orange and black machine getting a pretty good slipstream here. Going to be headed down towards the bus stop. See if we're going to see a late braking move. No, he's going to go defensive. He's going to try it around the outside, too wide into the bus stop. Doesn't always work out. He is not happy with that defense. You see the flash of the lights.
Absolutely, and that was a bit of a bold move from Ciardulo because they are on an out lap. They did take tires, so his tires are not going to be up to temperature and pressure. As Zach Hall's are, he's going to have a little bit performance advantage as a result. So, yeah, it worked for now. He's still in 5th place, but as you said, Hall's not happy. And there we go. We see the overdrive into turn 1. Or wide open, the 13 goes right on by.
Yeah, just an outbreaking maneuver, and then, oh no, Zachary Hall gets it all wrong in the first horseshoe, and he is in the tire wall currently. Doesn't look like a heavy damage or heavy impact, but this is going to cost him significant amount of track position as he gathers the 13 car back up, gets it pointed back on the racetrack, and will catch a replay of this. Really unfortunate because he had just cleared Ciardulo, who had just done the same thing, taking it too deep in 1. And here we're going to ride on board. Goes too deep underneath a GT3 car in the hairpin, catches himself out, and snap oversteer with a rear lockup.
That's not the first time we've seen this exact thing of a P2 car going down the inside of a GT and just completely losing any brake reference that they have, and fortunately tapping it with the wall. Fortunately for him, these LMP2 cars, while they say they're designed by Dallara, I believe it's actually Panzer, because they have taken a beating tonight and have not shown any signs of major damage. So lucky there for Hall, but he lives to fight another day. And you know, the 13 and the 69 are really the battle for the car still remaining on the lead lap as we follow along with Joseph McWhorter here. Yeah, and we have the 149 in pit lane.
You took the words right out of my mouth, T-Bones. We got the 149 Michael De La Sala, our 2nd place runner in pit lane. He was able to stretch that an impressive 23 laps on that fuel stint. We're going to see if this car goes up on air jacks or if it takes fuel only. It looks like Michael is going to
on the
stay.
Ground, fuel only, fuel only, fuel only. Come on.
It looks like he is going to stay in the car right now. Something else to note, the number 5, Joseph McWhorter, is consistently turning low 135s out there. Compare that to Mark Whitley's low 134s, and there's being a little bit of pace left on the table. And Trevor, I see fuel only for the 149.
I like it. You know what? I really do, because we've still got 2 hours, 18 minutes or so left in this race. They're still going to have to come back to pit lane at least 3 more times in the LMP2 ranks. So you do a little tire stretch here, play some games, you take 1 more set of tires, everyone else with you has to take 1 more set of tires, and see where the gap ends up. And I like this because he's throwing himself off the same strategy as the 17 and the 5. And I think it puts him in a position to go after the 17. The 17 itself is still 42 seconds behind the leader. And they're not that much faster than Joseph McWhorter. 2/10 last lap by Reece Schaefer is the advantage. So I don't see that 42-second gap evaporating anytime soon. So for the 149 guys, if they can maintain a decent pace here on old tires, and we've seen that being the case here, especially at night, I think they put themselves in a really good spot. It's possible the 17 takes 2 more sets of tires over the next 3 stops. You know, they might have a fighting chance, or they might pull off that easy pass ever in the pit lane, as we talked about earlier.
Riding on board right now, this is Kyle Bowling here in this white and blue machine, currently in 8th place. The car in front of him is actually the third place Texas Speed Sim Racing entry. Just kind of hanging out in the draft right here, turning some pretty consistent laps. Looks like Kyle's last lap out there was a 136.6. Compare that to our leader, Joseph McWhorter, at a 135.5. So just a little bit shy, as there looked to be a car turned around there in the first hairpin. Was off track at Apex, not affecting anybody out there on track. Not sure who that was there. Looks like that's the number 20 car of Robert Smith, the 18th. 17 other ones out there, but that is the 18th one here on iRacing. And Trevor, talk to me a little bit about pace. We've been keeping our eye on Michael De La Sala in that red and yellow machine. He just pitted. Joseph McWhorter out there doing mid 135s, but I did see him click off a 134 just a little bit ago, so he might be getting in the groove. What are you telling your new driver right now?
I'm telling him he's got a 42-second gap over a driver that at best running mid 34s. All he needs to do is keep it in the high 34s. A few tenths per lap is not enough to put any significant ding into a 42-second gap. They're both in the same tire strategy now, so there's not a big threat in future stops to lose the 25 to 30 seconds or whatever a tire change translates to, because you're both doing the same thing. However, there is some potential for the 149 to kind of sneak in there. Same with the 73. The 73 could be the dark horse here. They pitted 6 laps earlier than the leader. They did not take tires, which is interesting. But at the same time, too, if they can close up the 40-second gap they have to the 17, they could put themselves in a decent position to kind of undercut when they do the next stop that the 17 takes tires if the 73 stays out. So some interesting possibilities here. There's no super big outliers like, there's no dark horse that's going to come out of nowhere from 5th or 6th place and take the lead. But there are some interesting things that can happen here, especially with now 4 cars fighting to stay on the lead lap, especially if we have a caution. If we have a caution, that completely changes the dynamic of the top 4.
I tell you what, Michael De La Sala definitely got held up by this Luke Burtonshaw GT3 car. Nothing of the fault of the GT3 car. It was just a consequence of where Michael caught the GT3 traffic out on the racetrack, and I think we're going to see a pretty poor lap time out of that 149. And the reason why I mentioned that is, now look on that screen, that's the green and black leader, Joseph McWhorter. So if De La Sala does not keep up the pace, he is going to go 1 lap down. And the other reason to keep up the pace that we hadn't even touched on yet, it's now stretched out to 7.5 seconds, but it was down to about 3 seconds. Michael De La Sala is reeling in that 73 car in 3rd place of Herbley Telemalak. I totally just butchered that name, but I tried my best there. That's the Texas Speed Sim Racing Blue Team, and I actually think that's the closest battle on the racetrack in terms of position and overall track position.
I think if Michael De La Sala can keep clean track, in line, good decisions here, he can catch that car of Telemac and elevate himself up to 3rd place. Does have 10 lap newer tires.
You did
right?
great right there. You know, I have to applaud you, Trevor, because Telemac, that sounds perfect, and I guarantee you that's how it's pronounced. Sorry about that.
That's probably the English version of the French pronunciation, if I had to take a guess, but I do try my best. But, yeah, I mean, if De La Sala can keep up a close pace with him and not make any mistakes, his tires are 10 laps newer. We've seen that pay dividends, albeit very, very late in the game and late in the stint and tire run. There is a possibility there that he can kind of sneak up on Telemac and take that away from him. This last lap, 0.6 of a second. That's 12 laps. At that pace, he can close the gap. So we'll keep an eye on that one. That's definitely something developing.
Developing indeed. And the other thing to notice with Telemac is currently 14 laps on this fuel stint, while the 149 only working lap 4 on this fuel stint. So we will see the 73 well before the 149 pit, and the 73 will be the first prototype to pit really out of that entire top 5 I'm looking at. Might see the 6th place car of the Category 5 esports pit before them, but really that 3rd place car should be the first one to pit. Jumping back to this GT3 battle, unfortunately our 2nd place car here, 23 Justin Erb, he is 1 full lap down now to our leader. He's going to have to find some magic out of the back pocket here to crawl back into the win contention. But you mentioned it when I hopped back on here, Trevor. It's plenty of time for just enough time, for everything to go wrong? Is that how you put it?
Still plenty of time for everything to go wrong.
There you go, and I think that's a little bit of what Justin Erb needs right now. When, yeah, anything can happen on any of these laps right here, especially in the middle of the night at Daytona. Luke Burtonshaw, though, certainly has had his head down in front of this GT3 field and has been clicking laps off in the Porsche like it's nobody's business. And actually looks like this Mercedes is going to head down to pit road. Oh no, is this the 17? Did we have a problem on the racetrack? Trevor, looks like the 17 has heavy front end damage and has towed his way back to pit lane. That is Reese Schaefer. I believe that was the 2nd place car that was out there running?
Buzz being the operative word. Let's see if we can get a replay on that. That really changes the game here.
That was the 17 car.
Oh, it looks like they had an issue on pit entry. The GT car. Oh no. Oh no. So let's get the replay up. It was definitely an incident with the GT car. Completely uncalled for.
Looks like we're trying to find it right now. We're riding on with the 17 car. He's making his way around the racetrack right now, and it looks like the car is still running at this point, which means that it will be coming up, and it was heavy front end damage. Trevor, are you able to tell me what turn number it was at?
Speedway 4 at pit entry.
Speedway 4 at pit entry, so it's going to be a while later here in this replay here, as the 17 is just rounding out of turn 6, going up onto the banking here. And yeah, Trevor, give us a little idea of what we're about to see.
So we touched on it while you were away. We had BMW GT car run up the banking. That ran up the banking with prototype cars passing, and as you know, that we do have an etiquette where the cars that are slow stay low, and what we're about to see here is not what happened. There's an expectation that the GT car stays low. It doesn't, and then it does right in front of him, and then it gets loose and smash, away goes the front end. So a lot of miscommunication there. The GT car shouldn't have been high. They should have stayed low. Matthew Parkhurst, in my opinion, put himself in a very bad position, and that just steamrolled into this issue that we've had with the 17, and now they find themselves in the pit lane and now a lap, if not more, down.
Yeah, you gotta chalk it up to a learning experience sometimes, but not the best learning experience when it takes out one of the front running cars, especially one of the only cars on the lead lap. And you're right, Trevor, in the real life we have drivers meetings that clearly dictate where you should be running on the racetrack, and for the most part they tell you if you're a GT car, you stay down low. You never wander up the racetrack, no matter what. And the reason being is you never know when there's multiple prototype cars behind you. It may look like there's one, but there could be 3 stacked up, and they could go 3 wide just at the moment that they're going around you, and you could funnel them all up into a wall. And that's one of the reasons why we always stay low on the racetrack. But like I said, chalk it up to a learning moment. I'm sure they're both going to learn a little bit something from it, as looks like the 23 finally has a new driver in it. That's Travis Stevens taking over the wheel of that Mercedes now.
Yeah, that was a pretty stellar effort by Herb to do almost 4 hours of this race consecutive, especially in a GT car, and to keep it so clean and tidy and not find himself in any bad places. Really stellar effort from him. Let's see if his co-driver Stevens can continue that trend and just continue to put himself in a better and better and better position. We have our GT leader Burton Shaw classified in the pit lane. So we'll see if this will put the 23 car back on the lead lap. That would be an interesting dynamic for the GT race, to see if we can get those guys. Whoa, as we have another prototype putting himself in a bad place, is the best way I could put that one.
Oh no, we got the 13 car around. I think that was the black and red car. This is the 13 of Zachary Hall, Category 5 Esports. Looks like maybe just overcooked it into the bus stop, got loose through the middle, and by the time he spat out the back end, the ends had reversed on him. And Trevor, you called it another very questionable move around a GT car, and I think he just takes it in a little bit too deep here. Jumps the curb, gets out too far, drivers left, maybe even clips the grass there on the outside of the bus stop. And let me tell you from personal experience, you never want to be that far drivers left in the bus stop. And it's just a thankful, fingers crossed moment that you didn't end up in the driver's right wall after that.
Yeah, that's exactly right, because that is usually where you end up when you're too far left there. Again, this is a complete flip from the last incident we saw with the 17 car. Travis Stevens in the 23 did everything he was supposed to. He was making love to that yellow line, staying low, maintaining his line, being extra predictable. No reason for the 13 to have gone onto the apron. That likely picked up stuff on his tires. That's what happens in real life. And when you have pickup on your tires, you lose grip, and that could have very well been what caused the 13 to go off there, as the 13 now passes the 23 car again.
I think I could go on several rants about the difference in driving that you see in the real world compared to the sim racing world, but it's also completely different. Trevor, you enjoy your time on the simulator just as much as I do, and we compete against each other on that as well, but there is a lost in translation aspect in just the friendliness versus competitiveness, and having a wrecked race car and having to deal with a bunch of grumpy guys that have to fix it. And oh no, is this a problem with our leader that I'm seeing? I think this is Joseph McWhirter may have gotten tied up with another LMP car going through turn 6, which is out onto the banking. I'm not sure if any damage is involved in this car. We're going to catch a replay here. Looks like we're going to be...
It's nothing dramatic. There's a car here, spun in front, stopped, and he starts rolling. Have car slows down, it's around. No harm, no foul there.
Good heads up driving by Joseph McWhirter there to catch here. Here we get the beginning half of it. The 20 just got loose on entry, was parked there in the middle of the racetrack, actually backs up a couple times before he realizes, no, I got to put it in first gear and drive out this way. Sometimes it can be a little bit confusing deciding which way to go on the racetrack there, and especially in a prototype where you can't really see drivers left or drivers right on what is coming up on track behind you, or in some cases in front of you, depending on how many ends you've swapped at that point.
Yeah, that's right. The visibility is not great in those cars, even straight out of the windshield, which is why it pays to have a spotter at a track like this, especially with multi-class racing. Running at night, they're there looking multiple corners ahead of you, and you know what's happening. So really, really good incident avoidance there by McWhorter to not jeopardize this fantastic lead that they have. And with the incident with the 17, we are now back down to 2 cars on the lead lap, and Telemark in the 73 is P2, but he's 1 minute and 25 seconds behind, which means he's about 10 seconds in front of McWhorter. And at the current pace, it's not going to take long for that gap to evaporate. So we might find ourselves here with a sole LMP2 car on the lead lap.
We will have to see how this race unfolds, as we currently have done 4 hours here of the 6 hours of the Sim Racers for Mental Health 6 hour at Daytona International Speedway. If you are curious about what we are racing for here tonight, go ahead and follow this link in the Twitch chat, in the YouTube chat, in wherever you are watching right now. Click that link, follow it. You can make a donation here tonight, no matter how big or how small. Last time I checked, we were over $150 raised tonight. I'd love to keep seeing that number grow throughout the rest of the evening. Also want to give a huge shout out to Maconi Entertainment. If you're curious about getting your own broadcast here on Maconi Entertainment of your iRacing series, head on over to MaconiSetupShop.com, click on that Maconi Entertainment tab, and you can fill out that information and see all of your iRacing action here on the big screen. Last but not least is this special event, Movember, coming up here on November 26th, another great cause for Movember. All of the entry fees are going to go ahead and be donated there. If you're curious about the event, click or pull out your phone, scan that QR code, and it'll take you to the link to find out more. That's going to be November 26th. Head on over to MaconiSetupShop.com to find out more. And right after this, we will be back with more green flag action.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that Maconi Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, Five Flag Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at Maconi Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, Maconi Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to MaconiSetupShop.com and learn why Maconi Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Welcome back here on Maconi Entertainment. You're watching the Sim Racers for Health 6 hour at Daytona International Speedway. These are LMP2 cars and GT3 machinery battling it out on the high banks here at Daytona, and we're past 4 hours into this race. A race that has really been dominated by the number 5 car out front. Looks like we're getting the 73 right now, our second place runner overall coming down pit road. We're going to watch him. He's got to hit his marks right here, not overshoot the pit box. And Trevor, maybe you can give me a little bit of insider knowledge. You think we're going to see tires on this car?
It is possible. It didn't take tires last time.
Looks like we're going to get a driver change out of him for
We
sure.
are getting a driver change. Daniel McConnell II is in. Welcome. So yeah, now with this, they might do a tire change just to keep the feel the same from practice. But this stage of the race, if they take tires now, there is a possibility, not too much performance degradation, to go to the end. As we've seen the 5-car triple and even quadruple stint their tires.
I see the 73 up on air jacks right now, Trevor.
Up we go. So yeah, 4 tires here. There's a possibility they can run this to the end, especially if there's a late race caution. This stage of the race, though, they're still going to have to come back 3 more times. However, this stop and the timing of it, if we stay green to the end, that means their last stop is going to be a shorter fuel fill than the other cars who are on the same strategy. So that could pay a bit of dividends here in the closing stages of the race for that number 73 car. We'll keep our eyes on it.
For everybody out there watching and listening right now, this is a pretty long broadcast, and I know that some of the action can get pretty spread out on the racetrack, but fortunately, here in the commentary booth, we got a couple of pretty cool dudes, if you ask me. Trevor McClure flexing off his muscle about being a professional strategist, professional spotter here in IMSA, has plenty of wins at the Daytona 24, at the 12 Hours of Sebring, famous races like Watkins Glen 6 Hour, Petit Le Mans, Road Atlanta, places like VIR 13 Hour, as actually we have a little bit of action on track. Michael De La Sala takes out a bunch of cones headed down towards turn 5 right now. Actually going to force another prototype off right in front of him right here. I think that was just a chain reaction, but getting back to my point, Trevor, with your real-world experience, if anybody has any questions about racing, go ahead and drop them in the chat. We can feed them over to Trevor, and he can certainly answer them to the best of his abilities. And guys, I'm just a washed-up monkey behind the wheel. If you have any questions about driving, you can certainly ask me, as it looks like the 149 just got too wide through the kink. Actually a pretty good save, if you ask me, Trevor.
Yeah, I mean, with everything going down there at 5, if it were the real world, I would be on the roof going, hey, there's oil down, because the thing we missed there in the replay was the leader, the 5 car, also had a moment there in turn 5 shortly after that replay. So it really had the feel of oil down on the track, because so many cars went off in such a precarious spot at the same time.
Well, Trevor, it looks like we're getting our first question here in the chat, and as is typical with pro racing and really any sort of racing, can I have some money to start racing?
Get in line.
You know, if you're if you're curious about starting your professional racing career, or even just a real-world racing career, yes, it does take money to get going, but you can find rides to rent and alternate things to help along your career. And honestly, one of the things that I would suggest doing is heading on over to the Maconi Setup Shop social media pages, because I know every season on iRacing, Jeff Maconi is looking for new factory drivers for his team to help create setups, help test stuff, and that is a great way to learn the ins and outs of a race team and then get connected to the real world aspect, because somebody like Jeff Maconi has these great real world connections with real racetracks out there. And if you're looking to make the connection from the virtual world into the real world, there is a chain of possibilities right there for you. So make sure to go follow along on those Maconi Setup Shop social media pages and find out more about becoming part of the team. And Trevor, getting back to the funding, the overall funding aspect, let's spit some truth out there, because this part of the sport isn't talked about enough. What is a current DPI budget for the year in IMSA?
Well, DPI, as we know, has sailed
yes,
into the
okay.
sunset, but
Which makes this even worse now when we talk about budgets.
Yes, I think we've opened a can of worms that I'm very sensitive to on this subject, but here we go. So your DPI budget, you're typically about $6 million per season car. There have been rumors that certain teams were spending upwards of $15 million per year per car. And it only gets worse from there because the forthcoming GTP cars are not only more complicated, they're more expensive. So the budgets for those cars are rumored to nearly double, if not triple in some cases. So you're looking at minimum $10 million per year to run this new GP car. Yeah, GTP class per car, yes. So for a multi-car team, you're 20 plus, and will be some factory-backed teams that go double that, the effort. So it really kind of numbs everything, and then as you go down the IMSA ladder, the numbers get smaller. They don't really get better.
No,
a lot of people.
they don't get any better by any means, and to take it out of the prototype, because we are a little bit still on the rough end of this. What do you want to call it? Hypercar experiment? What's the official class that it's being called now, Trevor?
Well, it depends on which continent you're on.
For IMSA here,
right?
LMDH.
Well, for IMSA, yes, that was what it was advertised at the beginning. They will be campaigning those cars under the GTP class.
Under the GTP nomenclature. Yes, okay.
Right. So they're bringing back that old nameplate from the 80s and early 90s. iRacing, which was just a badass time of racing because those cars were utterly insane. There were little to no limits on what they could do, and some of the track records that they have still stand. I mean, we're at Daytona, and it took till last year for Ollie Jarvis in a Mazda DPI. It's the track record that was held by a Toyota GTP car from like 1991.
Well,
it's just insane.
Let me tell you, I've gotten the fortunate opportunity to do some broadcasting on the Camel GT series here on iRacing, and that includes those old Audi 90 Quattros and those Nissan GTP cars, exactly like what you were talking about. And yeah, you get those things spun up and they start hauling the mail really fast out there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was just such an incredible time. This sport, man.
It really was, and I want to go back to spitting more truth, because we got plenty of time left here in the race, just watching some cars go around the racetrack right now. We're riding on board the 149. This is Micah De La Sala hunting it down for second place right now, and actually this is a battle on the racetrack. That's Landon Ciardulu there in front of him. That's second place overall, Trevor. We'll get back to the cost stuff here once this battle dies down.
Yeah, absolutely. And De La Sala is doing everything he needs to right now, and hopefully he just makes good decisions, mitigates risk. There's still an hour 47 left to go in this race, so he doesn't have to force the issue here. He's obviously caught up to Ciardulu pretty quickly. So he doesn't have to make this happen this lap, next lap, or the lap after. He can just kind of sit there at his time, like a predator, and pick the right moment to pounce. That would be the way that I would walk him through that. It's like, all right, you got superior pace, you got to run. Don't take any risks. Be smart. Good decisions only. You got the time, and I think we'll see him take second place here.
I think we will, and something else to note, Trevor. Joseph McWhorter in our first place car, currently in the pits. That is a scheduled stop. He's going to be filling it up with fuel. I'm expecting to see our second place runner, Ciardulu, come to pit lane this time by, that will actually promote Michael De La Sala up into the second spot, at least for a couple laps before the 149 himself has to come down to pit road. Now, we talk about the pace difference, and I'm seeing maybe 0.3 or so of a second advantage going to this yellow and red car compared to the second place car. He might be able to perform the overcut just simply because he's going to be able to wait 2 or 3 more laps before he comes into the pits. And action right on track in front of our leader as he comes back out and blends onto the racetrack.
Yeah, that was a close call, and with the crystal ball I have, I think we're going to see another close call here very shortly with the 5 car, so we should keep the camera on him.
And Trevor, something else to note here, with that incident going into the first hairpin, our leader was coming out of pit road. He wasn't really even up to racing speed yet, and he was already throwing a variable going into the first turn. It just goes to show you how on the toes you have to be at all times in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think too, as crazy as everything is and can be in racing, I always say, there's 10,000 variables out there, and we as a team can only control 8 of them. It just makes you feel really small and completely out of control. So it really distills what you need to focus down on. But really, there's so much out there you can't control, and you just have to sometimes dodge bullets like our leader Joseph McWhorter did. And it's just wild, and I think the pressure's even higher when you're in a position like McWhorter and like the Burton Shaw in the 127 leading our GT class. I think when you have such a big cushion, you get really nervous about things, and you can actually psych yourself out quite a bit. So really good awareness for McWhorter to go, okay, I'm going to stay out of this. I'm going to check out a bit. I'm going to let it sort itself out, and I'm not going to get caught up in it.
And Trevor, you mentioned a name in the middle of you talking there, Luke Burtonshaw. I do not see the 127 anywhere on the racetrack right now, and I'm looking at the chat, and I see Luke Burtonshaw connection dropped due to upload packet loss. I wonder if he's having some connection issues or if there was an issue on the racetrack, but that was our first place GT3 car who had put a full lap on the rest of the competition, now all of a sudden out of this race.
Man, we need a verb for that. Did he get Elon netted? Netted?
He got Burton Shawed, I'll tell you that much.
Something happened, but this promotes our 23 car, Travis Stevens, to first place.
Yeah,
and
that is. Go ahead.
777 in P2 is on the same lap, 12 seconds back, and running a bit quicker, so we might have a lovely fight for the GT lead on our hands again.
Yeah, you are right there, Trevor. I'm seeing the E23E Motorsports of Travis Stevens, number 23, leading the way. Then the 777 Breadcrumbs Racing of Harry Lawrence. This has promoted both of these cars on the lead lap right now, so you're right. Finally a battle for position, as it looks like this Lamborghini of Timothy Groff that's been missing a few body panels is going to be coming down to pit road. Maybe they got a new hood for him, maybe not, depends on how long they want to stay in there. But jumping back up front, Joseph McWhorter continues to lead the way, 50 seconds over Michael De La Sala, the 149 in second place now.
50 seconds now, 52, and continuing to grow. McWhorter is clear by 1 million and driving away at the moment. Yeah, like I said, it's their race now to lose. They have to be extra careful, but not too careful, because as a driver, Joey, you understand risks when you get out there, and if you get too careful and too cautious of those risks, it can adversely affect your decision making behind the wheel.
Absolutely, it can. And you don't even realize it. You think you're being smart, but before you know it, you're actually losing time because you're not pushing the limit as you should. You always just have to do your thing out there, push to the limit, and then be reined in from that guy on the box or the guy in your ear helping you out with the pace of the race. And something that I want to jump back to now, since things have started to calm down. I know that we're going to see the 149 dip into pit lane here. He's working lap 22 of his current fuel stint. Let's talk a little bit more about the cost of these race cars here, as we do see the 149. I think he might get a speeding penalty here. That was a little bit of a late dive down to pit road, wouldn't you say, Trevor?
Yeah, it was a bit late. They're definitely going to look at that in the steward's office.
Yeah, it says, look at this. We see the number 17 car back out on track after having that incident out there. Always good to see the car get fixed up. That's Reese Schaefer right now, still battling out inside the top 10. He's in 8th place and actually laying down what is the fastest laps on the racetrack currently. Fastest car on track, number 17.
Yeah, anger will do that to you. That's why Colombians and Brazilians are such good race drivers. But unfortunately for the 17, he's 4 laps down, and there's no amount of anger that's going to get you enough pace to get that back. I feel for those guys, because they were putting on a great show with the 5 car. Really looking forward to that battle going down to the wire, and get caught up in a silly incident like that, no fault of their own. As we see him run a little wide there on the exit. I think we got robbed as a whole, as spectators of this race, of what could have been. I mean, the 5 and the 17 battle was something that started at the beginning. It was there at the halfway mark. It hadn't gone away. Even with a bit of misfortune on the 17 early, they clawed themselves back to the front, and they were back in it. It was the same story being rewritten over and over again, and we'd love to see it. And now I think with the 4-lap deficit, it's going to be tough for them to do any better than 8th, because essentially they have to pass the 5 car 4 times to make it count. And I just don't see that, not with the time remaining. And there's certainly not enough cautions at all for strategy to play out to get laps back here.
Another strategy domino to fall. The 149 doing another driver change, but I noticed it seemed a little bit slow on the driver change, but actually it could have been that little bit of a stop and hold from speeding on pit lane, if I am going to guess. Probably what caused that prolonged pit stop out there. Looking back to that GT3 battle, it actually looks to have grown out to 30 seconds between first and second place out there. Not exactly sure what happened to Justin Erb in that E23E machine, but currently finds himself now 40 seconds behind Harry Lawrence in the 777 machine that currently leads. And Trevor, I think these two were flip-flopped around. Wasn't the 23 out front and the 777 was behind?
Yeah, you're right. The 23 is working his second timed lap after a pit stop.
Oh, yes. Justin Erb got back in the car, I see.
Yeah, so they are now 17 laps difference between the two of them. So the 777's tent length is now 17 laps. The 23 has just left pit lane, completed 1 lap. So I'm going to have to do some number crunching here and see where these guys are going to end up, because one of the two of them is going to be in the catbird seat at the end of the race at this stage, simply because of the gap between their pit stops here. So give me a moment and I will figure out what's going on here.
Yeah, well, while you do your math, I'm going to talk about something else to wind you up since things have calmed down. We're going to talk about the budgets in current pro racing as we ride along board with Joseph and McWhorter. He's just going to continue to click off laps here up front. We talked about these prototype cars that are easy $10 million a year in budget. Do you want to talk about the GT3 stuff? Now, everybody loves GT3 on iRacing, probably one of the most popular classes of cars to race. You got so many different manufacturers. It's amazing, right? This plethora, this landscape of racing you get to choose from. How cool is that? They're right, it's rad. It's a global class. You can take it anywhere. You can race here in North America, you can take it overseas, you could race in Australia, you could race in Japan, you can race in Europe. Take the same car all over the place, race it anywhere you want. Let's talk about the dirty stuff, the budget. To race a GT3 program here in IMSA, let's say if you're going to be a startup, it's going to cost you roughly $5 to $6 million. Okay, $5 to $6 million a year just to race one of these GT3 cars. Now, to put that into perspective, they're only doing about 10 to 12 events per race season out here, which means Daytona 24. You can easily drop $1 million here in just the single race weekend. Trevor, how much is a set of tires out here for a GT3 car?
I'm not 100% sure on the cost of a set for GT, but expect it to be in the $2,600 per set range.
All right, so if we're talking $2,600 per set roughly, you know what? Let's give them the benefit of the doubt, make it a nice round $2,500 per set. And on these extended endurance race weekends, what are we looking at? About 30 tire sets is what's allocated to you, maybe 32, something like that?
Yeah, for P3, I believe it's 30. I think GTD is right about that, but yeah, you're easily spending well over six figures for tires for the 24-hour Daytona.
Yeah, just those 30 tire sets alone, okay, guys, is $75,000, okay? We talk about consumables. Each one of those race cars racing that Daytona 24 hours is going to spend $75,000 in just tires. And reminder, that's not the only thing that they're going to be putting on every single pit stop. They're also going to be putting fuel in that tank every pit stop. And I'm going to get off my rant horse here because we actually have a battle on the racetrack. This is the 149 of Timothy George, punted down the 05 of Scott Ricard, Trevor.
All right, our pseudo DHL car is back in the limelight. Always put on a good show, and the 05 has done the same, man. They've had such a roller coaster of a race. Found themselves as high as P2 at one point, I believe, and still in it, kicking it in P5. And man, I would love to see I'd love to see a yellow and get everything bunched back up, because I think there is a tremendous race that can happen for 2nd to 7th, and I think if we bunch them all back up, just be an incredible show. And the 5 car is now 1 lap ahead of everybody at minimum. But yeah, I think this is just a teaser of what could be, and like I said earlier, with the way our initial caution went and the way that IMSA handles their things in terms of full course yellows, class splits, wave arounds, everything like that, it really does make for great racing that stays exciting the entirety of the race, even for the 24 hours of Daytona. I mean, how many of them have come down to 2 or more cars battling on the final lap to bumping fenders? I mean, I can remember a number of them I've been involved with prototype and GT cars, and it's incredibly exciting. So it's still good even now in the later stages of the race, where 4.5 hours into a 6-hour race, so we're 75% done. And there's still great battles to be had, even though we've had some clear dominance from one prototype driver and clear dominance from a GT driver that unfortunately had his Musknet go out or whatever the case may be. But it's really exciting. I really like to see close racing the entire way through. And that's one thing I don't think IMSA gets enough credit for. I have my criticisms are long for that organization as well as many others, but I think the one thing that they do phenomenally well are their rules and regulations surrounding how they handle full course yellows and how their rule book keeps an open book for guys like me on the strategy side of things, and it just doesn't turn into a lot of other series, especially on the other side of the pond, where it's basically an X hour sprint race, and if you go a lap down, you have no other hope but to just race it back, and it's not conducive to good, exciting racing, and it really does keep things exciting for viewers, even though they may not have a complete understanding of what's going on. Everybody can recognize that two cars that have been racing for 24 hours that finish 0.7 of a second between the two of them is exciting.
Yeah, I agree. And two notes on that. It looks like that it was not the satellite that crashed. The satellite is still in the air out there because Luke Burtonshaw is back on track, and I'm noticing that he might be an Iron Man out there doing a one-man show, so I don't blame him pulling it into the pits and probably getting out and getting that chicken sandwich that has that really nice sauce that Ricky Bobby knows about there in the infield. But Luke Burtonshaw back out on track. It looks to be 5 laps down currently from our GT3 leader, so quite a ways to claw back up if he wants to contend for the top step on GT3 there. But honestly, still in the third place. Great run out of a single effort car for 6 hours. Oh.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Well, to extrapolate on that, he's still only P3, so anytime you can crash a satellite, get a chicken sandwich, and get back in the race car and still be on the podium, I think that stands as a phenomenal effort. And he's only early into a fuel stint, whereas the leader in GT is about 2/3 of a way through a stint. So they're off sequence on pit stop, so that might get him a lap back here. And given his pace and the way he's driven so far this race, I think he's not totally out of this just yet.
No, he's not out of it. And to jump back, the other proponent that I'm a huge fan for, that I don't think that a lot of sports car fans or race control is per se, is I am a fan of yellow flags. And that being said, goes along with what you talked about, Trevor, is it looks like we're going to get a pass on the racetrack here. Timothy George is going to go underneath here into the bus stop. See if there's a battle on the brakes. No, looks like the 149 will take that position away, promote him up above Scott Ricard there in the 05. See if the 05 does a slipstream move or if he just decides to tuck back in behind Timothy George. Looks like a little bit more bump drafting going on out there on the racetrack, Trevor, which always makes me nervous on the prototype cars. But
guys, these aren't Spec Miatas, but
to go back to the yellow flag, is that you do need them because the racing can get separated, and I just want to say that there's a lot of cars out there that can win a race that do get separated either based off of long green flag runs or even just traffic.
Yeah, exactly, and that's too, and a lot of things, a lot of criticisms I've seen of the way IMSA handles yellows is the fact that they handle yellows. It's like, there is a misnomer association with NASCAR and competition yellows and what IMSA and Grand Am have done with yellow flags and how they handle them. And it's not the same thing, because deploying a safety car is not a NASCAR thing. Every race series has done it literally since the inception of caring about safety. So Formula One deploys safety cars, WEC deploys safety cars, everyone deploys safety cars for good reason, because the people that have to go fix the incident that's happened need a safe environment to do so. So if a car crashes heavily, you have to deploy a safety car to control the field and be able to allow those workers to attend to the driver who is potentially and very likely injured, to handle the cleanup and the extraction of the car and everything else. If we did VSCs and code 60s and everything else, everything is still spread out. Sure, they're going slower, but there's no complete field neutralization. Whereas the way a safety car in any series works is you have everyone bunched up behind it eventually once they catch up. And now you have multiple minute periods where you don't have cars flying by safety workers who are boots on the ground. And from that core concept of the safety car and safety workers responding to an incident, you can work it so that there is equitability in the highest sense for all competitors. So sure, there are situations where yellows come out in IMSA, and there are cars that take advantage. I called it and scored our podium for the year at AWA on our LMP3 car just by being on top of incidents and reacting to yellow flags in time, as well as massive effort from everyone else. But just being able to take advantage of that scenario in a split second was what elevated our effort to be able to take advantage of that. And so sure, there are situations where cars can take advantage, and as a strategist I understand that I could be on the good end of that and I could be on the bad end of that. I could lead a race like the 5 car for the entire time, and a caution can come out late in the race and erase everything that we've done, and we could get past in the last lap and finish second. I'm willing to live and die by that sword, because the other side of it can also benefit me. And the issue that I have with how a lot of other series, especially European endurance series, run is their yellow flag and safety car procedures try to mitigate advantage from all competitors. They try to
I agree.
compartmentalize it.
Yep.
What they don't do is they don't prevent disadvantage to certain competitors, and I think
Correct. Yeah.
very good case study for that is the Indy 8-hour this year, where there was a particular caution and there were 3 cars in the lead lap. So I think it was the Kraft Bamboo car, one of the Ferraris, and the Windward Mercedes-Benz. Windward Mercedes-Benz took a pit stop, a yellow came out, and they were unable to regain their position, so they ended up being a lap down while being in the pits. And so that's a perfect scenario of how a lot of the European mentality on strategy and how they handle yellow flags and how all that gets sorted out, while it might mitigate potential advantage, it mitigates absolutely no disadvantage. And so for me personally, I don't want to work in a system where I could be disadvantaged through no fault of my own. I have no ability to gain that advantage. And that's where, I praise the Grand Am and the IMSA way of doing things, is where people get advantage, but it's just kind of how the cards fall.
I think that, to put it into layman's terms, the best way to say it is, NASCAR, IndyCar, North American yellow flag procedures really neutralize the field rather than leaving people hung out to dry potentially.
Right.
Yeah.
There is an advantage to be gained in certain scenarios.
Sure,
and
but that's also called racing and being able to call the strategy and being fortunate when the yellow flags fall. But once the yellow flags do fall, you won't get caught out because of the procedures and the rules written in the book.
Exactly. You're not going to be at an inherited disadvantage because of where the yellow fell.
You're right, and I think that's one of the reasons why we see so much confusion when yellow flags happen in Formula One, is because the FIA and the Formula One pit stop procedures and the safety car procedures are so different than really almost anything else we see in worldwide racing, and can cause a lot of confusion out there, and kind of brings it back down to earth that even these Formula One teams with hundreds of millions of dollars in budget still can't just get the basic math right sometimes.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, and I think it's easy to get all that stuff convoluted.
It can, as I don't want to jump away too much from what's happening on screen here. Taking a look at, I believe this is the number 84 GT3 car, Spencer Torrance, currently in the Firelight Esports machine. Getting passed by a couple prototypes right now, but looking pretty good out there. He's, let's see here, right now currently in 4th position in the GT3 class on lap 145. Got to make up a few laps in order to get up to the next position there, but as you saw, they have been as far as down as 7th, so you got to think this is a pretty good run to be all the way up in 4th place. Looks like also going back, checking on some of the other GT3 battles we mentioned, Luke Burtonshaw officially back there out on the racetrack, and that Porsche is lighting up the timing screen right now. 144.8 last lap time around. Compare that to our GT3 leader, 146.1. So he is a GT3 car on a mission right now, turning laps a full 1.5 seconds faster than our leader. Unfortunately, still a full 3 laps down. Quite an uphill battle with less than an hour, 20 minutes remain, but something that I'm noticing here, not a scratch on that 127 Porsche. And it's pretty looking good out there under the lights out there right now. And still the 777 Harry Lawrence leading the GT3 class over Justin Erb in that 23 machine. 127 of Luke Burtonshaw. Then you got Spencer Torrance in the 84 and Philip Resch rounding out the top 5 in GT3. This is Harry Lawrence on screen, your GT3 leader. In that Mercedes, a black and blue combination with some nice bright pink mirrors. Trevor, if you're back here, it's nice to have those day glow mirrors and end plates, isn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely is. And actually, I do have to comment on the 777 because they've got the livery from the Windward Racing guys that I was mentioning from the Indy 8-hour strategy debacle on their Mercedes. Of course, that team runs the same car in IMSA, so it's kind of a nice little warm welcome to what I do from guys that are from the Australia, New Zealand region. So that's really cool. They're kind of paying attention from that side of the world on what we do over here. So.
Person, and if I want to go out and compete, I want to go out and compete against the best, and I don't care if I'm bad or how I'm ranked. I know that if I want to get better, I have to go out and compete against professionals, and I don't want a trophy for being, the best in my class. I want a trophy for beating the best out there.
Yeah, I understand both sides of how all of that works and what the means and the understanding are, but at the same time, it's one of those things. It exists for a reason. It's a double-edged sword, but I've always maintained the opinion that driver ranking shouldn't be somewhat arbitrary based on this factor and that factor and put into an algorithm and spit out the other end, or whoever does this or doesn't work in motorsport but drives race cars because they pay for it and everything else. I always thought that it should be a survey of your peers, and that survey and those votes that you make should be public. And I think that would keep everybody honest, and I think you would get honest opinions on who is what particular ranking, instead of having to have all these appeals and this, that, and the other. I think if there was an honest system by the competitors that was made public, I think that's the easiest way to handle and minimize flaws in a system that's always going to be flawed.
That's a great idea. That you're right, the system will always be flawed, and that's why I'm not a fan of driver rankings. I just think they need to be tossed out the window altogether. However, if you're going to have a system, having it voted on by the peers and have it be publicly by the peers, I think that would be a great way to do it, because it would weed out who the professionals are and who the pay-to-win drivers are, that's for sure. And I know that there's quite a bit of conversation going on track right now between all of the competitors. They are trying to decide right now if there's going to be a yellow flag on the racetrack. I'm not sure if I see any water bottles being thrown out onto the racing line yet, but if you are here watching the event and you have your opinion, go ahead and throw it in the chat there and tell us how you want this race to end here on the Maconi Entertainment. This is the Sim Racers for Mental Health, 6 hours at Daytona International Speedway.
Yellow, 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 yellow.
I think I hear the chant from the stands as we go around this racetrack. It's kind of odd that every grandstand has the same chant, and I think I'm even seeing the wave happen out there through the new Daytona Rising. They're all rising up and holding yellow flags. I think they want to see something, Trevor.
Oh yeah, I think they do too. I can hear the same thing. I can hear it from here, and I'm nowhere near Florida. I think we should do it.
Well, we're hearing it here, and I know that Race Control is probably also listening to all of the competitors out there on the racetrack, and I know one thing's for sure, that if a yellow flag comes out, it's going to be saving a few of these guys, but maybe a few might not want to see it. And I think one of those cars that might not want to see it is the number 13 that we're riding on board with right now. That's Zachary Hall. In front of him is the 05 of Scott Ricard. This is a battle for third place on the racetrack overall, Trevor. And if a yellow flag comes out, that would certainly throw a wrench into this battle.
Maybe the battle? But looking at the difference in pit stops from the 05 and the 13, I think the 13 is going to come out ahead if there is a caution right now. I think this might be easy. That might be the easy pass of the evening for the 13 right now, is to do that.
I tell you what, if we're going to get a yellow, okay, if Race Control is going to decide to do this, they need to be smart about when they want to do it, because our leader, Joseph McWhorter, is currently on lap 21 of his current fuel stint right now. And, if things aren't timed right, it could certainly even throw a bigger sway in favor for the leader, or potentially bring some other players back up into the fight.
Yeah, look, I don't have my finger on the button, but if I were the president and I had the finger on the button, I would wait 4 laps. 4 laps would be the worst, best, awesomest possible time for yellow.
Well, you hear it here on Maconi Entertainment from a professional strategist. If it goes for another 4 or 5 laps right now, it's really going to throw this number 5 car into a pickle on what they're going to do on strategy, because you're right, Trevor. I think this lap right here might be the lap that we're going to see our leader come into the pits and have to take a full fuel stint here. And have you been running any numbers? I think we're still looking like 2 stops left for these LMP cars right now.
Let's see, we are working lap 174. So, yeah, I mean, look, it's multifaceted because right now at this stage, these guys need about 100 liters to make it to the end, and their tank's only 75 deep. So, you're still looking at 2 stops, even if caution comes at the ideal time. So, really makes for an interesting dynamic. 5 cars pretty well safe with a 1-lap lead, irrespective of what they do and the timing. It's the 2nd through 7th that really gets interesting. So we've got a lot of guys who are working lap 172 or 173 now that have stopped in the last 8 laps, and the only cars that are in front of them, bar the 5 car, are very deep into their stints.
Here comes the leader onto pit road right here, as we were expecting. The end of lap 22, going to click it off to lap 23 as they come across start-finish line and stop into their box. I'll be curious to see. I'm not expecting tires to go on this race car at all. I expect this to be a fuel-only pit stop. But correct me if I'm wrong here, Trevor. It looks to be about 35, 37 minutes or so is what these cars are doing on a full fuel tank. So this still kind of puts it up in the air between 2 stops, or maybe trying to stretch it a little bit.
Yeah, I think they're definitely still 2 stops without just a boatload of caution. Oh wow, that was fuel only. That was typical. Nice stop on the 5 car. I think we might see a tire stop from them next time if we see one at all. It's been a couple of stints, no tires. So we'll see. But they've also got an entire lap cushion, so they can afford to lose a second a lap, and it won't bother them for the remainder of the race. The interesting thing is going to be P2 and P3 and how their stops interchange, because they're going to come in the next 2 to 3 laps. They're going to take 75 liters of fuel and still need about 92 to go to the end. So they're going to have a nice short stop. Guys that are between 4th and 7th, they're still going to need 2 stops, but they're kind of in that weird position. If we get a yellow now, it benefits them. If it stays green the entire time, their final fuel stop is going to be a bit longer than the 69 and the 05. That might play advantage to the 69 and the 05 later in the race at the final stop.
Yeah, a car to keep an eye on is the one that we're riding along board with right here, Trevor. The number 13 of Zachary Hall in the Category 5 eSports machine. Currently working lap 9 of his fuel stint right now, which means that he will go by this Scott Ricard car in front of him. And I'm curious, this car might be the best in terms of fuel on to make it maybe 1.5, maybe 2 more stops solidly, while the other ones are kind of in the 2+ range.
Yeah, so the 69, the 5, and the 05 are definitely 1.5 stoppers. The 13, the 149, 57.
Well, now and the 05 is going to have to come in here probably this lap, because they're working lap 22 of their stint right now.
Right, so we're looking at like 13. 149's 3 laps better on fuel than the 13. The 57's equal on fuel. The 13. The 73 is 4 laps worse. So they're going to be in the next 10 laps. 13's got 13, ironically enough. more laps to go on fuel, so that's going to put them at about 188. They can make it to the end with one more stop.
Yeah, that's exactly what I am trying to kind of figure out over here, while these cars in front of the 13 are kind of in that 1+, potentially having to do 2 stops, right? Even though that second stop will be a shortened stop, they are still going to have to come down pit lane, while this car that we're riding on board with right now looks like they'll probably only have to do 1 more stop, which is going to give them quite a bit of track position. Is it going to be enough to leapfrog up into second place? I don't know.
It's possible. I'm biased to the car number 13, but I'm definitely feeling their position right now. Basically, by my count, and I could be wrong, though I'm not often, if they make it to lap Blink 182, can stop one more time and make it to the end. We are about 5 laps, maybe a little more than that, away. But I think the 13 can safely get into that window and make it to the end.
Some fantastic news here. Looks like Category 5 Esports is trying to sway the race director, but let me tell you, when you sway the race director with a donation to this Epilepsy Foundation, it's always a great cause. And they just donated $27, and everybody, we are over $200 raised tonight, up to $207 raised tonight for that Epilepsy Foundation. Sim Racers for Mental Health 6-hour coming through tonight with some awesome action on track and some awesome donations to a great cause. And since we're over $200, I think that race director might be grabbing that yellow flag here in the next 20 minutes or so. Maybe throw a surprise curveball for all of these competitors here as the laps wind down and bunch them up for a final restart. And Trevor, wouldn't that be something to end this 6-hour with a bang?
Yeah, although looking at it, and I'm going to wait for the 13 to cross the stripe to see what the gap is. Oh man, if I were the strategist for the 13, and I quite literally am professionally, I don't know that I want the caution here. I think I can race back the 14 seconds and go to the end, because the 69 has to stop again. There's no way they make it without a yellow. You might give the 69 an opportunity to make it to the end if a yellow comes out now. If I'm the 13, I think I want it to stay green the entire time.
Gonna catch a replay on track here. Not sure. This is Thomas Nadeau, car that we're following along board earlier. A little bit wide through turn 5 there, just off onto the grass, bounces off of the tires. We've seen these LMP2 cars built like a tank out there. I don't think he got any damage from that. Get back out onto the track and keep turning those laps out here. As we're coming up, we've almost hit 5 hours so far this event, Trevor. Working 5/6 of the way through, kind of hitting the home stretch right now. If you're on the call with Joseph McWhorter, tell me, what are you telling him? You said that you can give up a second a lap. You're officially a full lap in front of the entire field. Is it the same message going to him?
Oh yeah. Yeah, don't screw it up. Station. Not make any mistakes. Good decisions, no risk. That's it.
That has been the name of the game so far this entire race, whether it's been Mark Whitley driving the number 5 driven motorsports machine or Joseph McWhorter out there. They have been hooked up and on rails, making smart decisions and really leading this entire race so far. 5 hours almost complete and in the books, and It's been that number 5 car in front of the field the entire day, really dominating performance, but we still have a full hour's worth of racing left here. And Trevor, tell it to me again, just enough time for everything to go wrong?
There's still enough time for everything to go wrong.
Yeah, still enough time for everything to go wrong. That can be as simple as a miscalculation on fuel, a miscalculation going down the inside of some GT3 traffic, or even from what we saw earlier, GT3 traffic not paying attention and chopping the nose off of your prototype machine. Pretty fancy go-kart to stuff into a wall, especially after you've done 5 hours of the 6 hours so far. But we're going to take a quick break here on Maconi Entertainment. Before we do, I want to give everybody a reminder. We're up past $200 in donations tonight. If you want to donate to a great cause supporting the Epilepsy Foundation, check out the chat right now. We're going to drop a link in there. All you have to do is click that link. It'll take you exactly where you too can donate to help a great cause tonight. And always a shout out to Maconi Entertainment, the broadcasters of the event tonight. If you're curious about getting your own event broadcasted here on the big screen, check out MaconiSetupShop.com. Click on that tab, fill out the inquiry, and Jeff will respond to you and work with you in trying to get all of your events here on the big screen. And last but not least, always this Movember event coming up in less than a week on the 26th. It's going to be Daytona doing trucks out there, and all of this is going to be to support the Movember cause. And like it says right there, 2022 Saturday for the boys. Scan that QR code. It'll tell you more about the event. And right after this break, we'll be back with the final hour of action here at Daytona.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that Maconi Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, Five Flag Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at Maconi Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, Maconi Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to MaconiSetupShop.com and learn why Maconi Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
You just saw a commercial for Maconi Setup Shop, and if you're curious about upping up your own iRacing game, head over to www.MaconiSetupShop.com, and they have subscriptions available for various different types of cars, no matter what your fancy is here on the iRacing service. And the best part about it is you download some of those setups and you instantly see the results from your lap times being dropped. It's pretty cool to just kind of get into a car and have it instantly hooked up out there. So make sure to go check out MaconiSetupShop.com and check out all that Maconi offers there between Maconi Entertainment, Maconi Competizone, and all of the different brands there. Social media pages, YouTube pages, you can click on it all. Follow the various different Maconi efforts out there. Heading back to the racing action on screen, this is the green and black car of Joseph McWhorter, Driven Motorsports out there dominating the race. Currently has a full lap on second place. That is Landon Ciardulu out there in the number 69 EWRL Motorsports orange team. And then actually kind of a little bit of a battle behind them with the 13 car Zachary Hall is on that same lap as our second place runner, Trevor.
Yep, it's going to come down to the wire here because I think Hull has got much better pace than the 69. See how quickly that 12-second gap evaporates, but I think the 13 is in a nice spot here. They still have yet to stop. I think now at this stage, every car has to stop at least once. A couple of the cars that are fresh into the stint now are almost certainly going to have to come again without a yellow.
It'll be interesting to see if the yellow flag falls and how much it's going to affect the strategy, especially with these, call it top 5 cars, anxiously waiting to see how the rest of the race will unfold out there. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's going to be just like our discussion we had a moment before the commercial break was to live by the sword, die by the sword kind of thing. So there's half the cars in the top 6 would benefit from a caution at any stage between now and the end of the race. The other half not. And then there's flip-flops depending on which lap it's going to happen. So with so much split strategy between the top 6, it's going to be one of those things. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't, and damned if it doesn't happen anyway. So it's kind of interesting to see how this is going to play out. All green, yellow, whatever. It's going to be a nice race.
I think the car that is in a very good position actually right now is the one that we're riding on board with, looking at on the screen. That's Justin Erb in the 23 Mercedes. This car really has been up front all night in the GT3 class. Currently working lap 25 of his fuel stint, but Trevor, correct me if I'm wrong, these GT3 cars seem to stretch it out quite a bit further than the prototypes can run, almost an hour on fuel, and I know that he still has a handful of laps left on this fuel stint. If he can make it here on one more stop, he looks to be the first car that will be pitting that'll be ready to go till the checkered flag.
Yeah, that's right. Not only do the GT3 cars have a much larger fuel tank than the LMP2s, they're also less thirsty. So they have more fuel and they use less fuel. So that's why we're getting such a big difference in stint length between the P2 cars and the GT cars. Really a safe stint for these guys is looking to be around the 34 to 35 lap range. Yeah, that is well over an hour. So I think we're in that nice spot now where these guys are in that safe zone where they can stop now and make it to the end.
Yeah, looking at this GT3 field, really, I think that there's 2 cars in particular that might be able to capitalize on pitting right now and being the first cars to make that pit stop, and one of them would be our leader. The other one would be Luke Burtonshaw, who has 24 laps on this current fuel stint. Jumping up back on board here, this looks to be Landon Ciardulu in the 69 black and orange, looking back out at the 73. That's Daniel McConnell. Now, this is not a battle for position on the racetrack, but this is definitely a battle between prototypes right now that are running pretty similar speeds in the low 135 second bracket.
Yeah, they're still moving quite a bit, but I think the other the caveat to this is if that 73 gets ahead of the 69, now becomes on its lead lap. So should there be a caution, it would bunch everything up quite nicely in favor of the 73.
That's right. Yeah, you're looking back at the 73. He is trying to get back at least one of those laps right now. At least try to get back onto lap number 184. He's got a little ways to go to get in front of Joseph McWhirter to get the official lap back. But always a good carrot to chase, and even better, Trevor, if the carrot is orange like this car.
I mean, you can't ask for any more perfect scenario than an orange carrot.
Right? I mean, maybe just put it on the fishing line out there.
Almost had it.
I'm sorry to laugh so much. I just got the picture of the dollar, and yeah, almost had it there.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of like what Ciardulu is doing right now. And actually looks like that car behind Daniel McConnell is coming into the pits
Lane.
right now. I believe that's what's happening. Yeah, he is stopped in the box, going to get it topped up with fuel. Unfortunately, though, the LMP cars are doing about 35 minutes on fuel, so he probably will have to come back down again one more time and at least take a small splash to make it to the end. And I think that's what the majority of these LMP cars are looking at right now, if they came.
Yeah, I think so. I think we still need to get a little deeper into the race, but let's see. Yeah, by my count, the bare minimum, if we get to 205, lap 205, you can make it to the end in a P2 car.
Lap 205, and currently our leader is working lap 186 right now. That would be another 20 laps on this fuel stint with no yellow flag, and by your math, Trevor, that would line up perfectly with the top two cars being able to pretty much stretch it out on this fuel stint and then maximize one final stop.
Or just taking yellow flag now-ish, if should it happen, and able to kind of stretch it to the end. Here, get the free stop and stretch it. It'll be interesting to see what happens. I mean, the 23 car here looks to be about a couple laps maximum from a stop. The 149, about 4 or 5 more. So you have the 05, the 57, who are light in stints, and now the 73 is the lightest on that potential pack of podium contenders, if you will. So at any rate, I think one of the biggest things is this final stop. Is if you can shorten the amount of fuel fill time versus your competitors, gain that much advantage. Since these 75-liter tanks are taking about 33.5 seconds to fill, we're in the neighborhood of 1.8 seconds per liter. Sorry,
Yeah.
0.9 seconds per liter. For them. So it's a big advantage if you can really shorten that final stop. You can jump quite a number of cars here.
And I think the car that's going to have probably the benefit of that is going to be the front two cars here between the Driven Motorsports entry and the EWRL entry, because they're approximately 50% of the way through their fuel stint right now, which means they're only going to have to put in about a half a tank if we get a yellow flag here in the next few minutes. Compare that to cars that let's take, for example, our third place car, Category 5 Esports, currently working lap 22. He's going to have to take an entire tank of fuel if the yellow flag flew right now. So just the pit stop time and having to put all that extra fuel in alone is going to make that car slower on the pit stop. I would say that the only benefit that the 13 might have here is that if he can somehow stay on the on this lap that he's currently on, maybe just take a splash of fuel now, and then the longer stop under yellow might be able to salvage his race if the yellow flips it on its end right here.
It's possible, but also conversely, you look at the car 73 who's just stopped. They're two laps deep into their stint. If a yellow happens to come out, they're going to need the least amount of time to fill their tank.
Yes, least amount of time, but my only concern is the track position and the lap count that they're currently on that they already had to give up to make that stop.
That's absolutely true. There could also be the scenario of not taking a pit stop initially during said yellow and circulating through, passing a number of cars in front of them while they're in the pit lane, and pitting on the back end of the caution.
Definitely, I agree. And another fascinating aspect of racing strategy, it's a little bit like a chess game out there at times. And how can you outsmart your opponent? It's not always how fast you can drive on the racetrack. And Trevor can tell you that he has won races based on the strategy box alone. It's not always the fastest car that wins the race. Sometimes it's the smartest nerd on the box that gets it done.
Yeah, that's right. And like I said earlier, my philosophy is, racing's 10,000 variables and we can control 8. So it's how do you maximize bits you can control and how can you read the race better? It's like playing a game of poker with an infinite number of decks be dealt from at a table of 40 other guys, and you're trying to make the best decisions with absolutely minimal information and an incalculable number of variables that you have to work through.
You see the variable that just got tossed out?
Did.
We have a yellow flag on the racetrack, everybody. This is going to throw a major curveball for all of these strategy calls. And while we get everything grouped back up, I just want to give a quick shout out one more time to the Sim Racers for Mental Health 6 Hour here, raising money for the Epilepsy Foundation. Currently over $200 raised tonight. If you guys are curious, just go check out that chat. There's plenty of links already dropped in there to get over to the donation page. It doesn't matter how big, how small that donation is. Go ahead, click the link. Donate tonight. Let's get a couple more donations. I think we can get at least $300 here tonight. That would be great to see. And always for a great cause. And still right now, going to be gathering everybody back up behind the pace car. And Trevor, talk to me about the pit stops. Are we going to see the whole field? I think we have to see the whole field right now, yeah?
Yeah, at this stage we definitely have to see everybody. I think we might even see the 13 that just stopped. They're going to have literally no time at all to refill their tank, but I think they're going to need every drop of fuel here with about 45 minutes to go. Even with the fuel savings under caution, a 37-minute all-green stint, you need a lot of caution to bridge the gap between 37 and 45 minutes. So I think you might see those guys, but the 13 definitely from just the stint length is in the catbird seat. They'll basically have to fill 1 or 2 laps. But some of these other guys, they're near or exceeding half a tank. 149 looks like they're pretty close to a full tank. So there's going to be a lot of variables to the fill time, and even depending on when we go back to green flag racing, there might be the necessity to fuel save this entire stint or even come back again for a splash at the end. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out exactly what is happening on track right now. Looks like the leader is finally caught back up to the pace car, but interesting action that was happening between GT cars and prototype cars, and the leader really pushing the limit there and trying to get back up to the pace car. But everything is calmed back down now, and Barney's not driving the pace car. Hey, something that we talk about Barney in the flag stand all the time. Do we have a name for the driver of the pace car? I know that iRacing Day is May 15th, which all the time, hey, it looks like we're racing here on May 15th, but I think we need to give a name to this iRacing pace car driver. What do you think, Trevor?
Oh, man. My default name is Billy for everything, so... and that's... If I don't know
Billy.
somebody's name, they're Billy.
I can't do Billy.
But, I don't know.
I was teammates with the Billy for a long time, and one of the best wheelmans I've ever known. But I can't do Billy as the pace car driver.
Right. But what about Willie? That's kind of the same thing.
I like Willie. I think Willie the pace car driver. I could go for that. Barney the flagman with Willie up behind the wheel. I like it.
Yeah, I think we'll work with that.
All right. Well, Willie in the Porsche pace car is leading the field right now, coming up to pit lane. We're going to see these strategy cards just kind of fall right here. Joseph McWhorter looks like he is going to be coming down pit road. He is going to bring a few more prototypes in behind him. This will be hopefully what they are hoping is going to be the last stop to fill it up with fuel, Trevor.
Yeah, it's looking to be the case. Oh man, somebody's begging for a black flag clear. I think we have some procedural issues going on track, but yeah, no, absolutely, we should have no more stops after this if everything goes according to plan. We're now sitting at 39 minutes 52 seconds left to go. Once we cycle through pit stops, out laps, packing up, and the roundabout average of 3 minutes 35 seconds pace laps at 100 kilometers an hour, 60 miles an hour around the track, we should be in a safe zone for all of the P2 cars to make it to the end.
Should is the key word right there.
That's just a strategist in me talking. If I know, I'm not going to tell you. It's going to let you guess. Just talking to a commentator. You good to go on fuel? Can you make it to the end? Yeah, we should be.
I know how those conversations go, and looking at Landon Ciardulu here, he did not come down pit road. This is our second place car, and what that does is he got promoted around the pace car. That's going to put him back onto the lead lap. Going to see if he's going to be sneaky right here and come down and dip down and get some fuel. Looks like he will be. This is a great strategy call out of the 69, and not only is it getting him back onto the lead lap, Trevor, but it's also going to give him just a little bit more fuel seconds, 45 seconds more fuel than our leader on the number 5 car. And that could be the difference between running out of fuel coming out of turn 4 and taking home the checkered flag.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment, though. They're entering the bus stop now.
Light's still on, though.
Light's still on, but yeah. No, I think the 69 will make it out in front, and they'll be able to pack up. They're on the lead lap, but I think they'll have a fair number of cars to fight through that aren't on the lead lap. And that's going to give the advantage, I think, to the 5 car. Even though if you go back and look through the lap charts, the 5 car is still superior on pace. In fact, the 69 car is on the lead lap is going to lock them into second place at worst, bar any sort of incident or impact or DNF. But I think just the traffic that the 69 will have to work through to get to the 5 is highly unlikely to happen in the last 37 to 35 minutes of the race. But really smart call by them, because at worst, like I said, it locks them into second place. So really smart play by the guys in the 69 car.
Yeah, something else to see as these pace car laps will continue to unfold right now. I'm curious to see what other cars dive down to pit road or try to take the wave around. as we're riding on board. This is the number 5 of Joseph McWhorter trying to play a little jockey of, hey, this is my position, while the 13 says, no, it's actually my position. And Trevor, this is one of my favorite times to be on the radio on the racetrack, because you talk to both of these guys and they both swear they're in the right.
That's just it. That's why dealing with professional race car drivers is like running a daycare, because everybody's right and nobody's wrong. But you can definitely see, in fact, the 5 car is the overall leader by quite a substantial margin. It definitely should be the car behind the safety car if procedures are correct and being followed. I can understand the 13 car and other cars' frustration there, because the longer that they're held behind the safety car when they should be unlapping themselves is that much more that they have to push to kind of pack back up before we go back to green. That's something we have to deal with pretty extensively in IMSA. Is once all of IMSA's procedures are done, it's kind of an unpredictable factor on how long before we go green again. I mean, once the last wave by and class split car is underway, we might go green that time by. So even though we're behind the safety car and everything's a little more relaxed and there's less pressure, there's less tension, there can still be big tense moments if the right procedures aren't done, and I think we've seen that a lot in Formula 1 in recent years. So really, I can understand both sides, because the 5 car is like, yeah, I should be there, and the 13 car is like, yeah, I know, I should have already been gone and back around, So kind of interesting to see that, and it is one of those rare situations where both of those guys were in the right. It's just the right procedure hadn't been initiated yet to let that sort itself out.
You're right, it hadn't been initiated yet, and no fault to race control. Here in the virtual world, they're dealing with a lot fewer commands and control in comparison to the real world race control, where you can get on the radio, start talking and yelling at people and tell them what to do. You're just kind of at the mercy of a few buttons, and honestly, even then have to wait for the pace car to hit a few certain areas. It can be a little bit wonky at times, but for the most part, looks like the 777 almost gets into the back of our second place LMP runner, CR Dulu, out there, but thankfully gets down on the apron and no contact happens. It can catch you out pretty quick, Trevor. We think about the accordion effects in racing, and oftentimes we can see accidents happen under yellow flag. Actually, I think we saw an accident happen in the Michelin Challenge race at Lime Rock under yellow flag, just from an exact accordion like that, where drivers weren't paying attention and cars were going slower than what they thought, and up the back they went.
Yeah, 100%, and that's one of those things as a spotter. It's yellow flag is a great time to take a bathroom break. It's also a great time for your car to get in trouble without you looking after it. So always want to let your driver know back of the pack is at turn 6. You're going to be there, expect a speed reduction. You always want to coach driver to the back of the pack. They might get themselves in a situation, or it might just line up timing-wise that they catch the back of the pack around a blind corner and they just have no idea. So again, that's another job for a spotter, and me as a strategist who's also been a spotter, who was a strategist before he was a spotter, to coach and say, here's where the pack is, expect a speed reduction, don't go in there like a bull in a china shop. And that prevents a lot of these issues like that. And a lot of guys don't do that. And it's one of those things that, it's one of those details that sets the veterans apart from just the guys with radios, is what I call unprofessional spotters.
So, we have re-racked the grid out here. I think I see lights off on the pace car. Lots of weaving behind the pace car right now, which tells me All of these competitors are trying to get some sort of temperature, some sort of pressure in these very, very cold tires right now. And Daytona in the middle of the night can get extremely cold, and tire warm-up is a very real thing. Thankfully, here in the sim, it's not quite as treacherous as it is in real life. Trevor, you mentioned it. The second place car is back on the lead lap, but I'm counting, I think I see 7 prototypes in between him and the leader, and that's not even counting the GT3 cars as well.
Yeah, and looking at my scoring, I think we, interestingly enough, have the 05 and the 13 on the lead lap as well. So not only do they have those lapped P2 cars and the GT cars to get through, they also have the 69 to get through. I've stuck with this since the beginning. 5 hours and 28 minutes ago, my money was on the 5 car. I've repeated numerous times that the 5 cars had an answer to everything that anyone has thrown at it. And I think the story is exactly the same as it was at the beginning. Chapter 1, 30 minutes to go. Nobody's got an answer for the 5 car. I think the race now is for P2.
I think you're right, and not only P2, but P3, that third place, that last spot on the podium is still up for grabs right now, as well as some of these cars are still jockeying for that track position here, as they had a little bit of a close call with the GT3 cars and the LMPs, as we're getting a little bit of a class split, it looks like. Have that 23 of Justin Erb lead the GT3 cars to the green, while we have Joseph McWhorter leading the LMP field to the green flag. He got a tremendous jump, and he gets another great jump as Barney the flagman waves that green flag, racing with just under 30 minutes left in this Sim Racers 4 Mental Health 6-hour, riding on board the 777 of Harry Lawrence. We were been talking about the LMP battle, but oh my goodness, problems in front of the racetrack. They both got by cleanly. All the GT3 cars got through that mess somehow, but this 777 and the 23 are battling it out for the lead right now in the GT3 class. Those two are on the same lead lap, and Trevor, that was the number 5 car.
Yeah, I think we need to get a replay of that. I don't understand what happened.
I'm not
got
sure.
Cars in the wall at 5 too as well.
Yeah, looks like that's the 77 machine a little bit further down the order, Seth Berger, but we're going to take a look at the 5 here on the replay coming out of turn 1. He does have fresh tires on the car. That is just
on his own.
Yeah,
oh, no.
That is just a mistake. Oh my goodness, 2 mistakes. Out of the 5. I was not, and this happened all in front of the other incident that we're seeing with the white and green car. Just wheel spin, hits the wall, and then he's gonna do it again.
No way.
Talk about a disaster restart. We saw the number 17, I believe, have a disaster restart earlier in the race, and this time it is the number 5 of Joseph McWhorter, the Driven Motorsports entry that has dominated tonight's night, now finds himself all the way back in 4th position.
Yeah, I'm still not counting him out, man. It's cost him about a net 5 seconds, and I think that gap's already coming down, so it'll be interesting to see here. And I think the 05 and the 13, Rickard and Hall, they're just going to battle hard, and I think that's just going to back them up to McWhorter.
This is the battle for the lead on the racetrack. On the screen that you're seeing in front of you, that's the number 13 of Zachary Hall, chasing the 05 Misfit Motorsports of Scott Ricard without the number 5 in the way now. This is the battle for the overall lead. These are 2 cars that have been up front as well, and I think that the number 13 has been pretty slippery in the draft Working 26 minutes to go. We'll see how much he presses the issue. Going down into the bus stop right here. No, thinks twice of it. Wants to get the better run coming out.
Oh, here's the strategic caveat in all of this. The 05 and the 13 battle the next 3 laps and allow the 5 car to catch back up. It's going to be at the greatest disadvantage to the 13 because the 05 did not bring yellow. They're 20 laps deep into their stint, so they at max have 4 laps with the yellow flag laps left in the tank. Now 3 laps. So if the 05 slows down the 13, allows the 5 to catch back up, I think the 5 car still, even with that mistake, still can overtake that 13. It has been the class of the field the entire night. I think there's an opportunity here being created by the 05, sort of a false opportunity that's really hampering the 13.
I agree with you, Trevor. The 5 can get back in it. The one caveat that I'm going to throw out there, Joseph McWhorter is really struggling on pace right now in that number 5 car. He was doing low 135s, and right now he's last lap a 136.4. Compare that to the number 13, 135.2. So I do not see any inroads being made on track for the number 5 compared to the number 13. But Trevor, the number 13 car has 4 more laps on this fuel stint than the number 5 car. Is that going to come into play as we do still have a battle for the GT3 lead on the screen?
Mercedes Massacre. This is going to be a good one. Stand by, let me run some numbers and I'll let you know. I don't believe that 4-lap difference is going to be a factor, but let's see.
You know, we got a 3-car battle here for the lead, and even though that Luke Burtonshaw is not on the lead lap right now, he's still 3 laps down. He is going to blow by second place and the leader here in GT3, flexing the muscle of that Porsche. He led all of the first half of this race, and then when he finally had to come in and get that chicken sandwich pit stop, he gave up a few laps because I don't think he's got a teammate out there to take the wheel when he comes in for that pit stop. But he goes ahead and drives around both of these GT3 cars, which honestly might give a little bit of an advantage to Justin Erb now that he can maybe draft off of that Porsche, maybe break the train between him and Harry Lawrence. But I tell you what, it's Mercedes versus Mercedes right now for the GT3 win.
Yeah, it's this is going to be a good one to watch because we were speculating earlier that they were both so far apart on pit stop strategy. And one of the 2 of them was going to be right by the end of it, and this caution has allowed them both to get back on the same strategy. So now it's just a straight bare-knuckle street fight between these 2 Mercedes.
And Harry Lawrence is really pushing the issue right now. He says that I want to take home that checkered flag. He's doing everything in his power to try to distract that 23 car. See him on the button, flashing the lights at our leader on occasion, just trying to take his eyes off of the racetrack, and if he can distract him enough, you might see a mistake out of that 23. But look at this, the 777 gets an excellent run out of the bus stop there, gonna tuck up under the back end of this lead Mercedes. Something that I'm noticing on the 23 car, the back end of that car looks pretty smashed up in terms of damage. I'm not sure if that's going to affect his straight line speed. They're going to go side by side through the tri-oval, but the 23 car still has the advantage being on the bottom side of the racetrack and maybe a little bit more top end speed and compared to the 777.
It's possible. I mean, with the open setups, we're not entirely sure what these guys are running for downforce settings and everything else. So it's very possible that one's superior on the straights. One is superior on the straights because of aero. The other is superior on the infield on the bus stop because of aero. So it'll be really interesting to see how this plays out. I think it's going to be an even better show if that's the case. If these guys are split on aero strategy, it's really going to be who gets out of the bus stop better than the other guy's motor.
You know, when I see Harry Lawrence back there continuing to flash the lights, and I tell you what, if I was a driver and I'm constantly getting the lights flashed at me in the mirror, it doesn't bother me at all. In fact, I might reach up there and throw some hand signals when it starts flashing. Maybe throw like one of the little puppet parties out there. You ever seen Robin Hood Men in Tights where they stop sword fighting and just have the little shadow puppet fight? That's probably what I would start doing out there if I was driving this 23 car.
Certainly, you've got some time on the speedway to do that. And it is much simpler to give them a single finger salute as well, but it's even better, I think, to just ignore it, because the light flashing does get overused, and I think a lot of these seasoned guys are just like, okay, I've got you frustrated, thanks for letting me know, and then they just go on about their day.
I couldn't agree more with you, but they're going to take it side by side into turn one. The 777's really going to take it deep on the brakes. They're still side by side through this small S section. Looks like Justin Erb is going to hang on to that, but I tell you what, yes, this Harry Lawrence is getting more and more frustrated. You were mentioning it, the lights flashing, that's a sign of frustration. Well, now that he's closed up onto the back of the 23 car, we're seeing even more aggressive moves, trying to place that nose in an area that he can slide it up underneath our GT3 leader.
They're going back and forth here, but I don't know. I think that 23 car has a slight edge aerodynamically, and I think that's going to be what decides this in the end.
I think it will be what decides it in the end too, unless a bumper comes out. To let everybody know up front, actually right now the 05, that was the Misfit Motorsports car that was leading the way. They finally ran out of fuel on this current fuel stint. They are on pit lane, getting it filled back up with fuel right now. That's going to promote the number 13 to our lead, but right now the 777 of Harry Lawrence continues to just hound the mirrors of that 23.
He's doing exactly what he has to, without the light flashing, of course, but he's got to stay nose to tail with him, and he's got a nice run here. Just can't quite pull ahead, and I think, again, back to our speculation, the 23's got a little less downforce, which means they have a little less drag, and that's why 777's draft is all but neutralized here. He's right on the bumper, but he can't get on the quarter, he can't go high, he can't really sail it in the brakes, and when it comes to the brake zone, even though the 23's on the inside line, they've got more grip, and I think it's because their car is producing that much more downforce.
And then we see this great racing action through the infield, because if the 777 is running a higher downforce setting, then it's going to be faster through these infield sections, and that's where we really see him close up and be really all over the mirrors of this 23, but the 23 just has to focus on the exit like he does right there. Get the good launch out onto these straightaways, onto these high banks that is Daytona out there, and that's what's crucial in keeping the race lead. Trevor.
You're absolutely right. You can see that the 23 car is holding up the 777 in the infield, but on the oval, the 777 only catch back up. It can't pass.
Trevor, I want to focus back up to the LMP battle. I know that this GT3 lead isn't going anywhere, and we can keep it on the screen, but the number 5 car of Joseph McWhorter has started to find his pace again. He's officially back into the 135s. He does have some damage on that car, as it looks like actually we're going to finally get a pass on screen here. Lawrence goes over under on Justin Erb, but tell you what, the 23 is going to fight it back on the outside, take it really deep on the brakes. We have seen that line not work with the 777, but now the 777 Through the infield is the lead car. We're going to see if he can stretch it out a little bit over this 23 just through these next couple turns.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. But when you've got a really fast car in the straightaway that can hold a car behind in the draft, you're only going to have that much more advantage when you're in the draft. So we'll see how this plays out here. But all that 23 needs to do is what it's done lap after lap after lap. Be sensible, get a good launch out of 5, get a good launch out of 6. Let the draft do the work for you.
Let the draft do the work for you. Indeed, Justin Erb right here following the Mercedes in front of him of Harry Lawrence. Talking about the leader up front in the number 13 car. I actually think that they're just a bit shy on fuel to make it to the checkered flag. I think maybe only 1 or 2 laps, and Trevor, like you said, you can save a full lap of gas here at Daytona, but how difficult is it to save fuel when there's a car behind you that's starting to now do faster laps and he's on the lead lap? He's going to hunt you down for that race win and potentially take it away.
Yeah, that's absolutely a possibility, but I think both of these Mercedes are in the same boat here on fuel, or they're very close. So I think it's sensible for both of them to just keep racing hard. Because at this stage, there's not enough time to save enough fuel to make it to the end. Though I think the GT cars are marginal but safe. It's the P2 cars that I'm most concerned about. With 15 minutes to go, we've got the number 13 at working lap 16 of their stint. They're only good for 23 laps, 24 possibly with the extra caution. So we're looking at 8 more laps. The math isn't adding up. The 5 car, to me, has 10 laps to go. They are absolutely marginal to make it to the end, but I think the 5 car's in the catbird seat, and the 05 having just made a stop and still in the lead lap, they're definitely good to go to the end. But I think the 13, the 73 are going to have to splash again if they haven't already been saving heavily. But we can see that the 5 car's pace is right back up, as you said. The gap is now down to 3.2 seconds and dropping. So I think my initial assessment of the 5 car taking this, I think, is going to hold strong. It's a question of whether the 13 finishes 2nd or 4th.
We'll have to keep an eye on that fuel strategy game of the number 13 car currently leading the race. That's the car that you see on the screen, the black and red machine going around NASCAR 4, down the short chute, through the tri-oval, across the start-finish line one more time. Working about 13 minutes left in this Sim Racers 4 Mental Health 6-hour. Trevor, we've already knocked down 5.5 hours of this 6-hour event. Coming up to 10 minutes remaining, riding on board the number 5 car, Joseph McWhorter. You mentioned it was down to 3 seconds between the gap and the lead, but now I'm seeing it's closed down to 2 seconds and sometimes even under that, depending on how these cars are hitting the traffic. Joseph McWhorter certainly sees the carrot out in front of him to chase now.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it's a function of the 13 car realizing too late that they had to save fuel to make it, and 5 car just really getting back on the horse after their little incident on the restart. But yeah, I mean, last lap there was a 1.1 second difference advantage car 5. So as long as that keeps up, it'll be 2 more laps before the 5 regains the lead and the 13 falls back. But I'm still not confident the 13 is going to make it on fuel.
No, Justin Erb just had the smallest of mistakes going there through the bus stop, and I think that's going to stretch out the lead to unfortunately break the draft between him and Harry Lawrence. And when the draft is broken here at Daytona, it can be such a tough road to catch it again. We'll see if the 777 is able to hit his marks and run away from the 23, because that separated that GT3 battle just enough right now. Hop back on board this 11 car. This is Devin Adams right now, running in the 10th place. He is, like I said, just rounding out the top 10, the Sim Racers for mental health entry right here in this green machine, Trevor.
Yeah, it's some interesting things here going on, though, because the top 2 in P2 are working traffic of the top 2 in GT, so you might have some traffic opportunities here to get the 23 car back in striking distance of the 777, but following along here with Devin Adams in the 11, kind of running his own race at the moment, but really nice tidy line through 1-2 in the International Horseshoe. Really nice job taking the kink flat. Just really watching on board from his perspective. Could have used a little more track out there at 5, but really nice tidy line. Working P10, having started 13th and having a high in the car of 2nd. This has been a really roller coaster up and down race, man. Outside of the usual suspect of the number 5 being in the top 2, and the continually variable car number he's fighting for 1 and 2, we've had a lot of players up as high as 2nd place. I think just about every car from now the 5 down to the 11 we were riding with had at one point been 2nd place in this race. It's been quite exciting to see how all this has played out, and how so many people have had the opportunity to get one hand on the trophy, as they say.
One hand on the trophy. It's always easy to grasp at it, but you want 2 hands on it by the end of the night. And I know that the 13 car out front has been saving fuel to try to make it to the end of the race, and it looks like after a handful of slower laps in the 135, 136 range, he has brought it back down into the 134s and is starting to stretch out that gap that was under 2 seconds, has now stretched it back out to 4 seconds, and just in time now with 9 minutes remaining here in the race. This is what you want to be told as a driver, is that, look, you've saved enough fuel, you don't have to do that anymore. Just go out there, drive your normal laps, hit your normal marks, and start to put down a pace that we don't have to worry about any of the cars behind us catching us, especially considering that they have damage and we know that we're faster than them.
I still think the 13's about 4 minutes short on fuel. I think the 5 car's pace has dropped because they're saving it. Because they have to, and they have a 4-lap advantage over the 13 on fuel load. So, see how this plays out. I think they finally realized in the 13 camp that can't make it no matter what they do without dropping so much pace that they end up 3rd anyway. So, I think they've just taken the gloves off, put the bit between the teeth, and they're going to try to get as much time as they can to lighten the load of taking a splash here at the end.
The other thing that I want to mention about this 13 car is the yellow flag, I think, was 1 or 2 laps longer than usual. We did extend it so that way there is a couple cars that got waved around, as well as the GT3 class split. That can come into effect and help aid this number 13 car and maybe stretch it that 1 or 2 extra laps longer that, you know, these guys on the strategy box say isn't doable.
Perhaps, but lest we forget, we were talking about the 2 drivers in disagreement that were both right. 13 car was one of them, and they got waved around the safety car. So that yellow lap would have been done at near race pace, which means they would have consumed near race pace fuel. Wouldn't have saved that much, if anything at all, under yellow, because they got waved around and they were packing up to get back on the lead lap.
I hear you, Trevor, but I'm trying to make some storylines here for the end of the race, and I think the 13's going to make it.
And look, again, My car number in real life is 13, so I'm pulling for nobody more. But I think there's like we talked about earlier. There's a realization of where you are and what you've gotten, what hand you've been dealt, and what you can make out of it. I think that's where these guys are. I think they're pushing real hard to try to close the gap and solidify a second place here, because they can't. I don't think they can stretch it to make it to the end.
A realization that the 13 is going to have to accept is that 4-second gap that I mentioned has now been cut in half, back down to 2 seconds here. Joseph McWhorter has not given up. His last lap time 134.8 compared to Zachary Hall 135.7. So Trevor, I'm going to say the 13 is good on fuel. He can make it, but I'm not sure if he's still saving, if the engineers on the box are saying, yeah, you're good, but maybe save us a little bit more just in case.
I don't know, man. He's got 2, maybe 3 laps of fuel left and 5.5 minutes to go. I think the 5 car realized they've got 6 laps worth of fuel and 6 minutes to go, and the math worked out, and they've just dropped the hammer to close up that gap. So we'll see how it plays out. The 13 posted a 34.8 to the 34.9 of the 5 last time by, so they're clearly not concerned about saving. So we'll see how these last 5 minutes go out, but my money is still on that 5 car, I think.
And well, to jump back to GT3, we were noticing the battle between the 777 of Harry Lawrence and the 23 of Justin Erb. Unfortunately, when Justin ran wide in the bus stop there, it broke the draft between these two cars, and ever since then, Harry Lawrence has been laying down extremely consistent laps, and it's only been about 1/10 of a second faster, maybe 2/10 over Justin Erb, but unfortunately has now gapped it out to 4 seconds between first and second place there in the GT3 class. Justin Erb is going to have to hope for a mistake out of Harry Lawrence, or maybe some LMP traffic coming in and throwing a wrench in this battle for the end of the race to catch back up to the leader and have a shot at the checkered flag tonight. Now, to catch everybody back up, under 4 minutes remaining, Zachary Hall in that Category 5 Esports is coming through the Tri-Oval right now. Trevor, can you give me a lap count on how many remaining this leader is going to have to do here as he's trying to work by a GT3 car? That's the Colleague Racing Machine. That's that green Mercedes. And while this isn't going to hurt him in terms of fuel, it's really going to allow Joseph McWhorter to close up that gap. It was 2.5 seconds, and now I'm looking at the interval down to 1.7, 1.8 seconds, so that Lamborghini definitely hurt our lead number 13 car.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got this lap and 2 more after to go, so 2 more complete laps after these guys cross start finish one more time. Yeah, absolutely. That 13 car caught the Lamborghini at the worst possible time on the infield. It's allowed the 5 car to close back up, and we'll just keep an eye on the sector times here, but it's very much looking advantage 5 car, and especially with 2 laps to go. The 13 is on lap 23 of this fuel stint, and like we said, they really didn't have much opportunity under the yellow to save fuel because they were doing a lot of catching up and regaining their lap back. So again, I suspect that they've got themselves in possibly a bit of trouble with fuel here.
Yeah, looks like there's going to be 2 laps remaining here, which is pretty crucial here. That's quite a long ways over just the 1 more lap to go at Daytona, given how long these laps are. But I do want to say it was good decision making from the 13 not to get too aggressive with the Lamborghini that last lap. He did give up maybe 1.5 seconds, almost 2 seconds, trying to get by the GT3 car, but he was smart. He didn't make contact, he didn't go off track, and that's the most important part, is that he lived to fight to the end of the checkered flag. And I think with the damage that we see on the number 5 car, the 13 has the pace if they run in clean air. It's just if there's going to be a mistake or a variable that's going to come in and affect the end of this race.
I think so. We'll see how it all plays out. There's also the possibility of 13 car kind of stretching to finish the race in pit lane and take a second place with the gap over the 05. But we'll see how this plays out. We should be coming to the white flag this time by.
We should be coming to the white flag this time by, working through the bus stop for one of the final times. This is the number 13 car on your screen, our overall leader, Category 5 Esports, with Zachary Hall behind the wheel. He's got a car out in front of him right now, and it looks to be the inverted car colors, but he looks to be trying to break the draft. I was curious to see if that was maybe a team car out in front that could help fuel save Zachary Hall, but I tell you what, he's got to be very careful if this car is off the pace and he has to navigate around him, because Joseph McWhorter is only 2.5 seconds back. This can definitely hold up our leader, and not only hold him up, but potentially cause an accident.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see the gap difference on the timing and scoring really dropping between the 5 and the 13 as so long as he's held behind the 57. And he finally lets him through here at turn 5.
13 has been cleared from that lapped traffic. Now the 5 will have to deal with that lapped traffic himself, up onto the banking out of turn 6 for the final time tonight out of this number 13 car. Rounds NASCAR turn 2 into turn 3, down the back straightaway, heading down towards the bus stop for one of the last times. I'm sorry, not one of the last times, but the final time tonight. He's just got to hit the brake markers, make his way through here. Don't upset the car too much over the curbs. Looks like this number 13 car is going to be home clear as long as he doesn't run out of fuel here on the high banks. We see him snaking around a little bit, but I think that's more of a victory celebration than the car running out of fuel. It looks like he will make it all the way to the checkered flag. Sim Racer for Mental Health 6-hour winner, the number 13 Category 5 Esports, Zachary Hall.
Really nice job there. Really nice job. I'll be surprised if he makes it home with that fuel load. But yeah, excellent effort by the 13 car. Really bummed for the 5 car guys. I mean, they just dominated this race, and then it was one mistake that put them on the back foot, and away they went.
Looks like we got on screen right here, Trevor. Sorry to interrupt you. This is the 777 of Harry Lawrence. This is the GT3 class car, still on the green flag, finishing lap right now. He does have a commanding 3+ seconds over the 23 of Justin Erb.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be the same story as the 13 to the 5. So long as he can get through the bus stop, maintain speed here in Speedway 3 and 4, he's going to make it home nice and easy. But doing a bit of the same weaving behavior as the 13 car was. Maybe early celebration, maybe just trying to get those fuel pickups. But looks like he's rounding 4. He's on the flat. And yeah, I think he's got it here. Really nice job from the 777 team.
Yes, the 777 Breadcrumbs Racing. Harry Lawrence is going to take home the GT3 victory here at the Sim Racers for Mental Health 6-hour. This is the winning car, the 13, getting a cool shot here on the cool down lap. And I tell you what, we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back with the official results as all of these competitors wind down their cool down laps.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that Maconi Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. with partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, Five Flags Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at Maconi Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, Maconi Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to MaconiSetupShop.com and learn why Maconi Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
That does it for all 6 hours here at the Sim Racer 4 Mental Health event at Daytona International Speedway. It was one heck of an event that kept us on our toes the entire evening, and ultimately it was the number 13 Category 5 esports machine taking home the win. Zachary Hall closing out the final stint right there, saving a little bit of fuel. Officially 25 laps on that fuel stint. Couple laps further than we've seen all night out of any of those prototype machines. Huge shout out to the number 5 Driven Motorsports of Joseph McWhorter. Kind of heartbreak there on that second place finish. Scott Ricard rounding out the podium in the 05. Also, several other of these LMP competitors that had front-running nights. Timothy George, Daniel McConnell rounding out the top 5. Also had Vincent Cortez, Seth Berger, Emerson Ardon, Devin Adams, and also Ed Shearer Jr. there in the top 10 position.
Yeah, and starting with the 11th overall is consequently our first in GT, Harry Lawrence in the 777, followed by Justin Erb in the 23, both Mercedes. It was a fantastic fight all the way to the end. Of Luke Burtonshaw, who led so many GT laps, followed by Spencer Torrance, Timothy Groff, Thomas Nudo, Robert Smith, Joshua Ballet, Ayers, and Tyler Forsch rounding out your top 20.
Yeah, they're in 21st place. Looks like William Kruska and then 22nd Matthew Parkhurst there. Both of those cars had some issues earlier on in the race. And before we close out tonight, I think that we will have one interview that's going to be joining us here in the commentary booth tonight. And looks like we got the driver of the number 5, Joseph McWhorter. This is the second place car, and I just want to say a little bit of heartbreak for you, Joseph. It seemed like maybe just the cold tires caught you out on the restart, but one heck of a job to keep your head down and make it a battle for the lead and those final closing laps.
Yeah, I mean, drove really hard. I mean, I made a mistake there, but it shouldn't even come down to that. The Cat 5 guys threw kind of a hissy fit to beg for a caution, and then cheated to get both their laps back by passing me when they weren't supposed to. And it takes a real big man to cheat during a charity race when we're supposed to be doing something for fun and for the people. But it's just a shame. I mean, that just looks bad on their organization. It just looks bad for William for letting that slide. It looks bad for everything that we're trying to do tonight. I mean, that's just unacceptable. I mean, my whole team busted butt the whole night. Yeah, I spun, but it shouldn't even come to that. It's just, I drove my butt off to get back to him. It was sweating my butt off. It was a long night. And I just lost all the respect that I had for the Cat 5 guys tonight is gone. I mean, cheating during a charity race. I mean, I can't wrap my head around that one.
Well, you guys are here to hear on the Maconi Entertainment Channel. One thing that we can draw the parallels with between the real world and the sim world is the emotions that come out in the racing. And You can clearly hear it here with the number 5 driver, Joseph McWhorter, unhappy with that race control decision and then unhappy with some of the events that happened on the racetrack. And I know that's how it unfolded at the end of the race, but you also have to give some huge props to your teammate, Mark Whitley, out there. One of the most incredible drives that we saw all night tonight, and he looked pretty hooked up out there. Did you guys do a ton of practice leading in here, and you knew that he was that strong?
Well, yeah, we actually brought the 24-hour setup that we won this year in January. And you can actually go check out that video. It's on YouTube. It was the closest photo finish of this year. So we already knew Mark was going to be really fast. Our plan was to split it in two. We were supposed to have 3 drivers in the car tonight, but unfortunately, John's internet was all messed up. Kind of unfortunate. So we just made the conscious decision. Let's just have 2 people. 2 people we can count on. So we had Mark start the car and then me take over the second half. I mean, we did everything right. We just didn't make any mistakes. And, unfortunately, some of the guys did have mistakes or got caught with the GT3 car, or, had damage or whatever, like what happened with Cat 5. It's just a shame to watch all the work that Mark and I and John and Danny and everybody put in tonight. Just, get kicked to the wayside for just a terrible, terrible act. I can't, like I said, I can't wrap my head over that.
Yeah, well, I don't want you to harp on it too long because, the sun will definitely come up tomorrow. And before we let you go, Joseph, is there anybody that you want to give a shout out to, say thank you to, that helps get it done on the racetrack for you?
Yeah, I want to thank Harpoon Designs, Brantley over there. He made this beautiful car that you guys seen tonight. He makes a lot of really cool stuff. You guys can go check him out at harpoondesigns.com. Kind of new to saying that because they're a new partner. They do all kinds of custom paint schemes. They also do recreations of paint schemes from real life and stuff like that. I want to thank Red Camel Racing. They sponsor all my sim gear all my fireproof gear that I race in real life. I want to thank Driven Motorsports, Reaper Speed Labs for setups every week. So if you need amazing setups that are winning every week, go to reaperspeedlabs.com. I want to thank you guys for an awesome broadcast, and I really enjoyed listening to Trevor tonight. It was really cool hearing somebody that has got real life IMSA experience, and hearing his insight on everything was really cool. And yeah, I hope we raised a good amount of money. I don't know what the total is so far, but I hope we raised a lot for epilepsy awareness.
Well, you guys put on a great show, and congratulations on that podium finish out there tonight, Joseph McWhorter. That was the 2nd place finisher overall. And Trevor, you are just so much cooler out here than me. I try to play you up, but apparently everybody wants to talk to the sponsor, not the sponsor, the spotter and strategist, and nobody wants to talk to the driver over here. I really am just the monkey behind the wheel, aren't I?
Well, it is, like I said, it's just running a daycare. Drivers are interchangeable parts.
Well, as we wrap up tonight, we want to thank our broadcast partners here at Maconi Entertainment. Calling all the action tonight was myself, Joey Adbury, alongside one of my favorite people, Trevor McClure, as well as Ryan Bauer inside the booth here. Also want to give a shout out to Ian Fisher, Jeff Maconi, and Joey Masevich, who also helped out on the show tonight. As always, we would like to thank all of the viewers for watching and tuning into tonight's action. We hope to see you on the 26th for that Movember Saturday for the Boys charity event that we've highlighted quite a few times here in this broadcast. If you want to learn more about that event, go ahead, click and sign in on your phone. Scan that QR code. It'll take you to the event page and you can learn more about it. And until then, stay tuned on the Maconi Entertainment social media pages for upcoming broadcasts. A special shout out, of course, goes to the entire Maconi Entertainment staff on working to bring this racing to you, and we hope to see you at the next event. As always, Thanksgiving is just around the corner, so if you're traveling out there, stay safe and have a wonderful holiday. And as always, this has been a production of Maconi Entertainment, and we wish you all a good night.